Okay. So, oh, it's not the right one. This is not the right one either. What is going on? Do up. All right, this is perfect. I know, I know. My dog wants some love. Hey, welcome. I see two people. We're gonna be joining Abe's. I'll be checking my chat and everything, but probably not gonna be like the super me stream. I still want to stream it just in case we go a little bit longer than usual. Um, I do have like a special reveal that I was gonna talk about and maybe wait for Abe, but he's already live, so I'm gonna go ahead and join him. Maybe check everything that goes on. I have a couple of spicy things to talk about. There's been like a lot of spice in general. Like there's just been a ton of spice in general. Um, our community is fracturing. I knew this from the start. I told a lot of people about it. So I don't have like a super uh special way of thinking about different. Shut up. No, yeah.
Done a stream in a few days because things have been a little chaotic. Tried to jump on other people's though. Emittance. Oh, it didn't show you. Hold on. There you are.
There I am. Hey, what's up?
Good man. Oh, you know. Do you like my background, Emmet?
I do.
Let's show the world what this looks like. It's beautiful. You're
The
like,
Roman
what is that even?
It's like, yeah, what are we even looking at?
That's the new Colosseum, Emmet.
A new Colosseums?
Yes. It's
Okay.
the Dinkus Colosseum, okay? Great things will happen there.
I hope so. It's gonna be good.
It will be good, you're right. It's going to be amazing and beautiful, okay? Man, this new format's weird. It's kind of cool, though.
Oh, I see. You have the two ones right here. That's why I was. It
This is
pissed
crazy,
off
right?
it pissed off my OBS. Wasn't happy with the with the two,
Oh, I
but it's
bet it
fine.
wasn't. I
Yeah,
bet it wasn't.
but, that's fine. I don't care.
You know what they say, Emmet?
The more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Uh-oh, there's echo in that one.
Wow. I wonder how that happened.
Yeah, I wonder
Did
how
you
that
see it on the
happened.
main one? Did you see it on the main stream?
I see it on the mainstream, but
It was?
there was echo there.
Okay, good. Like how much echo?
A lot of my end, a lot of echo, but I don't know
Hold on.
if it's a thing.
Let's find out.
God, where is my where's my
Okay,
stuff?
so it didn't do it on the stream. On the stream, there wasn't a bad echo. He has an echo a little bit in his own video, but
Yeah, on my video, yeah. What is this? Is this the Havanagila? Oh, okay. Havana. Oh, I'm tomorrow. I'll be receiving my chow and my tiny
Oh
hat.
my
I'm gonna
gosh.
become part of the tiny teeny
You're gonna
hatters.
be the Emmetwitz.
Emmet's
That,
Golden Steinberg is actually gonna become a reality. Thank you,
you're so
brothers,
funny.
all of you. Thank you for your shekels, and be sure to send some more to me. You know,
Oh
the
my
shekel. By the
gosh,
way,
Emmet.
this is for all of you. I have a new Green Bird has been funded. Green Bird's name is Confluence, who paid for the Green Bird to be funded. So I will say
Oh,
thank you to Confluence for funding Greenbird, who will be arriving probably tomorrow, probably a couple of
thank you.
days.
Thank you, Fumbly Wumbly.
What the fuck am I?
Why won't it let me set a goal? It's acting really weird.
Oh, Fumbly Gubbly with the two big
Yes.
Buckaroos. This is normal for Rob, but F that guy. This is normally for Rob, but F that guy. Well, he's out. He's out. Gone.
Yeah,
Gone.
he's gone for a minute.
He's got.
He'll be back.
You know, the little guys have to eat sometimes.
It won't let me set a super chat goal right now. This is weird.
No super chat goal. You don't deserve it. Is that
Okay, fine.
that's just it. It is
That's
what
fine.
it is.
That's fine. Look, chat. I don't have a super chat goal, but I actually do have a super chat goal. So donate lots of money, and maybe you'll hit it.
Maybe.
Just somehow magically you'll hit it. Okay.
Okay.
Just do that.
Oh my, and thank you, Marcus Antonius, for being in chat because nobody was there. So I just want to say, hey, took me a while to get to my chat. I was like trying.
Yeah. That's the trick. Emmett. We just get this really ramped up and going.
Yeah. So
And
we've
then,
been looking at a bunch of stuff in our community, in a little space.
You're not wrong. There's been a lot.
There's been a lot. Afternoon, Charles. So just as a question, because we're talking about a little bit about that today. What do you think? What do you think about this whole thing? Who do you think is in the wrong? Do you think anybody acted in disproportionately?
Okay, so you know how I usually work with these things, right, Emmet? Because
you become Switzerland and you say FM.
I usually say, look, it's not my normal prerogative to take a stance and be in between somebody else's drama. However, I can call out certain behaviors and what I think they mean or why they're being made. But I'm not gonna I don't shit talk people. Okay. That's generally my rule, is I'm not going to talk shit on somebody else's name publicly because I don't think that's good form.
Yep.
So I think, obviously, when it comes to business and money making, you're going to do what's best for yours, right? And so whatever it is that each party decides they're going to do, they should be doing it in the best interest of, one, themselves, two, their community, and what generates them income. If I've said this a million times, if you seek drama as your primary content, or you seek to generate drama for your sole content, that is a short-term gain, long-term loss, right? You burn all the bridges around you, you destroy all of your relationships, whether it's business or friendly relationships, and you end up screwed in the long run, because you got to keep screwing new people over. You just got to keep burning bridges until nobody trusts you or cares about you. So like I said, in the very beginning, it's real high impact. You make lots of money. Everybody's paying attention to your channel. But after a month or so of that, everybody's like, well, don't freaking touch that with a 10-foot pole because I don't want everybody turned against me.
Yeah, I can agree with that. What about the debates? Because there were a couple of debates this weekend. This week, not weekend, but there's been a couple of debates this week that I think are kind of interesting. The enemy Charlie was a crazy debate. It was a crazy debate, and then the Sunday stream from whatever I watched some of it. Him being with Amaranth of all people in studio, that was a crazy thing to see.
That was very bizarre. And then it was even more bizarre that she seemed like the more sensible of the other females who were there.
It's like, I know, I do a lot of this crap, and I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. We did it because we have the X, Y, and Z thing going on. And I think this is. I think it worked for me, but I don't think it works for everybody. And it's like, and everybody's like, everybody else was. I don't know. It was fucking weird. That shit did. God.
It was disorienting. That's what it was. It
And
was like,
then,
wait, what?
and then the Nila. It was Nina,
Nyla.
Nyla.
Yeah.
The Nyla one was also crazy. When
Yeah.
you spend 2 hours like literally going against your own worldview, and then you're pretty much telling the other person that is your world. Yes, this is my worldview. Now I'm gonna destroy your worldview, which is my worldview, which I thought was like, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's like, let me build this really strong castle on this pile of sand, and then I'm going to tell you all the reasons why you can't move it while it's collapsing around me.
The
I
only
was like,
thing I didn't
wow.
actually look at, not really look for, but look at, was the it's not the Nila, the team cast. I don't know if you actually were able to watch Team Pool with the whole crew.
I got to watch some of it. I didn't watch that full episode. So
I tried to look
you
for
could
it today, so I wanted to watch it, but I couldn't find it.
really.
Yeah, I was like, I was looking for Andrew and Team Pool, and I found the old one, but not the new one at all. It was kind of, I don't know. Maybe I was looking at the wrong thing, but that's what I was trying to do.
Well, oftentimes it's wise to not post for 24 hours. So you do the live, and obviously the live is available and accessible. And then when you end it, you will put it on private or unlisted for 24 hours while YouTube scrapes and makes sure that it's monetizable.
Mm.
And then and then you put it back up. It also drives people away from the mass reporting and stuff like that. And I'm sure that Andrew's had that conversation with Tim, and Tim's probably already struggled with it himself. People mass reporting or causing problems for video.
Yeah.
So I could see him putting that on private for 24 hours to make sure that the trolls who are there don't auto report.
And then we had the interaction, or the weird stream yesterday at night from the tomato side. I I'm gonna make a weird statement maybe, but I actually think it was okay for Sarah to be like, yeah, we can do this in private. But I also think it was like a lost opportunity to just talk to the people that she's pretty angry at, right? Like they pretty much said, we're not gonna do this. If you want to actually talk about it, like get our side, this is the only time you're gonna be able to do it. And it, I don't know. That was kind of bad all the way around. Like, the whole situation is kind of bad all around.
I agree. I think I don't know, man. It's I would say that like it's not the way I'd go about it in most regards. However, I don't know more than these people, right? I know what I know, and
Mm.
I behave as I behave with the personality and beliefs that I've got. So I wouldn't take the same moves or actions that everybody involved has, but that doesn't mean that they did the wrong thing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
like I can completely understand uh Andrew take making the choices that he did, that he's within his rights to do whatever he chooses with his business, with his following.
yeah.
And
Today was like very, very weird. Kokomo says today really escalated. I don't know what you mean by that. I thought it was yesterday. Is there anything that escalated? Because I watched a little bit of. Uh, I've been watching a little bit of stuff going on today. I had to go to the. I had to get my lenses checked because they were bothering me, and I'm gonna get new ones in a couple of weeks. So I wasn't
okay.
like super, super, super involved, but I didn't see anything like eh,
You
weird
are you
or
are you talking
super.
are you talking about today?
Yeah,
or
because
yesterday.
Kokomo said today really escalated. I think yesterday we saw escalation,
Yeah,
kind of.
well, that's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say if it's escalated today, then it has to be because of yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a back and forth during Sarah's sleepy one, and
I didn't think it was that. As I said, I didn't think it was that crazy. The back and forth. A lot of people thought it was. Uh,
well,
it was pretty much, hey, let us in. We're gonna try to talk to you about this. The other person said no, and I think that's it. I think that's actually the thing that happened. I don't.
so this is one of those times where I would look at it and I would go, okay, I am not going to make a judgment call on other people's uh things, I guess you could call it.
Mhm.
Um, is my other stream going? Is two going right now or not?
Yeah,
Like,
there's
is
two
the
streams
vertical?
going.
But is the vertical actually up and going? Because it looks like it's acting like it didn't go live. It's just sitting there.
Someone doesn't like Rob. Nah, he does. He's just complaining that Rob is on on DebateCon and it's not streaming. What's up, Wi-Fi?
Well,
Welcome.
okay, so anyway, I don't know if the other one's actually
I
doing
can
what it's
check.
supposed to do or not, but
I can check. This says, nah, the vertical isn't live.
okay. That's
And
weird.
I
It's weird.
yeah, it says upcoming. It doesn't say live.
That's weird. Um, let's see
Yeah,
what
it's
it's
still
doing.
sitting as scheduled. That's true.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know why it's acting like that, but sure, whatever. Um, basically, what I would say about yesterday's interaction, it seemed to me like it was an offer to explain and talk things out, which had the possibility of smoothing things over, allowing for maybe a modicum of interaction again. And it was met with resistance very quickly, and then also by the chat. And so then it's like, wow, what do you have to lose from this scenario? Like, you might as well have the talk. I can understand where both sides are coming from. Like, I could understand why you wouldn't want to have him come on and talk to you about things because you feel like you'll get bulldozed, or you feel like, you know, like you're, I don't know, fighting something bigger and stronger than yourself. So then you don't want to do anything about it. And I could understand his side being like, look, let's just talk this out, actually talk this out in a space where Dusty's not controlling it, or I'm not controlling it. I can just come up and we can chat about it and lay out exactly what I'm standing on and why. But then it just keeps going further and further, like should I, shouldn't I, maybe, no, I don't want to. And then it's like, okay, fine, whatever. If you don't want to sort it out, then that's on you, giving you the opportunity to do so. I can also understand the let's do this thing in private, because I don't want everybody knowing everything that's going on. However, some of that is like an avoidance mechanism too, because then you're avoiding the fact that all of the chats have seen and heard things and think they know what's going on. So the moment you take it private, then what are you hiding and everything else, you know, it's a really funky situation in the first place.
I think I understand why she didn't want to have him on in general. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Um, it's like, well, this has all been with. This is the thing, right? It all has been public. All of it happened publicly, and it's something that a lot of people don't get when the whole thing happened. Like they're like, well, they could have done it privately, but the point and the reason why there were so people were so mad is that this whole thing happened publicly. It all happened publicly.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, the action that drove the beginning of it, the response to that, what drove it, and then all responses after have been public. So all the initial work, all the first parts were all so everyone could see, you know?
yep. And I think you're correct when it comes to the idea of of they're like, hey, we're here, we're gonna give you the power to actually do it. And I think this is why they were saying that a lot. Like, you have the power, you got all the control, idea, which is fine. And then there were a couple of pieces in between, but it doesn't matter. It's so it's at this point it was like the icing on a shit cake. It doesn't matter.
True.
So I will say that I believe it's one of the few cases I can actually look at and say this whole thing was done out of intrinsic biases that people don't get. And this is what I was talking about. This is what I've been telling the others. Well, like the since I am supposed to be crucible, about according to every fucking body except me. The other side, what I've been telling them is, well, um, the whole point of it has been uh, the whole point of it is there's this kind of biases implicit, and if you're gonna have them anyway, and you're part of the community that's getting the profits out of it, then why can't we have it on our side instead? Which is what we want at the end of the day. Like, everybody's doing it, and you're gonna try to come in here and be like, oh, you gotta be holier than thou. It's like, at this point, no. At this point, we know there's been a lot of debates going on. We lost once, we won once. The one we lost, for example, was the censorship one. Everybody knows how they have to act now on the internet. It's a given of the internet. There's gonna be censorship,
Yep.
and the one we are on is like, oh, you have to act holier than though. It's like, nah. You both need to define terms. What is the point? Which terms are we not defining correctly? Because I think we're not talking past each other.
Who said that?
Charles Darwin on my chat. But I don't think we've been. I don't think we're talking past each other at all.
I think if you wanted to do a full rundown of everything, I think this whole thing was like a long, slow rolling shitball that finally hit when Rob walked off that panel. And once that happened, there was already so many people whispering so many directions about so many different things in order to try to get in, like create division all over the place, that when that happened, there was like oh, this is a way to get at Rob, a way to get at Andrew, a way to get at the Crucible, right? And so everyone who could tried to yank what drama they could from the scenario and
Mm-hmm.
pump it up. And as they did that, you saw a piling on of like lefties and people that are just sowing chaos and drama farmers, and everybody kind of just started pushing their way in. And the result is everything that's happened since.
Yeah, I agree. I can agree with that. I'm trying to position myself so the camera actually captures me, because I move all around, and I hate when I. Yeah, that's better. Thank you. Like,
Let me help you. Let me help you.
I just move too much, man. I
So
need more
I
space.
think I think if I was gonna look at just last night, with all of the pre stuff, I think we all pretty much know the pre stuff, things that happened prior to yesterday. I don't know exactly what anybody's intent is. I can't tell you the intent of another human being. I don't know their brain and I don't know their heart. I can tell you what it appears to be or what I think is going on at the time. And so obviously we live in content land. There are people that are content brained. They're going to think only in terms of what can I clip from this scenario. They're not
Mm,
even caring about the emotions, the money that other people are going to make or lose. They don't care. They don't care about any of that.
that's true
So
as
long
well.
as they can get their clips. And then you have people that actually care, people that actually are building something. And so I would say for myself, I think that if you look at the scenario, Andrew's building something, Sarah's building something. They legitimately are. They actually care about their brand and what they're doing. But there's plenty of people outside of that that don't really care about building like their empire, their system, their channels and their community. And the people who don't have an actual connection and care about what they're doing in the same way are more than willing to clip farm, are more than willing to sow discontent and chaos. I think we've seen that in the chats. If you watch the chats, actually watch as you're watching any one of these people's shows, you'll see different people going from chat to chat trying to sow chaos and discontent between the creators. Whether it's, poking at them or saying, oh, this person did this thing to you, or there's plenty of it happening. And I think that isn't the main thing that happened, but I think it's part of the force that's driving this whole thing, right? Like if you have a creator, say Emmet and I are we're in cahoots. We're cool with each other. Everything is going good, right? And then something happens and somebody that's associated with us that's really close to me, but not super close to Emmet. And they go out there and they do something stupid ish or what could be conveyed as stupid. And Emmet goes out and makes fun of him all over the place on panels. And I'm close to that person. And I'm like, Emmet, I'm not going to have you on anymore, dude. I'm not having you around. I don't want to go on your show. I don't want you on my show. You talk crap about somebody that's in my friend circle close enough that they matter to me, right? And then because of that, Emmet and I have this little blow up. And then people start jumping in Emmet's chat to tell him everything that I'm doing. And people jump in my chat to tell me everything Emmet's doing. And then we have clip farmers also clipping both of us and all of our responses at the same time, right? So they're building a war outside of our already existing back and forth. We already had it. We already did our back and forth. It's over now. But because everybody else is clip farming the crap out of it and poking at us from our chats over and over and over again, it just keeps blowing up little by little, more and more. And then
Well,
all
and
these channels keep.
and there's also people who have been very opportunistic. I'm gonna talk about someone specifically, and I'm gonna name him. I don't care, fucking idiot. Eh? But for example, Imperius has been like extremely opportunistic, trying to find ways to get in cahoots with people like Orthodox guy, and just to start spewing fucking allegations, a bunch of stupid allegations all around that we don't even know if they're real or not. There's no way we can know it, and there's no way we're gonna get confirmation about them. But he's been doing that a lot. Fucking crazy.
To be fair, I'm not even saying don't say sow any chaos. It's different when it's targeted and purposeful, right? There's a difference between being in a chat and being trolly and having fun and being a
Oh
smartass
yeah.
and poking fun,
Right.
and actually going from chat to chat, specifically sowing an exact message that you want to create the division, right?
Mm.
If you say somebody, again, this is the same scenario. We already had our fight. People are doing the pick apart thing and making content off of us, right? Now, imagine while all of that's happening, people start going into both of our discords and pumping us up against each other. And then to come to find out that it's a small group of people that are doing it on both sides on purpose and then going and talking with each other after the fact about what they've accomplished. That's kind of a problem because now the problem isn't actually between the original creators. They may have some small problem with each other, but that problem has now been blown up by other people outside.
No. It says Cat says that just pointing out difference in the scenario. You said you go to me and say, not delete the message via stream. I agree, there's a difference there, but if we put that in the same scenario, it doesn't really change much because we're talking about the aftermath when there's a bunch of people sowing out chaos into other people's chats and even suing, like trying to get more chaos going and more drama going. That's the idea. Um,
Well, and
we're gonna.
there's a different.
So sorry. I'm gonna change the
Go ahead.
topic cause I like a maniac. Cause I am horrible at doing this and I don't care. Uh, but there's also another debate that I totally forgot for a moment because there's a lot of thing going on. But somebody over here had a debate about the surveillance,
Oh,
and it was this guy right here. His name is
oh,
Abe Dinkus.
that's true. That did happen.
Yeah, I agree. It is different. That there's a difference. I agree.
I would say it's
Uh,
only marginally different. And the reason it's only marginally different is if we look at the whole of the scenarios that happened, everything connected and interlaced, right? And we pull back and we go, okay, let's look at the whole picture. When did things happen and why did they happen? There's a blow up, there's a fight between these two, there's a bunch of arguing on panels and over talking. Then we get to Trippy's panel or debate. You have the Rob thing happens. Rob goes off of there.
mhm.
He's a little pissed off about it.
Well,
Then
he was
everybody
really
starts.
pissed off at the interruptions.
Then
Not a
everybody,
little bit.
right. Then everybody starts clipping everything. Well, I mean, he did better that time. He was just going to troll a little bit instead of being pissed and just leaving. At least he stuck around. And yeah, he was being trolly about it, but at least he stuck around. He didn't just drop, he didn't rage quit, right? But regardless of all of that, it doesn't even matter. What does matter is he jumps off of there. People start clip farming and making fun. Then they start showing up at his show. Then, all that happens, right?
Well, but I
Then
mean,
it
that's
could,
not a problem. The
it,
problem was the business aspect of it, right?
that I was going to go on to that next. So then there's a business aspect of you have people, whether or not they're employed by you, who do work with you, adjacently to you, now in a public spat between one another, and that spat starts growing immediately. It wasn't like a spat started slow, like it blew up almost immediately, and then you have everybody clip farming it all at once. So now it's public, and not only is it public, but people are now clip farming both sides and putting out content, putting out content. So everything is becoming more and more ramped up and more public. When this happened, then comes out messaging that is public, you're right. But up until that point, it had all been already. So you're now making public declarations about public events that happened.
Well,
So,
what I was gonna say about this is we're talking about the communities and the division in the communities, not necessarily about the whole of the matter. Even though there's a small difference there when it comes to how we call each other out. The idea will be that if it's done even publicly and we don't have it, there still will be like a problem when it comes to people in communities suing chaos and division, like making the thing even bigger. And then the responses were, uh, specifically in this one, the responses were really bad from a lot of, not from the side. For at least from Sarah's side, I think the response was really bad. I would have done it very differently. That's just my opinion.
well, and that's like I said earlier, I would have done most of the things that have happened differently than the people involved. But that's
Hello,
because we're
Voltaire.
individual human beings, right? Um, there is a level, there's a level of, okay, I was going to say this. So there's a level of, yeah, let's do this in private. I agree and I understand that. And generally speaking, that's how I would operate. I would do everything behind the scenes, right? But these are two public creators, and there's public tiffs now going on. To do it in private and then let everything just stand in public after making everything private would then sow a whole bunch of new discord in all kinds of directions. Because if people don't know what's going on, but they know there's a spat, and they know all these people stopped working with each other, now you've sown even more discord between creators, and people actually don't even know where they stand. So either way, you have a problem.
There's okay. We're gonna go back maybe to this later on, but there's another topic I would really like to point out, and it's your debate with
EOD.
EOD in the
EOD.
with EOD
EOD.
when it comes to the what's it called? Surveillance. So surveillance or
Yeah.
violence.
Surveillance.
Surveillance.
Uh-huh.
So I usually do this on my own, but we're here, we're ready. It's time to put you on the hot seat. How do you feel about that debate?
I feel like I covered a lot in the initial opening statement. I think that probably somewhere in the first quarter, I got him to accept that some level of surveillance is a must, even if there is no warrant included. And then we moved forward from there. And I think, yes, he was indignant. And I think I backed off about halfway through. I was like, okay, well, you've already admitted that there has to be some level of surveillance absent a warrant. So you've already proven my point that warrantless surveillance is justified. And any government that serves its people has a duty to serve its people and protect them. And if there comes a case where the government must protect its people and it doesn't have a warrant but knows damage will ensue, they're shirking their responsibility as a government by not taking care of that situation. So I think I kind of destroyed it in that first quarter to half, and then I kind of backed off and let him be indignant for the rest. That's kind of how it felt.
Just let him be indignant for the rest of the debate. How dare you, Abe?
Well, okay, you know this
like
in
the
part.
Fifth Amendment. How dare you? And the Fourth Amendment.
Look, I support the amendments. I'm just saying that we already make carve-outs for different things, and they already exist, and we already utilize them. So if the Supreme Court and all the courts beneath that have stated that this is acceptable, then some level is acceptable, which means some warrantless surveillance is justified and is.
Do you think there's a different? You would go for a different strategy in another debate, or do you think it's like a good strategy when you have when you're debating, even if it comes to the to steelman a position or anything like that?
I think I probably would go even more foundational than that, like the basics, right? Like we the people are the government because we are the government and we elect for the government. That government's responsibility is to fulfill a complete protection of its people because it only has a few main duties, and one of them is to protect the American people. And absent surveillance, you cannot protect your people.
Yeah.
So there is going to be justified situations where it must use warrantless search and surveillance. And I think I would break it down farther into its fundamentals. But other than that, I think I'm going to go to the places I went to either way. How do you think I did?
That's the arguments the left makes against gun rights. Well, that it's not exactly. We're talking about the capacity of the government to do surveillance so that they can protect itself. In a sense, gun rights is it's the right. No, it's a in the way that the American people will see it. It's a right. Will be an infringement if the government is trying to take guns away from the population.
Yeah,
because of how it's set up.
And I would say that I also said I am doing a little bit of devil's advocate here because I don't believe that we should trample any of the amendments. I think that the fourth and fifth are solid and they should be held solid. What I am saying, however, is there is a justified level that doesn't break the Fourth or Fifth Amendment of surveillance that does not need to have a warrant for them to use. Right? They can watch you when you're out in public. They could do all kinds of surveillance on you that doesn't break any of your rights.
Yep.
And so warrantless surveillance, by its own definition, would be a must. all the police who are doing police work or detectives that are doing detective work are going to do some level of surveillance that isn't going to have a warrant behind it. And that surveillance they do is then the evidentiary that they're going to use to gain a warrant to go further into surveillance or further into some form of search and seizure. But absent a warrant, they're still already doing some level of surveillance without it,
And
which
I would even
means,
say that it's that they will do any surveillance, and they can justify any surveillance, no matter who is exactly in power. The only way that you can, um, the thing that I would go towards is a more of population, so that those surveillance are actually justified. But they're gonna do it anyway. That's the way I would say it.
well, and we've seen that, right, with the PRISM program, with the Patriot Act, with all the acts that we've seen put into place that were justified at the time of use. They did mass surveillance of some kind, one way or another,
Yep.
in order to, and even in my opening statement and the work that I did with it, I showed that there's been dozens of cases of mass unaliving T attacks that have been stopped because of some form of surveillance that was not a warrant based system, because they did a mass scrape to see if there was some T activity, terror activity, I'll just say it, that needed to be stopped. And in those cases, they stopped them. And it was like 54 cases between 2007 and 2016 or something like that. So that's 50 plus plots stopped via some form of surveillance that was not using a warrant. And so the argument becomes, yes, it happens already, and
Yeah.
lives have been saved using it.
What I said is, I think it's gonna happen no matter what you do. I think the what you see in this kind of cases, it's gonna happen, and this is why this is why I make the argument the other way around in my case. When I'm talking about the duties of the state, I say that if the state's doing its duties and it's working against corruption because it's doing their duties and not infringing upon what they're not supposed to be doing, you have a way more moral people, and that keeps in check the government at the same time. It's my idea is foundational in the other way around, but I understand your position as well, and it does make sense, and I think they're gonna do it anyway. That was if you actually see the after panel on that, it was pretty much what I said. It's like, well, they're gonna do it anyway.
Well, that actually brings a point forward too, right? There's an is ought in this very prompt, and the is
Mhm.
ought shows that we are already doing it and it has been justified. So if it already is happening and has been justified, then there is justification for the government to do said thing, because it's already happened. We already have rulings from the Supreme Court and lower courts that it was justified in such and such case to do this thing. And so if that's the case, then it must have been justified because it went through the justice system and was okayed.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. Any Your mic seems better today. I miss Robo Ape though,
Good,
but your mic seems a
good.
lot better.
Took a
So
lot of work, but
I'm gonna be just like looking at your mic for the moment. And miss,
I'm
you
not going
know
to say it
you
won't
know
come
what,
back, okay?
chat, give an F in chat because we miss Robo Ape. Just give us an F.
Do you? Do you
Yeah.
really miss
Put
Robo Abe?
put an F in chat for all the Robo Apes that we've gonna lose in the future because he finally fixed it.
That's
Um,
so sad.
Voltaire is saying, and he's pretty much saying, "What was the issue, Abe? Can you share a little bit about your troubles?"
With my mic?
Yeah, but that's not Robo Abe. That's just using
I know.
weird stuff. Weird
Um,
shit.
Okay, so there's a few issues that it had. One is I had to check all of my plugs to make sure that they were actually fully in and clicked into place. And then I went through and checked all my cables, made sure there was no damage to any of the cables or kinkage. And then somebody reminded me that the, what's it called? Cardioidal mics?
Cardoid.
Yeah, because cardioid mics have a directionality to them.
Mm-hmm.
And so, as much as, yes, you could point the tip at your face and still pick up your voice, if you put it in the exact right orientation, it makes a huge difference. And so, what I figured is I moved it around and I kept moving it around until the sound quality was increased and there was less background weirdness going on with it. And, and then fidgeted with the settings and everything else, and it worked way better. Also, evidently, the board that I have, my M game, if my cardioidal mic is hooked to it and it has the wrong orientation and it's picking me up, it'll automatically start trying to fix it, which is why I kept roboting, because it was trying to figure out why my voice was coming in wrong, and then it was trying to fix it, and it had no way of doing that, so it would robot out, and then keep that setting until I resetted it.
Oh yeah, that sounds that sounds like a good uh turnaround or workaround. A lot more work than what I did, even though it did take me like a couple of days to get mine working fine as well.
Well, that's because you're a sound genius, right?
I'm not a sound genius, but I can do crazy shit with my stuff. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie. I'm not gonna lie about that. Oh,
Well, you know,
I can do some crazy stuff.
Phil, good to see you. Not Voltaire, good to see you. Sorry I didn't say hi to everybody coming in as you go, but how do we feel about FISA warrants? I think that feel is an odd word to choose for that question. I think that if the FISA courts are going to exist and are needed, then we need to do them correctly. I think if we're going to do anything like that, we must make sure that there's oversight. We must make sure that it's done in a right and moral fashion. That's what I think. I think if it's a must to protect the American people, then we need to do it right. That's what I think. And it shouldn't be used to dig into like American citizens and stuff like that, right? That's not what FISA was designed and originally meant to be used for. And so to supersede the will of the American people and use a foreign intelligence act of some kind to watch your people, that's like
weird.
Very
weird.
I'm gonna slap you. Oh my gosh, that laugh is creepy. You're freaking creep. Emmet's a creep.
What the fuck? I'm not a creep. Oh,
You are a creep. You are definitely a creep, Emmet.
You are the creep.
You sound like a creep.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm fine.
You sounded like a creep.
Oh, we're gonna go there.
Okay.
You sounded like a creep.
Because I can actually go over there. I can actually go over there.
This guy's a freakazoid. Freakazoid.
Battle of the bots. It is the battle of the bots.
It is a battle of the bots. It is. Battle of a something. Who knows what? What about now, Emmet? What's this sound like?
You sound like trying to be me.
I'm trying to be you?
Yeah, you're trying to be me.
I am not trying to be you.
You're just trying to be me. Stop it.
In fact, you couldn't pay me to be you.
No, no, please don't be me. War of the Walk. Repent. Everybody repent. Oh man.
No kidding.
I'm gonna be doing. I'm working on this, but I'm gonna be doing a probably in a couple of karaoke nights. I'm gonna be doing a Emmet Lloyd, which would be like me being kind of like robotic Vocaloid kind of thing. And I'm gonna be making the Emmet Lloyd karaoke stream, and instead of being me, I'm gonna do a 3D version, like a 3D character, and just making that.
Fun.
I hope so. That's the idea.
That's what I was tripping on.
That's what I was tripping on. Yeah. You know what? I hear both of them, and I hope there must be a way. There we go. Okay, now I'm not gonna get an echo anymore.
I can't hear you anymore. You're muted.
Ah,
You hear both of what? Oh.
I hear both streams when you play stuff. It's okay.
What's weird is the other stream isn't acting like it's even doing anything. So I don't understand.
I see it live in here, but it's not live on YouTube. It's just kind of weird.
Well, that and there's no way to separate them or to do things with them. Or at least I can't see it if there is one. It's a weird new setting, and I'm sure there's going to be kinks that have to be worked out of it, but like I can't set my super chat goal like normal. I can't, which is making me wonder, making me wonder. I might just go end the other one.
The one that made it work was OG. OG actually make it. Abe or M, tell the field to switch to all chat. Pretty sure he's on top.
What?
What? Tell field to switch to all chat. Pretty sure he's on top. I don't know what you mean, Voltaire.
No idea what that means.
Debate, guys, because Bannon said there is a lot of time left before the last judgment. A lot of heat.
I don't know what they're even talking about right now.
They're just like going all out with crazy stuff. I thought it was a good debate, Abe. I know it's your first long form debate online, right?
Yeah. The first online long form debate, yeah.
What are you gonna be
Public.
debating next? Or do you have an idea of what you want to debate next?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I haven't.
You've been calling me out, Abe. You've been calling me out about debating.
Well, let's do it.
Well, let's do it. What do you want to debate? Huh?
I don't know. What is there that we disagree on, Emmet?
Debate on animal. Do you believe in animal rights?
No.
There you go. There's the debate. Do you disagree with animal rights? No, me neither. Good. Any last words on the topic?
In fact, here's a funny one for you, Fascism Watch. Did God create us? Is God real?
Yes.
What do you think? What do you think, huh? Just curious. What do you think? What do you think? Did God create humanity? Did God create the world? I don't see an answer. Throw me a frickin' bone here. I still can't set that. That's so weird that I can't set the super chat goal or anything. It's very strange.
Hard to tell. Never met him and saw death near 3 times. I saw a tunnel, but could be the light fading with the sun. I don't understand what that means. And then this is interesting. Abe and Emmet. YouTube has been effing around with the auto setting of chat. It's automatically on the top chat, so they can't see many people in chat. It has to be switched to all messages. I think this is on your end.
Live chat?
Maybe.
Can I change yours, or did I just...
No, I think it's on your end.
On my end or on theirs? Because I went to the top of the YouTube chat and changed it from top chat to live chat in the YouTube video.
Okay.
Which everybody should have the ability to do.
Yeah. It's on each individual end on our end. I don't understand why they've changed this before. This time they've been Medicare
Who
said
knows?
once that every single time there is a change on YouTube, it's for the worse, and this is one of them. And the fact that the default setting is top instead of live chat is it's weird. It's freaking weird.
It is weird. You're
I
not
burned
wrong.
at the third degree also, a weird feeling. I almost faded out, but not God again. Oh.
All these things tell me is what your evidentiary is. They don't tell me what your belief on the
Oh
statement of your
man.
evidentiary is. You're just telling me experiences you've had, but whether or not you believe in God has not. You're saying you haven't experienced him, if he does exist. You could just say I'm agnostic, which would be a decent answer. But if God exists and Christianity is true, which is my assertion,
Mhm.
then humanity was given dominion over the animals as food and other things. And beyond that, if there is no God and we're all just hurtling on a planet through space and have no purpose or meaning, not really, then I don't see how you could fight for the rights of any given thing because it's just nature in the end.
Would moral and free will lead my way? How do you know you have free will or morals?
Yeah,
Abe, Abe, Abe,
what?
Abe. You
What?
know, enlightenment and enlightenment of knowledge lead my way. Can you believe that, Abe?
Enlightenment, huh?
Enlightenment and knowledge.
Where's this enlightenment come from?
It's I opened my eyes and I saw light
Was
and
it
I
by the
got
light of the pale
enlightened
moon, or
and I saw enlightenment and then I thought about it and I gained the knowledge of the light that touched my eyes. I
you
did
know
it.
what's funny? These terms always crack me up. Actually, enlightenment, like it means by the light, right? So something of the light gave you information.
Mhm.
Same is true of inspiration. Inspiration means of the spirit. So you got something from the spirit. When somebody's like, I was inspired, I'm like, by which one?
Yeah, I now believe in the light. Good. Wait. I got it wrong. I now believe. I got it. I got you. I got you. You know what? Yesterday I was talking to somebody and I was talking to Confluence and Anson was there. And you know, Confluence is always about Gnosticism, even though he pretends that he's not Gnostic. And Anson is like, well, I got a revelation. I got the revelation that God didn't exist. And I was like, oh, you see, he's a Gnostic too. He's a special knowledge is the idea that God doesn't exist. While your special knowledge is that it does exist. But they're both knowledge claims, and you both are Gnostics. And then so it started just like going around. Go on. This is yours.
With the surveillance that will obviously continue to get worse, do you think this is all part of the Fabian socialist plan? I think there is a level where that makes all the sense. And then there's also the part that would mean humans had to work together for multi-generational control. And whilst I do believe that is possible and does happen more often than people realize, I don't know that it's absolutely that plan. Now, if you had asked me if I thought it was all part of a greater like beast system type plan, then I would say absolutely yes. Because you have to implement all the levels of control and the means by which to utilize that control, like one world currency, one world religion, all of these things where you just keep meshing everything together, cashless society, surveillance state, police state, all of those things, you keep pushing them all together until you get your system where you have the control, where people can't buy or sell without the mark, whatever that may be. You need all those social controls to be in place. And sure, it definitely goes towards that.
I would say that with the surveillance that will obviously continue to get worse. The reason why it will continue to get worse is because we are moving towards an immoral society. It's not the other way around. So we will be seeing more and more because of the immoral society.
Well, and that also plays into the cultural shrift, right? Like the mushing of all the different cultures together. When that happens, you no longer share a moral foreground or a moral foundation, or
Yeah.
or your values are different because of the culture. And so when that happens, and it continues to happen, you have an erosion of all the systems, because now you have all the other systems that see their belief systems with virtues and rules and laws and rights, will try to impose those rather than the ones you currently have. And there will be a constant battle to either keep what is or change it to what they think it ought to be. And so there's going to be an is-ought battle on a constant basis, all from your has been and will be until the end of humanity, I'm sure, or the end of this age, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. It makes sense. Makes a lot of sense.
Because even if we said absent God, absent religion, right, you are still going to have cultures that have different moral values, different value statements, different everything. And when you have those two cultures clash, there's always going to be a battle to implement your specific brand.
What about I'm gonna put this up because they did actually. Kokomo with a 10. Stop looking at me, Swan.
Stop looking at me, Swan. Stop looking at me, Swan. From Billy Madison.
I don't know that one. Mushroom's bad.
Mushroom's
that
bad,
makes sense.
okay?
Mushroom bad.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know how you could claim that fate or anything like it exists absent some controlling creating force. I don't know how you could even make that claim. At that point, you're saying chaos gave you fate, and I don't think that's a possibility. I know chaos theory and all that, all those little tiny random events coming together to make something better than it was. There's like a misnomer there, because as chaos can make things happen, it does not continually design for better, and it doesn't control anything at that point. So a guided fate of some kind, like you're saying, doesn't make any sense absent some external power.
If I was to say fascism god, wait, as if you say fascism god doesn't exist, God teaching then would be removed and boundaries fall, allowing you to ignore whatever holds you back.
Yep, it's absolutely true. It's do as thou wilt is the whole of the law, right? Absent God, do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. And so long as people want to enact their own will absent God, they're going to claim he doesn't exist, because that allows them to act in any way, shape, or form that they choose without consequence, or at least they don't perceive there's a consequence. If you have an immortal soul, though, the consequence is heavy, and you chose wrong.
Makes sense. I'm more on the Darwinism side, not creationism. I don't know. I don't know. I was talking about this the other day. This is gonna be a very interesting idea. So, if you actually believe in the science, there's a lot of scientific ideas, but when you talk about the building blocks as the atoms and the atomic way in which things work, there have been a lot of presuppositions that you may have a way to build like life blockings that you usually get with carbon with silicium. And when they tried it, they realized that the silicium molecules were too big and too unstable. They had to be done with carbon. So it's impossible to have them with silicium. It's pretty much what we realized. And then if we have them with silicium, and the whole way that everything is done, it has to follow a specific pattern or it doesn't work, and there's like one solution to it in the way that we actually look at things. If that is the case, then evolution will not even be possible out of the way that the things are working, simply because it would necessitate the idea of even the atoms and the way that molecules are created and form to be a specific form and way. It's it. I just think it's
I would I agree, but I would go one step beyond that. Even if you wanted to make the case that evolution is the way that things started or progressed on this planet, you would still have to figure out a way to explain how, why, because life isn't a spontaneous from nothing event, just like a universe isn't a spontaneous from nothing event. Nothing doesn't create not anything. Like you can't say there was no biological life on the surface of the planet and somehow it just happened. It just happened. Heat and chemicals mixed together just made biological life. That doesn't make sense. There's no science that can show you that that happened. Even the things that they touted as how it started for generations were false. They had to go back and recant them because they were falsified data. Everything that has to do with this topic comes with a huge amount of presuppositions based on nothing, creating things. Like, here, I have this presupposition that this thing happened. Well, this thing didn't happen, and we can't prove it happened, but you're going to say it is the baseline of your entire narrative. And because you have that presupposition, it's possible. And then turn around and sneer at people who believe in God. And that's most of creation. That's most of evolution. All of these things take a certain level of presuppositions that you can't prove, and then you just roll forward from a start point that is non-existent, as if somehow it became possible because you believed it did.
Yeah. I mean, all of it. This is the problem, right? When you cannot go ahead and create a coherent, you cannot justify your worldview. All of it's gonna be presupposed, and at the end of the day, you're gonna have to go back into some kind of God, even if you pretend you don't believe in God. It's just the whole point of it. At the end of the day, will be some kind of God.
Well, and it feels to me a certain level of it is just full backwards thinking, right? Like I'm going to observe all these things, then I'm going to make hypotheticals, and I'm going to do the science to figure out what is true and what is false. And I'm going to get to a certain point where there's no scientific method by which I could get the answers, and then I'm going to create a presupposition underneath that, and then I'm going to move back forward to explain everything. Rather than saying, what can I observe, and how is that possible?
Okay, let's go. Let's I don't know if we should change topics or not, but
What's to what?
oh, I was just gonna go back into what we were talking a little bit before.
Okay.
But what do you think is like the what would you want as a our movement kind of thing? No, because we've been told, and I've been told that whatever we do is kind of relevant, right? But for what I see is, I don't think it's relevant. I think, for example, right now there's a lot of people on the right wing that are kind of frustrated and annoyed and angry at the whole what the party is doing and what they would like to be done. And I think what we're not looking at is that this whole situation came about in it took them 50 years at least. It's probably more than 100 years that they've been trying to set it up and make all of the crap that we're living through, right?
There's
But at the end of the day, it took them like at least 50 years, and it's like
more.
we
It's
have
way more than that.
we've had power for 1 year and they want everything to be fixed, and I don't think that is a possible scenario or a good scenario or even a good thing to think. It's like you have to be able to understand that there's gonna take time, and we need to keep on actually voting the way that we actually want, and we might need to primary some people, and might need to get the people that we actually want in power, but it's not gonna happen in one election. It's not gonna happen in two elections. We have to be able to think about the long game and actually want to be winning in that sense, like in a way of the future, right?
Right. So you know me, right? Part of the reason I think the debate sphere is a good route is it's our modern battle, right? Our modern battle in a civilized world is words. We can't just sword fight over every topic. We have to actually have it out with our words. So I think it is best for all of us who want to convey an idea to hone our ability to use words as the weapons needed in debate, in conversation, in idea propagation, right? We have
Yeah.
to have the ability to convey our messages in clear, concise, logically consistent, morally relevant ways. And so as we go forward, I think our greatest thing is to remember you are told that you don't make an effect. You don't have an effect. You do. You absolutely do. These little things like, oh, you actually don't affect anything. You're just one person. That kind of way of thinking has been put on you over time on purpose because when enough people have the same belief and stand for the same thing, they do affect change. But if every individual person believes that their voice doesn't matter and what they say doesn't matter and they have no power, then you don't even come together with the people you agree with to affect the change you need to do. It's
Hmm.
all these little programs that have been placed into you over the generations to believe what is not, to do things differently. Like, don't vote, it doesn't really matter. That's a bad message. It does matter. Don't say anything. You don't really affect the relevance of things. Yes, you do. If
Don't
I
talk about politics because
right,
yeah.
and I have a scenario this works really well for because people don't understand when you talk to it as a like a 1-to-1 ratio. But if one man who is skilled at something teaches 10 people to do something, and he makes them relatively skilled at it, and those 10 then do 10 each, and those 10 do 10 each, you're at 1 million in just a few steps. That should show you the power, right? If I can affect 10 people, if I can get an idea through to 10 people, and it's the message that I'm pushing, and it's true, and it's right, and it's good, and I get 10 people on board, and those 10 do it to 10 more, well, in 2 steps, I went from one person to 100, and then 10 times 100.
What do you think about the
And
black pill? Because there's a lot of people that are getting the same kind of messaging, but it's like in the opposite direction, right? But what I
nihilism,
was
you mean?
no, the black pill, well, I don't think black pill is the same as nihilism. They're similar and they have almost the same effect,
I
but
think the I think
they're
the black
different.
pill, like nihilism, both lead to a giving up. I think the danger in the black pill and in nihilism is the point at which you go, it doesn't matter. I have no power. It's too big. It's too dangerous. I can't control it. When in reality, you're a human being created with all of the tools that you need to communicate with other human beings. And so long as human beings have the ability to affect one another, you have the effect to change things. Doesn't mean it's easy. It doesn't mean it's going to be comfortable. It doesn't mean it's going to be kind and nice all the time. But I think if you have firm belief in the thing that you stand for, then I think you have a duty to make that stance, to speak those words, to do the things that it takes to propagate that belief. Um, I think anybody who has a firm, strong belief in something and wants to see the world move towards it and does nothing has evaded their own duty and hurt themselves more than anything.
Well, but what they will say is like, well, we can't do anything, right? There's this kind of injustice in the world, and there is absolutely nothing we can do to actually affect change in a way that would matter. Uh, I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just trying to devil
Okay,
advocate
so
their position, right? I'm just
right,
trying
so
to.
what I would say is this shrugs accountability because you're at the very least accountable for yourself and the way you carry yourself in your life. And if you've taken the stance that there's nothing you can do because of the injustice of the world that makes it impossible for you to make a change, and you don't try because of it, or you don't continually strive for it, then it's on you. This, I've told people this. I've told my wife this too, in fact. I take responsibility for me and my household. If something happens that's literally outside of my control, it's still my fault. I still have to deal with the repercussions and the after effects of that thing. Somebody starts my house on fire, I'm still responsible for making sure my house either survives or whatever happens after the fact is taken care of. I have accountability for all of those things, regardless of what happens. If a meteorite strikes and I left nothing, that's on me. If I die because a meteorite strikes me and my family goes poor because of it, I'm responsible for that. I would be accountable in that situation because I didn't leave enough for them to be cared for. And so I think everybody should take like a radical level of accountability for your life and the circumstances. I don't care what the world did. You can only do what you do and be responsible for your actions. And so as long as we take that radical level of accountability for our own life and our own choices and our own stances, then we will all do better. And it's the only way, actually, that you can build the thing that you want. I think it's a way, I think the black pill and I think nihilism and all these things are a way of escaping the level of accountability that feels uncomfortable to your soul and heart. It's easier to blame things than it is to take accountability and do the work to make a change.
There's always going to be a little bit of like I can't say that that is correct, but there's always going to be a point of which you are not there are things that you're responsible of. Like, I don't think you're responsible for the fire that happens in your house, but I think you are responsible how you act when that happens, right? So it might be something happened that didn't have to do with you, but you do have a duty bound way to act in accordance to what's going on around you, which is a different idea. But at the end of the day, I don't think we're talking past each other. I want Let's read this one. I don't think it's necessary politicians, but it's could care less. It's the organized structure of the government to control religions. The government doesn't want something over their power. I don't think that is the case.
I think that's marginally true. I think that's marginally true.
Well, what I would think is they don't care. I don't think the government really gives any. I don't think they give a shit, to be honest, when it comes to the religion themselves. It's just not part of what they.
No, but I'll tell you who does. No, but I'll tell you who does. The government doesn't care as much about your religious beliefs, so long as it doesn't encroach on their power. I'll tell you who does. Social justice. Anybody who pushes some social justice version movement that isn't biblical, that isn't of the church and Christianity, they're going to try to use your religion. They're going to use it as a vehicle, in fact. And it happens in every religion. There's some social justice movement that springs forth from it and uses the justification of the religion, even though it's not even in the religion that they're using, to push their points, to push their values, to push their ideas, to gain power, to gain following. In fact, that's the story of most religious sects that come from the origins, right? The origins may be just fine, but everything that offshoots after kind of becomes some social justice-based movement.
Oh, man. While Trump wants to force Christian evangelical religion to all U.S., I wish he did, okay? I wish I could just force you to go to fucking church. Okay?
Wait, do you think that they're trying to force you to believe it, or they're trying to force you to act with the moral values of it?
You know what? At this point, just to act. I wish I could just force you to go to church, man. But no, he's not as based as you think he is. Okay?
I'm not as optimistic as you are when it comes to the church thing. I think that
why not?
As much as it, because
be
humans have rebellious hearts. That's why. Because the rebellious heart of man turns him to do horrific things when forced. Now, you can't force them to believe, and I agree with you, if you push them into proximity of it, there's a chance that they'll move towards it. There's also the chance that they'll harm everybody involved.
Well, I think the rebellious nature of man would do that, and it would do more out of their pure uh, acceptance that people can just go ahead and do whatever the hell they want, right? If they actually is
No.
though as thou wilt, and they can just you can just do whatever you want, there's way more likely that you will find yourself doing crazy evil things than if
So
you
I
sat
agree.
within
I
the
agree with that.
church.
Well, okay, here's the issue, Emmett. When you break down the actual the actual human person, right?
Uh-huh.
When you look at us as a patterned creature, which we can track, we understand basically how humans act, right? When we look at that and we go, okay, when I'm given free choice to choose, I'm happy with the choice most of the time. And I'll even defend that choice, even if I may be wrong or think I may be wrong. I'll still defend the choice because I made that choice. The moment that I force you into something and you vehemently disagree or hate it enough, you will see that as a slight big enough to do damage to those involved. And so what happens is you create, as much as I like the idea that, hey, everybody should go to church because it's good for you and maybe you'll learn something and maybe you'll come to Christ, there's also huge groups of people that the moment you push any kind of force like that, they will turn on you to the point of great evil in the world, all because of the force. Now, if they had been left to just try to choose it and you tried to influence them to choose it outside of force, you stood a better chance. The moment that it becomes a forced activity, this is human nature. We know this is human nature. You shake your head, but the truth
No, I
is,
disagree. I think human nature is the more it's the other way around. I see it the other way around. It's like, well, it's like when people talk about states. It's like the more authoritarian the state is, the worse it's gonna fare, and the more unstable it's gonna become. And then you actually look at the story, and it's the opposite. You have huge authoritarian regimes that were perfectly stable and were for thousands of years, and there was no problem within them. They
for
may have
thousands of
gone,
years,
yeah.
which authoritarian regime lasted thousands of years without freedom fighters and rebellions and revolutions?
No, there
Which
still
one?
was gonna be rebellions. That's not what I'm saying. And they actually went on ahead and got rid of them. But for example, the British monarchy, the the best times they were pretty authoritarian. And they've lasted at least 1400 years.
And that's how America came about?
No, they went and became the greatest empire of all time, and they lost one colony. And probably they could have continued the war, but they decided it was way too costly.
I think you have a skewed vision of some of this, actually.
I think you have a skew vision of all of this.
Do I? I have a
Yeah.
skewed vision of how human nature works?
Yeah. I think you believe. I think there's a clamor in most of people to have authority being imposed instead of a clamor of all people to just do as thou wilt. I think there's a rejection of do as thou wilt because the people
I would
know
never push
the
for do
human
as thou
nature.
wilt. You know that.
But that would be
This is far different than that.
that would be part
This is
of
beyond that. You know that, right?
this will be part of what the state is entitled
Enforced
to do, right?
enforced moral action is different than trying to seed the mind of the person. There's a difference in these things.
Okay,
A
maybe
huge difference.
I'm wrong. What is the problem with enforced moral action?
We do it already. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with enforced moral action.
Okay, so you will be fine with enforcing people to go to church. I don't understand. What
I
the
already
problem-
said I agree with you. What I'm saying is human nature
Yeah.
will end up with
They'd be a little bit unhappy. They can be a little bit unhappy.
we'll just
I
lose
agree.
we'll just lose a couple generations of younglings. It'll be all right. Some Anakin Skywalker moments. Totally good.
I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah. You're right. A civilization could spiral off of ours, become the world power, and suppress us, and then Islam could roll in and take everything. You're right. That could happen to a great
Well,
empire who get
you know
really
what will
good for a long
happen if
time.
Islam
That would
becomes the
that's
you know what would happen if Islam becomes the superpower?
we all get put to the sword.
Oh no! You actually get forced to go to church anyway, right? So
No, because if you
so
don't
you're
go,
gonna
you get
go
put to the
fucking church
sword.
anyway. You're not gonna be put to the sword. 90% of the people want you. 90% of the
So
people will convert to Islam, and they will be like, "Yeah,
okay,
I'm
then you
fine.
be
I'll go to
completely
church on
okay.
Fridays."
Then you're completely cool with Islam taking over then,
No, I'm not.
because
But
that's moral. That's moral justification.
what I'm
They're making you go
saying
to
is
church because
the
it's moral.
it is moral to go to church.
Okay, good.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if it's the same thing, right? We're gonna have a problem with who is gonna impose it, but it's gonna be imposed. So
Let me
I
ask
don't
you a
want it to be
question.
imposed by the sand people and the sanders, right? Because I think they're wrong and dumb.
Right?
But it's
Is
gonna be
there?
imposed anyway.
Would you say there's more believers of Islam in the U.S. or Orthodox Christians in the U.S. right now?
I would say Orthodox Christians, but I'm not sure. Might be the case that since millions of them came in, it might be the
Can you tell me which cities Orthodox Christianity has a foothold in that you could say that's an Orthodox Christian city?
I don't think that's how it works.
Oh, really? Dearborn isn't like Islamic?
No. I don't think I don't think there's a specific place in which we will say this is Orthodox Christian and this is not. It would be more of about the lines of um will be more on the lines of what is.
Do you think Christians
I don't know.
or Muslims are more willing to suppress the will of other people to get
Yeah,
what they want?
I know what I was gonna say. It would be more along the lines of Christians or Muslims. It wouldn't be like Orthodox Christians.
It'd
I
be
can tell
what?
you I can tell you there's more Mormons than
Well,
both.
sure. I'm just saying, like, when you gamify this, like, you actually game theory it out. It's like, wait,
If I'm gonna go ahead and make more, I'm gonna make it game theory like in that sense. I can say if that is the case, what are you doing with your mouth?
biting my lip. Leave me alone. I'm allowed.
It
My
sounds
lip.
horrible.
Oh, kind of like eating chips on the live stream
It
while
wasn't-
your chat's telling you to stop or
It
mute,
wasn't-
and you're like, nom, 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 nom. It's fine. You can't hear it. I don't see it lighting up. Nom, nom,
It
nom.
wasn't lighting up. I could see it.
We
No.
could hear it.
It was well.
I literally had to take my headset off because I was going to punch my screen.
Well, I was doing something right, which is pissing you off. If we're gonna gamify this in the end of the gamification, since the other kind of Christianity are so unwilling to actually defend Christian values, then I would say that the only possibility is to defend it, so that you can actually win it at some point, right? Otherwise, you're just giving up the whole idea of Christianity.
Do you see enough value agreement between Protestant Christianity and Orthodox Christianity that if something major were to happen, that mainline Protestant Christianity would side with Orthodox Christianity?
It depends on what.
Yeah,
Right.
it really does, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Because
If it was
anything
something-
for
if it
space,
was
that's probably
something
not going to
like-
happen.
I ended up eating that whole bag of nachos. Emmet, thanks. Shut up, now, Walter. Just shut up, now, Walter. There you go. So, as I said, it will depend on what it is. But if I think this is the crazy thing. I think if it came to the idea of getting rid of a city like Dearborn, Michigan, and or like accepting the fact that or accepting the fact that you can actually defeat that kind of mentality, but you have to use Orthodox Christianity, I think they will absolutely just accept the fact that Dearborn, Michigan exists, and they will go on and be all weird about it, like, oh yes, we have to defend the right of the sand people to be a sand people. Otherwise, what are we if not more sand people? Kind of. Do you want the sand people to rule over the U.S., Abe?
No, I feel like you're missing certain linkages that would make things make way more sense, and I never hear them, and so then I'm like, no one will stand with you until these linkages are made, and if you don't make them, you're just gonna seem like a tyrant for tyranny's sake, not for Christ's sake. That's all.
Why would I be a tyrant for? How can you be a tyrant for Christ's sake? Does that make sense to you?
Forcing people to go to church.
Yeah, it would be better for them.
Yes,
and
and for
that
those
wouldn't
who
be-
are
and
not
that wouldn't be
Christian, that would
tyrannical.
count as tyranny.
Yeah, but
That would be why
okay,
the Christians left Britain under the Church of
okay.
England,
Crusade intensifies.
because it was tyrannical.
Crusade intensifies. So I'm gonna ask you a
If
question about that.
Islam,
wait, I'm gonna ask you a
if
question about
Islam
that. No,
ruled
wait.
the U.S., it would be tyrannical for them to force Christians into mosques to pray
Yeah, but
to
they would
Allah.
do it, right?
It would still be tyrannical, and you can't say it wouldn't be the other direction.
But they would do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
So make
They
the
would do it.
linkages.
it's okay. So what?
I said make the linkages. I know what you said.
Okay. Now let's go ahead and I'm gonna ask you a big ass question. Can you
Big
be
ass.
Can you be free without Jesus Christ?
No.
Oh,
No, you
then,
can't.
Then I'm actually giving you freedom by making you to go to church, right, Abe? I'm actually giving you freedom.
Well,
I'm actually
You have-
giving
that's
you
such a-
freedom.
I'm not saying you're
actually
wrong.
giving you freedom, Abe.
I'm not. Listen. I'm not saying you're wrong, but the conflation that you're making
I'm not making
doesn't
any
exist.
conflation.
You know you are. You know you are. Because just something is objectively true and someone doesn't agree with it, you have to supersede the will of the person in order to enact that thing.
Yeah.
You
I
have to
know.
take away the free will of others.
Oh, there
right?
you go. I have to take away the free will of that person. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So I'm actually giving them freedom instead of taking
you-
it away. Oh,
Can you remind me where we're commanded to supersede the will of others and force them to follow Christ?
I'll probably need to read some of the saints. Don't worry, I'll ask a priest about it.
Because I don't think it's a forceful thing. I think it's
It
a
is a
choice, and I think the
forceful
choice
thing.
is really important.
I think there can be force involved when having your community and your state be as what the people who are part of that community and the state want to
Okay,
be.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with shaping the moral structures and the legal structures of your nation. I don't disagree with that at all. All of
But-
Deuteronomy is about building a government. I get it.
But that includes those ideas. Abe.
You would have to codify the linkage by which it's okay to do this tyranny for said reason outside of the scope of what you yourself believe.
Okay. What about
somehow.
this simple? What about this simple? You want to have a group of people that simply by their fundamental beliefs can be with each other without invoking some kind of violence.
Say that again?
Yeah.
Because now I don't even know what you were talking about.
You want to have a cohesive culture so that the people inside of the culture will not start deleting each other.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is Christianity. We want to have a cohesive culture within Christianity, and we don't want all of the people that don't want to do it. They can just simply go to the sand people if they want to, or to
Okay. So there's about
another
14
places.
different groups that would agree with you, but they're going to make a
There's
few
50
changes.
states. You can have.
Wait,
You can divide them.
they're going to make
50 states.
a few changes. They're going to make a few changes. They only want people of a certain skin tone that are Christian and no one else. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, why not?
And that will also include nationality. So you're not allowed in if you're not from certain country's origin. Is that okay with you?
That would make sense to me. Wouldn't it make sense to you?
It would or wouldn't?
It would make sense to me. Wouldn't it make sense to you? That you don't want a specific kind of people or certain kind of people in your country that can be completely bad for you.
Well, what I'm saying is, like, you have Hispanic heritage, and so they get power and they say it's only for this group of people and they're Christian, and you're not those people, so you have to go San people's place now because you're not welcome here.
Well, it is what it is, I guess. What do you want me to say? It's like
you don't want that.
I don't think it has to do with I don't think it actually has to do with skin color. I
agree.
I think it has to do with the belief system, and I do want I don't want my belief system to be on top of the belief system.
You act like this is so dry, cut and clear. So dry, cut and clear, easy to figure out. Here's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
When people disagree on things but have some foundational beliefs they agree on, there still is a further battle that's going to happen. And who wins that battle decides all kinds of things.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, whoever's the most extreme is going to win that. And so...
Well, I want to be the most extreme because I want to take you to church. And the other side is going to do the fucking same anyway. They're going to take you to the mosque, okay? So we have two choices. We go to church or we go to the mosque. And I'm like, well, if the most extreme one is going to win because it's going to be the one that takes you to the mosque, or else, why can't we just be the most extreme one on our end and be like, well, we're going to take you to church or else? That is the point. And it's like, I don't see any problem with it when it comes to this idea.
That's a good point. That's a good point. 10 people versus 10 million. The 10 extreme ones are going to do really good. It'll be perfect. Let's go.
You think it's going to be 10 versus 10 million?
Well, actually, it'd be more like 5 versus...
Let's be honest, okay? Let's be honest. Libertarians don't count. Because at the end of the day, you put a pair of boobs in front of them, and they're gonna come, and there's gonna be the end of that.
All right.
Yeah.
My point is, if the populace,
who cares about libertarians?
If your movement has a smaller populace than the movement that's your anti movement, right? Your opposition. If your opposition is larger than you and just as extreme as you have less chance of ending up in control. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying there are things to take into account when you make these statements. Like, I don't know, the reality of the current world.
The reality of the current world is that
everyone should go to church.
Well, the reality of the current world is that we see all of these crazy BS on one side of the aisle. And everybody is moving there because these are the ideas that are kind of... And that are popular.
Wait. Which side of the aisle is this?
For example, the lefties. The lefty side is like, oh look, we have all of these crazy ideas and Islam. Oh look, come with us, okay? And the other side of the aisle is way too cowardly sometimes to say, no, these are the right ideas, and this is how far we're willing to go. Fine. You want to go to the mosque and you want to get beaten up by your husband as he is in Islam? Fine. But we'll do it in Christianity, and this is how we're going to do it. And it's going to be 10 times better for you because at least we have morals on when we're supposed to be doing it, right?
You're cracking me up inside. I'm laughing so hard right now.
I saw it inside of you. Oh, man.
Listen...
It's like I see all of these crazy things going on the other side, and everybody's like, oh my god, new ideas. And it's like, wow, we got the same ideas, but
here's the issue.
It's better on our end.
If you think there isn't a portion of the right that's going to side with the left against you, that's a misstep also.
Which portion of the left is gonna side with us?
No, there's a portion of the right that would side with them, with the left, and not you.
There's not a portion of the right that will side with them. The Commertarians are still siding with them. They're not the right. We know the Dude, Anson came yesterday to the stream and started saying that the enemy Charlie exchanged with Andrew when they started talking, when she started selling her worldview, and the first thing that came out of her mouth was your wife has 3 baby daddies. Literally, he came up to say that was a hypothetical. Okay? Anson is a libertarian. And you're gonna tell me that the libertarians are right wing? No, they're fucking coomers. They don't give a shit. Don't care. They don't give a shit. They just want to coom.
So you're proving my point for me?
Well, they're not right wing, and they will never vote right wing, and they come into our spaces and pretend to be right wing, and we know them because they do it all the time. And whenever they have the decision to make of how they're gonna vote or anything they're gonna do, what they do is they go to the right and suck their balls. So I don't consider them to be part of our end at all. Why would I? Do you consider them to be part of the right? You're
Sometimes they
laughing.
vote
You're,
with the right.
You're laughing because you don't.
No, I'm not, because I would say that Rob, not that long ago, was mostly libertarian in his values and beliefs for governmental structures, and yet voted right, always.
Rob Knorr?
And yes,
He
and
is...
over time has become more conservative, but he was more libertarian. The same is true for many.
Look at
so the question would be,
look at this sucker. And then there's a boss and you want me to take me to church? Where do I go from here, Emmet? Fucking Coomer. Voltaire.
See, my issue isn't even with people going to church, or that people should go to church, or that you could codify it into law that they should go to church. It's the response and the action that comes from these things. I'm not saying that it isn't better for people to be in church. The ought statement of people should go to church is true. I agree with you. But the moment you're forcing the will of people for something like that, right? Most of our laws are what? To keep bad from happening, or to make people accountable if bad happens. It isn't to, say, force people to do an activity outside of their normal life and possibly outside of the values they hold in order to... What? What?
I don't know. You tell me.
No, I'm asking you. Because everything else is like, you shouldn't speed on the road, you shouldn't do this thing, you shouldn't do that thing. If you do this thing, you'll be punished, so better not do it so you don't get punished. And then you create a value structure where it says, even if you don't hold these values and don't hold these beliefs, you must go to this place for this worship service, or this liturgy every Sunday without question.
I mean, you can question it, and then if we find you heretical, we can burn you. You know, it's
yeah, exactly.
It's the way it works, baby. Why would it be wrong? At the end of the day, like I said, it's like part of what we're supposed to be doing is like holding each other accountable in the moral system as well. This is why we are supposed to be a moral people. How do we know if you're moral if you don't even show your fucking face once a week to the community?
By your actions in the world?
Yeah. What, the basic action would be to show your face to your community once a week.
You're right. People that go to church are definitely more moral than people that don't.
Oh, well, you made that claim, right? So I want you to prove that's not the case. How long Nate by the big five is saying, morning, who's Abe talking to? My name is Emmet. On Saturdays, I am Emmet with Golden Steinberg. But today I'm Christian like I normally are. and I'm defending Christian ethics when it comes to people going to church.
So hold on. So your claim would be that everyone that goes to church on Sunday is of good moral fiber and good moral action.
I will say that it's way more likely that you find people that go to church on Sunday to have better ethical frameworks than anybody else that doesn't.
So Joel Osteen and all the mega churches teaching heresies every day, everywhere they go.
Wait. Is that
these are
church?
better. They call it church, and they go there every Sunday, and they
Oh.
worship every Sunday.
Oh, I think we have to go ahead and start burning
You
some
said
witches,
it, not me.
right? We
You
have to
said it to
start
me.
burning some witches. Is that what you're asking me? Because that's the solution you want. I agree with you, Abe.
Oh, so your solution is
To use force to impose things that have to be with actual moral frameworks
see. Here's your issue, because now you're
Uh-huh.
going to run into
into
who's on your side.
you. For now,
No, I'm
We got-
saying
I'm
who's
willing
on
to,
your side.
I'm willing to say this.
I asked you. I remember just earlier. I asked you. Do you think that the Protestants are going to take the Orthodox side in this kind of moral stance? And you're like, well, yeah, probably. And then you're like, but if they go to a not
Well,
Orthodox church,
let
then
me
maybe
put
we
it
just
this-
burn the witches. And I'm
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
they're
Do-
totally gonna jump onto your
Do
side.
these mega churches, because you mentioned specifically the mega churches, do these mega churches know what? Do you think they know what the Nicene Creed is?
I would say probably a small percentage of them know that.
Well,
Anything about it.
uh,
But
do you think they follow anything about the Nicene Creed?
I mean, they probably follow some of what's in the Nicene Creed.
Like what? Well, what would you say they
Jesus
follow
Christ
the Nicene Creed?
is God.
Do they believe that?
I think most Protestant Christians believe Jesus is God.
We're talking about the mega churches, which are like
Even them.
charismatics.
Even them, but they're still going to have weird side beliefs, right? Like really weird side things too. But they'll still profess that Jesus is God.
Good Lord, Emmet, do you have the Islamic doctrine of force? I think it's gonna happen anyway. I think we're gonna be forced to go to church at some point. Maybe not in my lifetime, but in like 100 years, there's gonna be back. We're gonna be back to either we
See-
go or you die.
That is actually part of my issue, because I don't think the level of force within the scope of Christianity is the same.
Now we're getting well.
I
In
don't-
my side, it says now we're getting closer to having to carry paperwork when traveling, identify ourselves to an authority. Well, it's gonna happen. I mean, it happens. You just live in a huge country, which is not that necessarily inside of the country. But if you wanna like enter the United States, you have to carry identification, right? I suddenly saw a mega church streaming on YouTube grifting with super chats. Yeah, how many super chats do I need to know? Does it say that you should get in the Nicene Creed, Abe? Do you remember that one?
Nope. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, I don't remember
I don't
that
remember
one
any
either.
super chats.
I don't remember the super chats.
I
in
don't
the
remember
Nicene
that. I
Creed.
definitely don't remember that. But if you look at this like that 30,000-foot view of everything that is, and say, okay, the path forward looks like this, and we know these things are encroaching in this direction, and this is working this way. There comes a point at which you're like, I agree going to church is better, and a populace that goes to church is probably going to be better for it.
Uh-huh.
But now you're still at an impasse, because your terminology to a huge percentage of Americans has nothing to do with what you're actually talking about.
I agree, but it has nothing to do with me. It has to do with them not understanding terminology. Emmet needs
Again-
a Celtic tattoo, or else at least it's not them
Ag-
like Ladner are more aligned than you. What?
Again, even if that is the case, Emmett, that most people have a skewed version of what you're talking about, or what even the Orthodox Church is talking about. You're talking about 5 to 10% of the population, probably closer to 5% of the population has this stance and this understanding. And then you have a huge swath outside of that is the majority that don't have any stance in it and don't understand it. And then beyond that other grouping, you now have 10 to 20% of the country that's this other thing over here that believes completely different. And so when you say these statements,
Hmm.
there's a small group that understands it the way you do, and the
Uh-huh.
rest do not. And then you're going to say, look, we'll just change the law to be this certain way.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to expect the other 95% of the populace to just do it
Well,
and not
I
have a
will
problem
say
with it.
this: I have way more faith in the church and in Jesus Christ that He's gonna be Lord, and it's gonna open your eyes to to what I'm saying, and we're gonna live in the in the great nation that holds God at speak. Okay, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm not the best person to be saying this, but
I don't think we get to.
I do believe that very soon we're gonna be seeing way more things going towards authoritarianism, and
I
instead of getting away from those kind of things, and actual having proper authority in us, and stop trying to talk to Coomers to say to appease them in their Coomering ways. I think we should be moving towards having proper authority so that we can have a better life instead of living in this kind of situation where we're too afraid to talk about what authority is and what kind of things we should do and even force people to.
I still think you need some level of convincing linkage because I don't think 95% of the people are going to vote for what you're asking for if you can't convince them why it's best to do so.
Yeah, I know, not right now at least, but I think it's gonna happen soon. I think we're gonna be looking at, you have this guy. It's like, yes, it's like in the enemy Charlie debate. In the enemy Charlie debate, when he was trying to explain, hey, why you should why you should take my worldview instead of their worldview, what he said is, look at what these people are doing. They're literally using every single thing about what you fearmonger against people like you and me. So we see them curtailing free speech. They went on and pretty much said what you could and couldn't say regarding uh the
The
virus with
plague. Right.
the virus without unspecified origin that never happened in a bad way and everything was done correctly by the government, otherwise you can't get censored, right? So you have
Right.
that one, and then they same people went on and closed a bunch of businesses, and they curtailed a bunch of the freedoms that you were supposed to have, and then we have the authoritarian powers they were holding to, and didn't even like nobody can go to a restaurant except ourselves because they're the elites. Pretty much what they were saying. Okay, so are they willing to use authority all the way to whatever they want? They pretty much wanted to close all churches, and they did to a lot of churches. And then they're willing to do all of that stuff. They're not afraid to do it. They will come to you and try to say, "Hey, you're using too much authority when you're working within the constitutional framework." And you're here telling me, "Oh my God, no! People don't want that. They voted for it. They loved it. They that was the whole point. The whole point of what they wanted in 2020 was somebody willing to use authority to quell the peaceful protest and to do something about the plague. That was what they voted for.
Oh, so you think they want that for everything?
I think they want. Yeah, I think they do. I think they're claiming for proper authority.
So Ferrier in chat brought up a good point. How did how did uh how did prohibition go again?
Prohibition began because a bunch of
No,
women
how did it
decided.
go?
How
How
did
did
it
it go?
go?
Yeah.
They a bunch of underlying like cartels per se started popping up, and they were selling a lot of alcohol. That's how it went on because it was something that was usually it's been it's part of the culture. By the way, it was a big part of the culture, and it's still being big part of the culture.
Was it forced moral action?
I wouldn't say it's forced moral action. No,
Really?
You're attacking the industry. You are attacking the industry, so you cannot sell this kind of stuff. And I think you're fine with doing that. Would you be against us destroying OF, for example? Taking the guy that made it, put him into through the court system, make him pay billions and billions because he's not supposed to be doing that, and then removing all of those pages from the internet and scraping from its content all the way that we can.
Is prostitution illegal in the United States?
It should be. In some places it isn't.
Right, and that's a states thing probably because that's how it works. But in most cases, yeah, absolutely, we should. We should get rid of most immoral things.
The only reason why I say that alcohol is different is because I don't think alcohol is immoral in and of itself. You may think I'm wrong, but I don't think it is immoral in and of itself. It is actually defined in the same moral book that we use. Is declared in some cases as a gift from God, right? So.
Right. Well, I wouldn't classify it as immoral. I would say that the action they took was a moral stance that then they instantiated legally, and the people turned against the government in that stance.
Yeah, but I think
it went poorly because of it.
Yeah.
And the government had to turn back on its own instantiation of control during that time. And because that is the case, there's the same thing could happen in anything, right?
Yeah.
If you have a big enough populace who disagrees with the thing that's being put into place, then they will turn against that thing.
Yeah, what are they going to do? They're going to go ahead and start burning churches and be like, oh my God, we don't want to do this anymore.
Well, they do it
we
now.
Don't want to do the thing
it would only be
into place. Remember that this whole thing is based on the idea that they actually voted into place, right?
No.
That's not how I make it.
No, it's not. Yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's based on 51% voting it into place, right?
No, because we're a representative republic, so it would be constitutional majority, which will be 60%, which is good enough for me.
I'm not saying it's impossible or that it's wrong.
And then
that, right?
If there's people,
you do realize there's a difference between what you and I are arguing, right? You realize there's a difference between what you and I are arguing? You're arguing what is good, what could happen, what should happen, and I'm arguing what will happen.
How do you know what will happen? That's a complete and absolute cop out on your end. If that's
you don't.
Do you think people believe that the Roman Empire will bend the knee to Christianity when Christianity started, when they were throwing them in the circus to the lions?
No.
Okay. I believe that we're in the same spot right now. We're one step below the fucking lions, okay? I'm being thrown into the circus, but we are right there. And everybody's like, oh my God, how could this happen? It's impossible. And I'm saying, you know what? It can happen. It will happen. And they will bend the knee to Christianity once again. That's what I'm saying. And you can say you don't believe that.
I'm not saying. No, I'm not saying you're wrong.
You can say
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying there's a level of work that has to be put in, and probably millions of lives that will be lost, and an active rebellion that will constantly be coming forth. That's what I'm saying.
Only if we allow more Muslims to come in.
Do you think we still live in ancient Rome right now? Is that what you think?
Do you think that we are not?
You think we're using the same weapons and technology, or like? I'm curious. I'm so curious.
Do you think people will not be killing themselves with not themselves? In general, do you think populations will not be unaliving each other with pew-pews if they had pew-pews back in the Roman Empire? I still think. Listen, I don't have I don't think this is a thing about technology. I think this is a thing about what will happen when it comes to moral action, because the action of the thing that is going to happen is that people will bend the knee. That's exactly how I see it.
No, my claim is you're out of order.
Are you gonna? You're out of order. You are out of. It's not a me problem, it's a you problem.
You're out of order, okay? The order isn't. Oh my gosh, Emmett. You're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. You're killing me. You're killing me. You're killing me. Why is this not working?
I don't know what you're doing. It's like you throw us to the back, and then you're like, "Why is this not you?" The more you find out, the more you're gonna the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out. It's that's how I feel this is going. Like we're literally going in the oh, we're fucking around. We're good. We're inviting all of these people that want us dead, and they're gonna try to impose their religion anyway on us. Oh, and then when I'm like, well, how about we put it a little bit higher? No?
How do you? No.
Now
So
they
this
are
is
fucking around, and they are gonna fuck out.
this is why I said what I said. Okay, the order of operations are as follows. First, you must shift the culture.
Huh?
Because if you change the laws without the culture matching, the populace turns against it. My point is, you have to start with that.
You
Right?
got some explaining to do? What? What do you mean, Chuck?
You got some splaining to do. Lucy,
some
you got some splaining to do.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
You never watched I Love Lucy, obviously.
I am retarded, okay? Look at this. The more you push people, the more they actively push back. Oh, how about all of the times we've been pushed as part of the ride? You keep them you know what is one of the things that we right wingers don't like to do, paying 33% in taxes, and you guys are trying to get us to pay more and more in taxes. How about that? Can I actually push back against your bullshit if that is the case? Oh, I guess I can. I'm not gonna make you go to church so you can go ahead and be like, oh my god, I'm so bad, but you at least are not gonna pay 33% in taxes. Right? Of course, most of the libertarians will be like very, very mad because they can't come anymore at will, but they'll get around it. Once they get the taxes, they're gonna be like, oh well, at least I pay less in taxes. How can I not see this dude's chat, but he's able to see mine? I don't know. Emmet, Boston Harbor. What do you think the Boston Harbor happened? Do you remember? Why did it happen, Abe?
What are you talking about? The Boston Tea Party? Or are you talking about?
No, the Boston Harbor. I think he's talking about the tea. Pretty sure he's talking about the tea.
Yeah, that was about taxation without representation.
And how much was the taxes?
Much smaller than.
I remember that it was about 3%. You remember that?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, much less.
Okay, so 3% was able to do that. I wonder if I can just make you go to church for 33%. I wonder if I can go to fucking church for 33% of the taxes. You know how it all started, by the way?
See, now you're proposing. Now you're proposing something completely different. You realize that, though.
Oh, I'm just
because now you're talking about incentives.
I'm talking to
now you're
church.
No, now you're talking the difference.
You're talking to chat.
You're talking the difference.
I'm talking to church.
You're talking the difference between incentives to do said thing that has become law, rather than like if you made it the law that if you go to church on Sunday, you pay less taxes. That changes the entire calculus of the situation.
That's a compromise. Welcome to the right. Welcome to the right wing. They're like, oh, I have to pay less in taxes. Oh, I'm gonna go to church now.
That's a lot different than you're
What do
doing
you
it
think
or
is
you're
gonna
going to
happen?
jail.
Oh well, if they don't go to church, you have to pay less in taxes, but you have to go to church. And if you don't go to church, you go to jail. It's there's still no, no income tax. You have to go to church. I don't see a problem with that.
I didn't say there was a problem with it. In fact, I didn't even say a problem with it before. I said there's going to be things that happen because of it. I'm trying
More
to get
than-
you to understand. There's always
More than 500 indigenous tribes, nations recognized in USA, I think, will always be multicultural. They have their own nation. Do you know they don't have to pay taxes to the American government? They can still be multicultural in a little place. But if they want to go into one of our cities, they will have to go to church. You know how this works? You see how this works? It's pretty cool, huh? That was grassroots opposing pretty interested in fair taxation, Emmet. Oh, yeah, I agree. I'm grassroots. This is my chat. I'm grassroots, okay? I'm talking to all of you. You want to pay
Emmet
less
is
taxes?
a grass seed, okay? Emmet's a grass seed.
you wanna pay less in taxes? How about
In
we
fact,
do
that's
this?
going to be his new title, Grass Seed Emmet.
Grass it. I'm gonna change the title of my stream to Grass It Emmet, and I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna change a couple of things. I'm grassroots. I'm alright. Oh no. I'm sorry about that. What is this? Alright.
Good to see you, Chuck. Crazy.
Yeah. It was 2 years between the Tea Party and the start of the revolution. Oh, just in time. Just in time for the next major election.
Funny guy you are.
I am funny.
Funny.
Yeah,
Funny.
I am the funny guy. What do you want me to say? I'm the funny guy. I am the funny guy. What do you want me to say?
Emmet, why aren't you getting the chat to give me all their money?
I don't know. That's a good question. Why is chat not actually giving all their money to Abe?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is
it your fault?
Yeah. They're so
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, if it's your fault, then maybe you don't exist.
I was trying to grieve for you. You know what? You are says, well, you are in their land. Their island. They would never ask you to honor the sun and make you grass dance. They would if they had won. Understand this, Emmet? Yeah, you understand they lost. you think you
have to be disconnected from reality to
you think the Aztecs that were these kind of people that killed about 250,000 people and sacrificed them to the sun because they thought if the sun didn't get the sacrifices it would not come out again the next day. You think next year they would not have used all of their power to keep on doing that because that was the religious belief? Really?
Pretty sure most tribes took people from other tribes when they won, and those people had to either assimilate or be put to their early graves. So, yes, forceful assimilation has happened in like every society, including the native peoples, including like everywhere on Earth. There's no... This is just like...
This is the greatest cop I've ever seen in my life. Dude, the Spanish infected them. They never be courageous. Oh, such cope. Chuck
Dear
in Tennessee.
Lord. Thank you, Chuck.
for 5 book reviews. Thank you so much. Blessings. Blessings to you, Chuck.
All of human history is filled with conquering and being conquered. Assimilation, forced assimilation, and being put down if you didn't assimilate. So it's all of human history.
I remember when the Spanish got into Tenochtitlan and they were like, "Hey, what are we doing today?" And they were like, "Hey, I don't know. We're just a small tribe of people. We know nothing bad." And the Spanish said, "You know what? Let's go ahead and gather around 250,000 of other people and sacrifice them to the sun." Do you remember that part of history, Abe? Because I do.
Fascism watch. Fascism watch. Why do all of the tribes that wandered North America prior to us getting here all have stories about the other tribes before we even got here that would come and conquer them and take their lands and food and their women? And why do they all have enemy tribes? Because those tribes did that to them before anyone was here. I'd like you to explain how we infected them. Did we have Wi-Fi infection? We just mind changed them from across the ocean and they just did what we did? No. This is you're arguing Enemy Charlie's argument right now. That we're colonizers. Everything got colonized. Yeah, they were colonizing each other. That's the human way. Good, congratulations. You just figured it out.
What do you think of the precedent set in Canada where all unceded land is now being given back to the natives? I think it's dumb, okay? But I mean, that's where we're going, right? The whole idea is the destruction of the culture that we have. I will say this again. This has nothing to do with them having access to the land, actually, because the moment that the nation will need the land, or they want the land, or they have use for the land, they will take it back. It's about the destruction of the. It's about the destruction of the generations before you, so that you don't have, so that you feel that you don't have a connection to the roots and to your and to your family and to.
It's a robbery of all of the people of a nation or territory, and it is how they enact things like you will own nothing and be happy. Those policies are exactly how they do it. You relinquish any connection to tradition, you relinquish any power or vote in the land, and then you own nothing. And whatever overarching power above you is in place gets all of it. It doesn't matter if they give the land back to the native peoples. All that does is take more power from you and others like you. It makes the land now unavailable to you, so there's only the swaths that already exist as purchasable land. More and more land becomes unpurchasable until nothing is purchasable, and then no new homes will be allowed to be sold either, because guess what? That also used to be tribal land. Until you realize the conservatorship still lies with the government and not the native peoples.
Yeah, exactly like Palestine. Just like that. Oh my god, what did you do?
I bumped my mic.
What did you do? Bad? Yeah, it went really bad.
What's really bad mean?
It had like it sounded really bad. It sounded like a big ass thump and then a lot of static noise.
Is it still staticky, Emmet?
No, it's fine.
Sorry.
Ouch, my
Not like
ears.
I meant to.
Ouch.
What do you mean fix the mic?
I heard not. Shut up, Farir. Shut up, Farir.
He's like, hogwash. Thank you, AI chatbots, for the 5 gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. I can't see him on here. I have to look at the actual YouTube. TJ, Red Pill Crib. I'm a God got one. That's awesome. Chuck from Tennessee got one. That's awesome. Jantix. Very good. Very good. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you for the 5.
Yes.
The private land property is not being given to the natives. Banks won't renew mortgages. Natives still get expert dolls and paid infrastructure. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. The whole point about this is like they're just, as I said, they're just trying to destroy your. I think they're just trying to destroy the culture and the idea of you being part of the land. I think that's the actual thing that we're seeing. Legit just sounded like someone plucked the guitar string. Yeah, but very loudly on my end. At least on my end, it's sounding really loudly. And then he says, so yeah, I think you're correct, Abe. It is. You're correct about that.
I don't think it depends on what nation we're talking about. See, like humans having their nature, governments seem to follow what is basic human nature. Much like any institution, you see the human nature shine through in that institution over time. So, if you can imagine a person with all the power and all the control, but they have to wrestle it from someone else, how do they do that? Well, you see governments doing it all over the world. They're slowly but surely eroding away the rights, the vote, the say, the ability of each and every individual person over time. Whether it's making land unpurchasable or creating systems that make it harder and harder for you to do anything about anything. You see it. That's how they can make a claim like you'll own nothing and be happy, because they're going to make it happen. Not because you're going to make it happen. I mean, you will make it happen because you don't realize it and you're just ceding your power more and more and more every day. But
I don't even think they're thinking about that. I think they're too stupid to think about that. I think they're. It is. Have you ever read about the Red Revolution in China?
No, I mean not recently.
Well, there's a lot that happened during the Red Revolution, and one of them is the destruction of the not the Christian, the Chinese culture. They wanted to get rid of all Chinese ideas and culture, to the point that if you had like a traditional Chinese name, at that point of time in China, they would kill you. And what they were trying to do is take you away from the roots of the nation that used to be, and they wanted to create this new idea of a nation that was supposed to be more moral, more better. How they know that, I don't fucking know, because they're all atheists that don't know nothing anyway. But that's what they were trying to do. They were trying to get rid of all of the history and all of the nation ways of even pretending they were a specific culture.
Well, this goes right along with like the movement in China for political correctness as well, right? They enacted rules of speech and rules of behavior all about political correctness, and it had nothing to do with the benefit of the people or the success of the people. It had everything to do with governmental control and the top down ability to dictate how and where their people function.
Yep.
And it's in fact, if you look at it today, you see the like social credit score plays right into the original idea of political correctness utilized in the original communist systems. So
and they're still trying to do it over here too. We just don't want it. We really don't want it. We don't want this kind of bullshit, and it's true. We don't want it. And you're gonna be like, but how does that mean you're not gonna go to church and shit? Yeah, I know what you're talking about, and I can see it in I can see your eyes thinking about that specific thing. It's different, okay? It's just different.
did you just assume that I have thoughts?
Yes,
Interesting.
you have thoughts.
How would you know?
I said what you did there. Snuck in migration. Yeah, I know. I don't know. You see, he's like, must follow. This is funny. Must follow what Jesus would have decided. That's all. So migration, wine, and forever boys meetings. I don't understand why migration is there. Forever boy meetings. He's talking about. I think he's talking about the church. No, we actually take the woman there too. We put them with the clothes over their heads. They're very nice. They learn a lot. It's pretty good for them too. Are you unhappy, Abe?
I don't have emotions, so I don't know what you mean when you say,
I'm
am I
flowing with the
unhappy?
emotion.
What is wrong with you? Just pull it down, line. What the hell is wrong with you?
What's wrong with you?
Want to hear a fun song that Avarice wrote the lyrics to?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it. We need a break.
Well, I woke up this morning.
You know which is this movie from, right?
Saw a dink who's preaching on a live stream payroll. Top hat tip like a carnival barker gone rogue, claiming he's Lincoln reincarnate, spitting freedom's prologue. He says 407 subs ago, I freed the algorithm from the woke status quo. Got a beard so fake it's held on with glue. Looks like a possum died on his chin, still twitching too. Oh, Web Dinkers, you grifting son of a gun, selling gold-plated truths for $1.01. Top hat full of hot air boots full of lies, debating ghosts of the union while the ad revenue flies. He challenged Karl Marx to a duel on the gram. Marx showed up late, said traffic was a scam. Abe fired first with a super chat donation. Hit Marx square in the ego, caused a proletarian commotion. Claims a ghost wrote the Gettysburg Address on the back of a Chick-fil-A bag. Grease stains and all, no less. Says Mary Ty Lincoln DM'd him for clout. Sent him nudes of a hoop skirt, now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, Abe Dinkers, you grifting son of a gun, turning honest Dave's grave into a merch store run. Limited edition stovepipe hats, only $19.90. Emancipate your wallet, boys, let the grifting begin. Now the FBI's at his door, but it's just a prank, bro. He's live streaming the raid, super thanks, keep the lights on, yo. Says they can take my channel, but not my freedom. Then whispers Patreon backups and the Caymans need him. He debated a house plant, called it commie field plant, won by photosynthesizing while they bred the Bill of Rights. That is, misquoted every clause, crowd tipped and dogs going, now that's what I call applause. Last I heard he's running for Senate on a big one ticket, platforms, one plank, Abe was me, deal with it. Got a tattoo of the Emancipation Proclamation on his left butt cheek, says his founding father vaccination. Oh, Abe Dinkers, you beautiful fraud. Lincoln's rolling in Springfield, applauding the yard. Top hat tip to the grift boots, caked in the mud of American dreams, now sponsored by Bud. So if you say a Dinker's coming down the information pike, hide your wallet, hide your wife, hide your crypto strike. He'll emancipate your common sense with a wink and a nod, then sell you the change back, signed yours and fraud. Abe Dinkers, the people shield, Esquire and God.
It's pretty good. That beat's awesome, though. It's so ridiculous. Freaking Avarice, he sends me lyrics, and he's like, "Can you turn that?" I'm like, "Okay."
The AI is being so inconsistent on this. It's hilarious. It's basically saying that Christians can do a crusade because it violates individual rights. In the same sentence, individual rights can be taken. Yeah. That means that we can do crusades. So this is what I learned from today. Crusade's good. I'm not absolute exists with the fair mode to balance competing interest. Yeah, that's right. What do you think about that? Crusade's good, Crusade's bad.
Like the original ones, or are you talking about like all?
How about the new one? How about we take back what is the key? How about we take back the kingdom of Jerusalem, huh?
I'm trying to break
free.
Trying to break free. I'm- oh my god. Yeah, that was good. That was a good one. I was gonna say I'm trying to break the chains that are shackling minds, but that was better. I'm trying to break free.
I'm trying to break free.
Yes, I'm trying to break free from this hat.
I'm trying to
Dear
break
Lord.
free. I'm trying to break free. Trying to break free from self-sacrifice. I don't need you.
Lights flash fast, the crowd ignites. Words like bullets in the night.
That's coming.
Who's coming?
That's that song is up and coming.
Oh.
Something's about to happen.
Do you want me to sing, to rap for you the second verse of my upcoming first solo release? Well, Emmet Waite's Golden Steinberg first solo release from
Do you
his.
have that?
Yeah, I do. Do you want me to sing it?
I think that depends
To
on a
rap
lot
it?
of things. If you want to.
Yeah, well.
Do you have music?
No. It's just gonna be a cappella for this one. It has
What?
music. It's the Hava Nagila. That's the thing. But
Here.
it's gonna be a cappella. No. It's rap. You know. Okay, this is new music, Abe. Not from. This is newest music because you're gonna be like, it was new in my time. No, this is the Gen Z time, okay? Not my either, because I would listen to classical, but
Gay.
whatever.
Do it.
Don't put me up here alone. I don't want to be alone over here. Freak.
Freak. Freak. I'm the freak.
You freak. You want me to? It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this. It's like we're together in these. We're gonna suffer through these together, okay? Oh god. Okay, this is verse 2, which means there's more than one.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, wait. It says, part of the crowd will wait for the Messiah. Haters talk trash, but we own the Himalayas. Some call us grifters, we call us winners. Shove a rabbit to the rest on our winnings. You'll never see my Yugal safe behind a wall. Gaza on the other side, that's just the fun. Third temple when I ask our side, horn blast loud, Haver sacrifice.
Emmett,
Yeah,
I'm gonna slap you.
because it's that good. I know.
I'm gonna slap the brown back into you.
Because it's that good. I know.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
What are you doing to your mic? Why you keep not messing with it? Now
'Cause
you have a
it's
hum. Can we have the English translation? No. Not yet, Chuck. Soon.
No.
Not yet. Soon.
Something.
Something.
Something wicked this way comes.
Mm. I'm gonna make it sound more dumb so that it sounds more like a Jewish person singing it.
Do you want to see some cool art, Emmett?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah. I'm always for cool art.
Are you?
I'm always on for some cool art.
Yeah. Look at this.
Coolio.
Yo,
Coolio.
look. Check that out. What do you see?
American debater. Is that Abe Lincoln versus Washington?
It is. They're about to punch each other's faces.
Imagine that. I know who they are.
Emmet's grounded, by the way, everyone. Okay. I like this one. This one's cool. And this one's cool. Let's make you small,
Wait.
Emmet.
You
You get to
did
be really
something to your
small.
mic. Now I can hear every time you breathe again. Oh my god.
You're grounded.
No, you are grounded. What did you do to your microphone? It was
I
good, and now you make it also.
bumped it. Oh my gosh, Emmet, I'm gonna.
I'm gonna make you listen to what I hear.
I'm gonna make you listen to yourself. Your ears are gonna bleed.
Oh, I listen to myself.
Handle the truth.
The more you fuck around, the more you're
When
gonna
you
find out.
that. Now I can't hear you, which is an improvement, to be honest.
You know what? You're such a smartass. You know that, Emmet? You know that, Emmet?
I do. But nobody makes the sandcastle jokes better than I do. Let's be honest.
Down we go.
Why did I make these guys mods?
What? Who said what?
Mr. Beal said, why did I make these guys mods? Questions.
That's a great question, Mr. Bill.
Great question.
I've been asking myself that question for a long time. Why did I make Emmet a mod?
At this point, we're just going in circles. We're draining. We're just going down.
I know, that's why I showed the
We're
fire
burning.
vortex, because we're going down in flames.
We're
Okay.
burning. About to talk about listening to me? Do you wanna listen to me talk to Sarah?
Are you going on there right now?
No.
Oh, your old one?
The last one. The only time I've talked to her. I never talked to her
Sure.
before. That was the only time I've talked to her ever.
You've talked to her on her panel.
I mean,
Not one-on-one.
like actual talk to her.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I've been
yeah.
on panel before, but
Right, it's different.
I wasn't addressing her. I don't
Right.
think, except to say thank you for allowing me to be here. Except that time. Let me look for it. What do you think of the verse, Abe? Your honest opinion.
I think you need slapped.
Trump because people hate the fucking society.
I think you need to be slapped.
That's the answer. That's always the answer. You need slapped. Well, there's two answers. It's you need slapped or you're grounded. Those are the two answers.
This is not correct. I'm getting there.
Oh, was she, Mr. Bill? Oh, was she? Is that what you think?
She was nice to me tonight. She's nice. I don't think she's not
I don't.
not nice. I think she is nice.
I'm just being a smartass mostly.
Is that what you want to be known as, Abe?
A smartass? I don't. What am I even known for?
Is that what you want to be known as?
Right now, I'm just known as a hat. Okay. Think about it.
Well, you're not just a hat. You're also a hat and
A hat and
and other stuff.
and a beard.
What? Okay, Robo Abe is back. Hello, Robo Abe.
A hat and a beard.
Yeah, there you are. Hello, Robo Abe.
You're grounded.
Robo Abe is in that house every time.
You're grounded.
Robo Abe. I was about to complain about your microphone, and then I realized that it wasn't your microphone, it was something else.
Everybody should give Emmet a big fat L in the chat.
You still sound like Robo Abe.
How?
The way you sound is like Robo Abe.
You sound like Robo Abe.
I do.
Shut up. I can't hear myself, so that doesn't
No,
help.
you shut up.
No, you shut up.
No, you shut up.
You did the laugh when you did the laugh. No, you shut up. Oh
No,
my
you
god.
shut up.
What?
I mean, if you prefer me to sound like this, I can do this instead.
I'm gonna fix this on him.
Yeah. I'm trying to give you time. Oh no. This is horrible. Oh, it doesn't matter. Nobody's watching that.
Is that better?
Yeah, it is better.
Okay.
You're back to
Good.
being your normal self.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Emmett Landry, if y'all want to
Well,
finish that conversation up.
well, first of all, I think there's different levels to trolling. So how come you have an issue with trolls, Landry? Like,
I don't. I just my issue is that I can engage with anyone like this, like I'm doing right now. Hello, you can hear.
This is kind of weird. Like, I don't know why I'm talking to a shoulder.
A random person's shoulder in front of Landry.
I don't know who.
That's weird.
I don't know why I'm talking to a shoulder. Yeah, that was you, Chuck. You did fine, though.
What I'm saying, I'm gonna let you speak when you need the opportunity to. I'm not gonna call you, words that are outside of TOS. I'm not gonna try to sabotage your channel. I'm also.
Loris, a shout out to the panel. Thank you for that.
If you let me know, you have an issue.
Imps, if you keep coming up here, I'm gonna ban you for the day. I don't want to have to be a dick. Either fucking $20 to the fucking
Hey, this is she's talking about Imperius here.
Cash App or stop coming up here. You done fucked up for the day.
He still owes $96 if he wants on my channel.
Yeah, but see, I fuck with him. That's why I get annoyed with him when he comes up and he disrespects me. Because I rock with him. I like talking to him when he's chill. He's a good to talk to, and he's kind of funny. But when he gets angry.
Oh, just to give a little bit of backstory real quick. Imperius was got in, he started saying a bunch of crap uh about the Wilson family in general to Grid, and then he got kicked out. That's why, and Grid just left.
He turns into the Pink Hulk and fucking menstrual cycles over everybody. But go ahead, Miss Cynthia. You were talking to Landry.
No, Landry was responding.
I mean, that's essentially it, right? I don't believe that it's so black and white to where, you know, I have the common decency and the respect to, you know, if you're going to come to me as a man and say, hey, please don't do this, I'll honor it, or I'll tell you, no, I don't want to follow that, and we'll go our separate ways. With people who just say, oh, you're just a troll. You get a picture behind you, and now you're just a troll. You robbed my house once, and then I'll never let you come over again. Like that sort of over-exaggerated claim that I robbed his house for doing a fucking picture. It's insane. So I don't want to be lumped in with people like Imperius, right? Because there's a reason why people don't want him around. It could risk the channel. It could risk, you know, doxing, whatever. It just I don't go there. So my point is that I don't like to be categorized in that same camp.
No, I agree with you, and I think you shouldn't be using the idea of I'm just a troll because of that specific thing. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, if you're all intersubjective, and the person is like, well, I don't want you here anymore. I don't see any fucking problem with it. In the internet, it's just a fucking internet.
That's fair.
Dude.
That's fair. That's true. I mean, but the other thing.
So he was talking about trolling, and I said that he shouldn't take the moniker of troll because if you're putting yourself in a troll position, then you're accepting that you are one, and then there's you can get lumped to. You can just be the same as, for example, Imperius, right? You can be thrown into that category of people.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to be in that grouping.
And if it's all intersubjective, which is what I was saying, like at the end of the day, I'm interacting with you, Abe, and I'm interacting with people in chat, and I'm interacting with other people's channels in the end of the day. So if I say I'm a troll and people are with, you know, Chucks listens to me and he says, "Oh, Emmet's just a fucking troll." Next time I'm gonna go on a panel, he might say, "Hey, this guy's just a fucking troll." So I that's why I do like, for example, I do like go into channels chat sometimes and troll a little bit, like make funny jokes of things. But that doesn't mean that when I'm on panel I'm gonna be like attacking people or anything like that.
Thing is, right? We see that, you know, constantly in this space to where you'd have to be, you know, preaching to the choir here.
Yeah, and you have all the option to go on a channel or on your channel and just say, hey, I think this is fucking baby behavior, and that's it. Right? Nobody cares about that. I think there's nothing wrong with it either.
Yep.
Or you can say fuck that and fuck with people because it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, but that's what I said. If you go on and you start fucking with people and they're like, well, I don't want to interact with you.
Oh no, that's completely fair on them, right? If somebody tells you outright, hey, I want to be serious today, or I want to have an actual conversation, and you proceed to be a douche and try to troll them, yeah, I get it. But I mean, just fucking with somebody rage baiting's funny as fuck to me.
Yeah, and I agree. Like I think you're allowed to have fun on the internet. I don't have a problem
not
with
anymore.
that either.
Actually, you must have missed the memo. This is the no fun zone now.
Lauren said, "No imp while Sarah and Flo are on here. It ruins the conversation." Damn, your fiance is turning on you, imp.
He was already married to man, so it's not valid.
When you start bringing up DV cases and CPS cases, this ain't the place for it. You don't bring up people's personal life shit.
I never do.
Yeah, I agree with Mudcrab. I think that labeling somebody a troll is a disingenuous way to just dismiss them entirely. When really, like, are you?
Well, a troll is just a moniker, right? It's just a thing to tell people. You are X thing, and that would be like a troll, and it's like a person on the internet that is unserious and can be a detriment to the channel in some way. That's pretty much what it means, I think.
It's like saying somebody who causes trouble.
or someone so dumb that that's not worth interacting with. That can actually be a case.
You trolling?
I guess.
There's nuances and shifts in the degree of sincerity in any interaction. So
Yeah, that's true. But the sincerity is kind of weird for me. I don't know how to navigate the idea of sincerity. Like, there's two ways, right? Either you believe in people or you don't. That's like how I see it. And most of the time, I give a little bit of a grace when it comes to what people tell me. But if I think something is completely out of whack, I will obviously not believe that. That's pretty much the interaction you have every single time.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Speaking of trolling, Miss Sarah, I didn't like that bus throw. I didn't troll Rob, madam. I was the only person there that didn't troll Rob. I was
Sorry.
mad at him for the incredibly bad showing that he did and acting like an ass baby when I agreed with him.
Did I say you trolled? I don't know.
It was either you or Rob. I can't remember. Don't really care. I just thought it'd be funny and dramatic to say I was thrown under the bus and then reiterate the narrative.
Yeah.
We can see the wheels.
Well, you and North went over first, and you guys
we can
like
see the
actually
wheels.
said like I didn't even know you guys were going over there.
Yeah, no, you had nothing to do with any of us going over there. That's
Yes,
like the
I
one
did.
thing. That...
For a while I thought that MS was a troublemaker. I am kind of a troublemaker, not gonna lie. But it's not it's a different kind. I usually go in and come up with arguments, and I try to have the argument. And the argument might be very very inflammatory, so people feel very angry about it. But it's not like I'm gonna go ahead and try to attack anybody. That's not my my point.
And then he forgets that he has the tonal control of somebody from Mexico and not the U.S. And so he comes across as extra offensive and extra rude and extra dickish, even when he's not meaning to be sometimes.
I don't give a fuck. Yeah, so sometimes I really get mad. Yeah, sometimes. But then I discovered I wasn't wrong. I realized that Emmet's an asshole, and he forgets how rude he is. Thank you, Saint. Thank you, Saint.
You're like, thank you for such kind words.
I think Sarah is rating you.
Oh, well, thank you, Sarah. Welcome
Thanks,
in,
Sarah,
everyone.
for the raid. Welcome, everybody.
Welcome in. Smash that like, and hopefully my mic is not roboting, because sometimes I'm a robot, evidently.
Karaoke? Oh, hell no, Emmet. I'm not doing karaoke today. It's on Saturday. When Emmet Witzgold Steinberg will be releasing his first solo, the Havanagila rap.
You're such a goofball.
It is the Havanagila rap.
You're right, Mr. Bill. I do miss things.
Just donate and he will sing. I will do one song. Okay, I will do the one song, but it's a forced karaoke one, so you have to do. It's a 10. You said whatever song, and I'll sing it. The one. If Abe wants to continue, he'll do it. It's his grip to let him
It could be fun.
Kensin, can you feel the love tonight?
I might have to open the panel for something like that. Oh my gosh. I could sing that. You're right, Chuck. That could happen.
Yeah, it could happen.
Gosh. I've done worse. When I was on Emmet's, they paid to make me sing Toxic by Britney Spears, so I had to do that. That was a blast. Here's a piece of information for those of you who don't run streams but are looking to in the future. Don't reveal too much, because if you show people you can sing in a falsetto, they think that you should sing every feminine song they can imagine.
And he also tried to sing Straight Outta Compton, but he can't read and sing at the same time. So I had to help him with that one.
It's not necessarily the case. It's just faster paced than I'm used to. And so, you know, I'm not Mr. Fast Talker, okay? It's just not, it's not my MO.
Oh, man. Make him sing Toxic again. That will be fun.
Oh my gosh, Emmet. You're terrible.
I'm a terrible person. I finally broke the AI with thinking that that U.S. Christians have the right and obligation to start a crusade because of the nationalization law. Yeah. Hey, but you have to add that you'll pay less in taxes.
Yeah, that has to be.
Wait, damn it! We know Marines can't sing. That's true. They can eat crayons though. 26
Yep, that's
likes.
true.
Or read.
I never claimed I could. Okay, I never claimed it. I mean, I said I've read many books, but maybe they were picture books.
Subscribe and like to Abe's channel while you're here. Yeah. Remember,
Yes,
if you
please.
send 10, I'll sing one song if you do it. I'll do it. It can be any song. It's first karaoke, so you decide which song. You decide. I'm poor. I donate my disability money to keep your channel going, Sarah.
Very kind. That's very kind.
That's very kind of you. I've read
Red books.
Like pink crayon.
With a red can. Clever, Chuck. Very clever. I read lots of books.
I'm all live.
That changes the whole meaning.
Amagad says, a Marine friend of mine said he read a message in his cereal the other day. It said, oh.
Oh. He's one of those big thinkers. Lots of letters.
Oh, apparently we're going to have a birthday party for Daniel on Monday. So everybody
awesome.
who's still here, you should probably go ahead and tune on Monday.
Yeah.
To the birthday
Go to Daniel's
party.
birthday.
Mm-hmm.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah.
Celebrate them peoples. Emmet, are you grounded or do you need slapped?
Why? Why again?
Because you're not real.
If I'm not real, you're not real.
See?
Emmet finally
Told you.
got rid of the beard
Told you
space.
you're
Hope they
not real.
tasted good, bro. No, they're just sleeping. And we're getting a third bird, by the way. The green bird is finally real. The third bird will be real.
You folded.
No, Confluence paid 100 for Confluence bird to be a reality. He gave a full 100 for it. But I have to call
That's
it
crazy.
Confluence.
Oh my gosh.
So I'm gonna have Confluence the bird. The green bird is called Confluence.
That's sick and wrong.
That's sick.
Because
and
then
wrong.
Confluence is gonna live in that room with you.
Oh no.
And he'll never let you forget either.
I have a feeling they've watched Sesame Street while on deployment, so he can prove to people how smart he really is. They're going all out with the Marine jokes.
Yeah, smart asses.
Mr. Billy's like, watching you sleep. He's gonna watch you sleep.
Confluence will be watching you while you sleep. Emmet,
Oh,
how does that make you feel?
I want to get rid of Confluence now. I haven't even gotten the bird and I want to get rid of it already.
We know a guy that likes to eat birds, so
we're gonna get Marte. We're gonna get Marte here so he can take care of that.
that's right. So he can make some barbecue.
He can get some barbecue.
That's so screwed up. It's so funny.
Confluence as your roommate, you. It's a bird. It's not the real one. Oh, but by the way, did you know that my mom actually invited Confluence to my house?
I know. I heard you say that. I was like, what the hell? First of all, how did your mom end up talking to Confluence?
He sends me a message and he says, I'm bored. And I'm like, what do you want me to do? He's like, stream with me. And I'm like, I'm outside the house. I can't stream right now. And he's like, okay. So we started just talking. And then he's like, want to call me? And I was like, yeah, I will call. And so we had a conversation about a stream we were going to have. And when I was in the car, my mom was like, who are you talking to? And it's like a friend. And he's like, oh, do you want to, I want to talk. Confluence screams in my ear, I want to talk to her. And I say, I don't know if she wants to talk to you. My mom is like, oh, let me the phone. So they both speak. They had a conversation.
That's weird. In Spanish?
He tried. Mom said, my mom said, well, he said something. I don't know if it was Spanish, but he said something.
Oh my gosh. What a weirdo. Freaking calls you and then asks to talk to your mom. That's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie.
If my mom did that, Emmet, I would disavow her, move out. Soon.
Yeah, who invites Confluence to their house? Okay.
No one's got a little weird. White mom communist. He's not a communist. He's a national socialist.
Confluence over here, like from one white mom to another.
My bad. He's not a socialist. He's a socialist democrat. He's not a communist. He's a socialist democrat.
Isn't he supposed to be going into his ANCAP phase now?
Actually, he's a socialist democrat. Actually, and I don't know. Ah, yeah, he's going through all the phases. He's in a journey. You see,
he's on a journey to the crystals.
He's getting to the crystal. If they say you put a Marine in a round room with a steel ball, they will either lose it, break it, or get it pregnant.
That is true. That is true, Chuck. Destructive.
On my end, hello Tegan, good to see you. The audience was mad too. Let's continue.
Coordinated everything.
Well, I wasn't going to tell them about the $10,000 check you
going?
sent each of us.
You want to lie though?
Sorry, you should sorry, you should just accept the fact that you're the mastermind at this point, and just.
I'm the mastermind.
Baby Huey.
She's the mastermind. What do you think about that? I think it would be, you know, sometimes you take, it's like when somebody called me a Jew and I just said, yeah, I am, and I made Emmet Golden Steinberg as a character, and I was just like.
Well, it's just like when I first started and I was still pretty small, Steelman kept calling me a tyrant over and over and over again. I'm like, fine, I'll be a tyrant then. Good call. I'm a tyrant. I'm a tyrant from now on, in fact. Thank you.
And then Dark Abe was born.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's the way it goes.
Yep.
Baby Huey was the term. Chuck, are you talking on panel or to your significant other? I'm gonna keep you muted just in case, old man. Baby Huey was the term that I used, and I will show you why I use that, because I feel like Rob did a Baby Huey when he was on Sarah's, and he said it's either me or them, and then he did a Baby Huey on Trippy's. Y'all
and on
continue
Wix.
to talk about this.
Oh, do you know the week lore?
I don't think I watched the panel where him and Wick had it out.
Okay, so I will say that this part we'll watch it, but I'm gonna give a little bit of background because people need to know. Before the panel was set up by Week, Pisco and all of the Destiny orbiters were fighting with Rob because Rob, they wanted him to give an answer to a quote by Trump, I think. The quote was about those that protect their country commit no sin or no
Oh, the
wrong.
Napoleon quote.
Yeah, Napoleon quote. And
Mhm.
he was like, "No, fuck you, all of you. If you're not willing to like say anything about corruption on your side, I don't know you anything." And that's when Soy Peel came with the Photoshop idea of I did, and then he started having this conversation, and then Week set up the debate from there. So Week actually knows what's going on and what was happening in the back. And when the whole thing started, Soy Peel started making fun of Rob because he
Right, I remember that.
could just fabricate a tweet and he would accept the debate now, and he was like trying to make fun of him. So, and then Week got all in there to save his boy reputation because nepotism. So it's a little bit different to what they're saying, but yeah.
Well, I mean, and I agreed with him, and like I even told Dusty, and Dusty can confirm or he can say, "Nah, OG's lying." But I outright told Dusty, like you and fucking Ryan are gonna get owned, like
Mhm.
absolutely fucked in that debate.
Yeah, I remember
And
you
then,
said you were mad at Rob because you're like, I hate being on your side.
He
You
was
know.
right on Weeks too, by the way. But the thing that fucking Soy Peel pulled on that shit.
Well, but there's ways to handle it.
Yeah, he's yeah. Okay, I continue. But I don't want to deal with this fucker, and Week was like,
No,
"Man, you have to
he
protect
acted
my
like
friend."
if you're talking about the trippy debate, he acted like a big baby.
this was literally
the Wick situation.
This was literally Rob. This was literally Rob on the trippy debate.
Wick had some people on for a debate, and Rob was under the wrong impression because of something that Wick had not said. Wick wasn't the one that deceived him. Wick didn't even know about it.
Right.
No,
Wick
it
had
was
no
Soy Peel.
idea.
I said
And
the shit that Soy Peel
Wick
pulled.
in.
Okay, but they all knew. This is the thing I couldn't probably say correctly, but they were all in this big ass thread when there were like all of the orbiters trying to get him to say something about the quote from Trump, the Napoleon quote. You're on TB everywhere I go. Yeah.
But to put Wick in that position as if it's his fault, like it's me or
Right.
them, it's like instead of putting Wick in that position, you should just excuse yourself from the panel and say, you know, hey, Wick, I appreciate you having me on, but I was brought in on false pretenses with Soy. You know, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to leave the panel because I don't want to continue this conversation with him. That's a more respectable panelist approach. But to go like it's me or them, now you're putting Wick in a position he never even knew he was standing in to begin with.
Yeah, he's in the position to choose, right? Is it weird? Is it me and them? And Wick chose the nepotism of choosing Soy Peel. And it's like, okay, I'm a leftist, and I will go ahead and choose my friend that is a lefty too.
That's
and I'm
not
totally fine with it.
He did not.
Yeah, I think that's a big conception of what we want, right? It's like Wick is willing to just go ahead and protect their friends, and I'm okay with that. I don't see a problem with it.
Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying for sure. I think it depends on what's being prompted, right? Like if you're saying this is going to be a debate with completely neutral moderation, then you should uphold that. If not, then not. You know what I mean? Like, don't say it's going to be a neutral moderation if you're not going to be neutral moderation in that case.
Have you ever seen one of the Week debates?
Yeah. Well, not. I don't watch his whole debates or anything, so.
No, but I
I
mean,
watch
have you
bits
ever
and pieces.
Have you ever seen?
I've seen
his
him jump
debate?
in, yeah.
Because I've seen full debates out of him, and he has like big like. If you're debating Destiny, there you know that the moderation is going to be on his side 100%. If you are debating some lefty and you're the right winger, he's even been on that debate, like debating the right wing side directly. And I don't have like I said, I don't have a problem.
Well, it's like you said, if you know that it's going to be biased, then that's that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if you choose to enter that space knowing that there's going to be some level of bias, then you have to accept that. If not, then don't go there.
Yeah, I agree.
And
But I
instead
mean,
go to one that you agree with, right?
but what I'm talking about here is we actually, when her Peak was completely biased and he defended his boy because it's his boy. Oh, can you see what you did to my boy? That was weak that day. It's like, you're not gonna do anything
Yeah, I
to
didn't
my
see
boy.
that one.
You want me to pull it up?
It's up to you. We can watch it if you want to. I'm not opposed.
Let's see. I don't know if it's available. So Rob or
I think there's also something to be said for the temperament of the person. I understand like the whole idea of like polite society style, but then there's like different personality types, and we all see them, right, in debate spaces. Like there's some spurgies and some overtalkers and some waiters and some. So I definitely see like the whole wide range of difference in all these people and how they handle certain situations and how they act in certain situations. So
now I know I'm saying trust me, bro, but going through the whole timeline of Twitter to find this specific 100 different retweets because they can't talk to each other like normal persons on the internet, it's impossible. So I'm not gonna go ahead and do it. Okay. Weak is bald. Yeah, he is. Why do you think he uses a hoodie all the time? Let's watch the beginning. I'm just gonna put it to speed at 1.5 at least.
To yet another episode of Wick TV, cross-ideological space where we come together, talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And gang, have we got a show for you tonight? Okay. Over the weekend, President Trump made a tweet where he quoted Napoleon, where he says this: "A man who saves his country violates no law." This has had quite the response from a wide variety of people, some calling it irresponsible rhetoric, some saying that it is more sinister, and still others saying it's not a big deal. Tonight, we're going to talk about it. What does it mean in this context? What did he mean in this context, if anything? And what, if anything, should be done about it?
Can't stand that voice. I agree. Okay, but we're just gonna pull through it.
We're gonna start with Soy Pill. Thanks for being here, Soy Pill. Give us what you got.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Wick. I'm the Soy Pill. I make videos on YouTube. I think Trump's tweet is in complete isolation, no matter what, a dangerous statement to be made by the president. No one has unilateral domain over what serving your country is, and if they did, they would be king, and any and all things they determined to be
Kang.
common good.
We was kings.
Now, it's not in complete isolation. This is in context of unprecedented power grabs by the executive branch, where Trump is trying to subvert congressional power of delegating funds, making spurious arguments to change the Constitution through executive orders, and ignoring court orders by federal judges, as proposed by J.D. Vance and Project 2025. Now, one of my opponents, Rob Noor, has characterized this as Trump's mean tweet, which I want to make very clear, if true, would not be something that I was so up in arms about, because anyone who watches my stuff knows I actually like mean Trump. I think he's very funny. I like it when he puts Rosie O'Donnell on the spot. I like when he says only fat people drink Diet Coke, but I don't love when he puts out statements alluding to his erosion of the checks and balances of our democracy. Now, last night, Rob told me that no matter what Biden corruption happened in his eyes, it does not justify the actions of Trump if they are unconstitutional. So I hope, not optimistically, but by the end of this debate, I can get Rob to agree that what Trump is doing is unconstitutional, or at least get him to admit that because of his grievances with the Biden administration, he would be okay with Trump doing pretty much anything now in retaliation. I at least want to make it, last thing, I want to make it abundantly clear to everyone watching that regardless of political alignment, you should be upset by what the president is saying, unless you do want a single all-powerful king as the replacement for our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm going to try to cut people off at about a minute. Okay, so we all agreed to this like right before the show, like 30 seconds before we went live. So let's try. I'll try to enforce it. Audacity, give us what you got. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. But yeah, Audacity, go ahead.
Yeah, I of course, it's a poorly timed tweet with everything going on. But I'm not going to hold account to him tweeting out something. It's essentially innocuous. He fucking found the quote or something. I really like that quote, and then he tweeted it out, and now it's like it's everybody's bread and butter this morning is fucking talking about it. Seeing constant tweet arguments back and forth online. Hey, conservatives, justify this, and it's justify what? Justify what? This is a tweet. We can talk about actions. We can talk about the things the president's currently doing. We can talk about him violating TROs or whatever. We can talk about the whole judicial process going on around that and everything. But it's not a policy position. It's not an action. It's just a tweet. It's whatever dumbass thought he had when he tweeted it out. He tweeted it out, and that's now I guess what he was thinking at the time. He probably doesn't even fucking remember tweeting it at this point. So I'm not really this isn't something that I feel everybody should be losing their minds over. This shouldn't be something that's generating so many spurious challenges against conservatives and MAGA to go on about. So it's just not. pertinent.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for being here, Audacity. Really appreciate you. We'll see where we go from here. Staxiums, you're up.
Hello. So I'm not familiar with our other conservative opponent, but I am pretty familiar with Rob Norris. I just want to, before he shares his opening statements, I'll do it for him. So I will give his 3 main opening statements. He will talk about systemic issues Dems did that we also think is bad. 2, things that Dems did that was not against the law. And 3, random gish galloping and whataboutism about FISA warrants and Burisma. Anything but a basic awareness for the assault on the Constitution that Trump conducted. Yeah, but go ahead, Rob. Take it away.
Is that your opening statement?
That is my opening statement.
Choice. Rob, go ahead.
Staxium got all that as he whacks it, listening to me on a daily basis, because he has to listen to someone with talent because none of you fucking lefties have any. So I'm glad you listen to Staxium. Soy Pill is the only reason that I'm willing to engage in this debate with good faith until I hear more from Staxium, which is most of the people on the left that want to talk about this had no problem with the corruption that we saw over and over again from Democrats. They were fine with the lawfare. They're fine with all of the things that would be corrupt, up to and including FISA warrants that were illegal, which of course Staxium won't care about. He'll think that that's just a joke. But Trump's mean tweets and wanting to fight against the bureaucratic state of unelected officials that actually run the government, that's a bridge too far. That's a threat to our democracy. Much like Democrats do this all the time. They cared about kids in cages under Trump when there were 3 times more under Biden. They didn't give a shit. This is always the game they play. Now they're going to clutch their pearls over Trump's mean tweets and the fact that he froze funding for like 11 days, and now that's been reinstituted, because the truth is they're okay with the corruption of the bureaucratic state. They don't want legitimate democracy, just like they were happy with lying about Joe Biden's cognitive decline like Wick here, and then gnashing their teeth when we pointed out correctly that it wasn't a democratic process that removed Joe Biden and installed people that were really running the show behind him to pick Kamala Harris, who was a joke. The American people know that these people are a joke. We'll talk about the far greater corruption that the Democrats did that most of the people don't give a shit about, and I'll give my thoughts that I don't really like this tweet from Trump.
Okay, well, with that, let's start. The floor is open.
Cool.
You guys, again, if you have trouble getting in, just
Could I?
go ahead.
Great. Could I don't know how to address the my other conservative opponent. Could I get your
Audacity. His name's Audacity.
Oh, Audacity. I apologize.
Yeah,
Audacity.
sorry.
So yeah, no, you're good. It says couldn't think of a new name on your Discord. So cool.
Yeah, I got admin in the Wikord.
I see. All right, Audacity. So I'd love to respond to something that you said, basically that he has already forgot about it, and then it's kind of contextless. It's kind of just like a tweet. I do want to say that he not only tweeted this, he also doubled down on this on Truth Social. I can pull up the details if you're not familiar with it, but Newswire posted, I guess, on Truth Social, judge rules Trump admin defying court order to release billions in grants. And then Donald Trump posted again this quote, he who saves his country violates no law, with the background of Napoleon on it. So it doesn't seem like he's forgotten about it. It seems like he's doubled down on it a little bit. And policy wise, he is referring to very specifically defying court orders. Do you feel like that might change your statement, or do you?
Why would have weak pulled up? Because we're watching, and the reason why people are mad at Rob when he decided not to engage with Soy Pill.
You still stand by what you said?
I mean, yeah, it's definitely evidence that he's doubling down on it, if you want to present it that way. But in terms of actual effort that he's putting forward for whatever his policy position is, it doesn't convince me, because we know he's currently in action right now with courts. He's currently in action right now with combating the adversarial proponents that are coming after him for the decisions that he's making. Now, let me also kind of rectify, I'm not necessarily a full conservative. I'm a registered independent, but I still see this as not something indicative of any action he's planning to take. He's not going to full-on violate court orders outside. Oh, Jesus. He's not going to full-on violate court orders. He's going to go through the legal process of challenging what's coming.
So he wouldn't violate the law when he said, I'm not violating the law? He wouldn't violate the law? That's not what he's referring to?
Right.
In this statement, so you're saying in the statement, he who saves his country violates no law, he is not referring to violating the law?
No, I can tell you what he's saying. He feels, correctly in my opinion, that there is law.
Rob, it was my question.
Well, okay, not really conservative. Go ahead, Audacity. Have at it.
I mean, no, he's not violating the law. We are at a point where there is a challenge presented. It's not necessarily a violation of the law as we know yet, until a court or the appeals process goes through and says, hey, actually, you're violating law.
And do you think he's violating the law when he subverts the Impoundment Act, or when he fires attorney or inspector generals without giving a 30-day notice to Congress, or is that not violating the law?
In regards to the 30 days of firing inspector generals, I don't really have a lot of information on that, but as it comes to executive action, executive authority, and the way he exercises it, he has been met with challenges, and he seeks to meet those challenges. I don't think it's a violation of the law yet, unless it actually comes down to, hey, Trump, you actually don't have this authority, so you need to cut it out. He's like, no, I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, that's what's happening. It's explicitly written. You have to give 30 days notice and substantive reasoning to fire these inspector generals, which he did not do. And with the Impoundment Act, he has to do some sort of statement through Congress to notify them about what funds he is freezing and for how long, which he also didn't do, which are both violations of the law. So even out of context, I'm surprised he would even defend the President of the United States saying, hey, I can do whatever I want, because if what I want is what's good for the country, then it's not illegal. But then if you're also taking into account the context of all the court orders that he's trying to defy and the illegal acts that he's done, it's clear that he's doing this in response to people pushing back on his power grab.
Is the public position of him not talking about how he thinks this is fraud, waste, and abuse or anything like that not determinative of why he would fire or hold funds?
Wait, hold on. But that's not an excuse to break the law, right? Like, if you disagree with the law, there is a process to do so. It's called appealing. You can appeal judge orders. You can appeal laws. There is a process to go through what you consider fraudulent or dangerous laws, and that doesn't mean openly breaking them while you do so.
But
otherwise, that's just blatant authoritarian.
Do you wonder why they just want to talk to you? Has that crossed your mind yet?
Yeah, because I don't know a lot.
Well, he's an easy target.
Right.
Well, yeah, I
Isn't
guess-
that interesting?
Rob, go
Isn't
into
that
that. We'll
interesting?
defend
Are you for real?
I'll
If
happily
Audacity
jump
can't
in.
answer,
I only
go
wish. No,
If he's such an easy target, why not you jump in with us and say, yeah, this guy's
I
amazing.
just tried, and I had a problem with
Let
it.
him
Now,
speak.
I wish that I could be talking to people that knew what they were talking about. Unfortunately, I'm stuck with you two fucking morons, so we'll give it a go anyway. So, yeah, there are things that technically Trump's doing that's against the law as written, though there's questions we have to say about what the law really is. For example, if we go to the Supreme Court decision, it seems that Trump can't be criminally charged for anything that he's doing in his official capacity, and all of these things would be certainly things that were done in official capacity. In addition, we could talk to people that have said this in the past that probably you have more an affinity for, like Thomas Jefferson. It's talking about how things that occur that we think are anathema to actually the saving of the country or the moral will of a higher power are things that would mean that we can't morally or culpably say you're violating that higher law if you're doing those things in good faith. Having said that, I don't like this tweet. I think that it is in bad spirit, and I'll fully concede that there are things that are written down that are supposed laws, such as you have to give 30 days before you fire these people, that it would seem that the Trump administration did violate. These things are things that will be questioned as to whether or not they're legal anyways, and many of them I think will be overturned by the Supreme Court if they get there. It's clear that these are being issued for lawfare reasons, and the Democrats on this panel would have said almost nothing when it came to the far more severe corruption that we've seen from presidents, not just Democrats, by the way, Republicans, such as the illegal wars that Congress is supposed to declare war, but we see like the invasion of Iraq and Libya and other places that those more serious violations of the Constitution that actually led to serious loss of lives, including of American citizens. And most people won't have as much to say about that, or they'll defend the people that did that, like George W. Bush, Barack Obama, etc. But they'll gnash their teeth about, but it's so illegal that Trump fired people 30 days early. It's so illegal that he froze funds for 11 days or 15 days or whatever it was before a court decided that, hey, you can't do that, and now we're at the injunction phase of it.
Well, real quick, I wanted to jump in. Rob, you did call me a fucking moron, and I just want to point out, I do appreciate that in your intro you mentioned me, and the reason why you're willing to have this is because in good faith, I called out Biden corruption, although I want to come clean as good faith. Just for context for everyone, I asked Rob in response to the tweet, he had a little thing saying, hey, don't give them this, don't say this is bad because they ignored Biden corruption. I asked him, and it seems like you agree with this, if this was in isolation, if we're ignoring the Biden corruption, or if we even just say all of it's true, just verbatim, you would still have a problem with the president doing this sort of stuff, correct? Like that was not a mischaracterization of what you said?
I believe, I can't remember exactly what I said to you, but I believe I made a point about how every president in my lifetime has violated the Constitution and there are levels to it. Right. It would be my preference, and it's worth criticizing anytime any elected official, up to and including the president, does do something that I think is against the Constitution. I think there is merit in that. There's obviously a severity scale in it.
Specific, but a president saying whatever I do, if it's for the good of the country, is not illegal. I think you kind of said, like you're kind of saying it now. Illegal. Yeah, it's not something you necessarily would agree with. You probably have a big problem with Biden did it, right? Or just if anyone did this. But I have to add, I just want to get a yes or no on that.
Let me clarify. Let me clarify your question.
Okay.
You're saying it's Trump just saying this isn't illegal, but I don't like it, and I probably wouldn't like it if Biden said something like that.
If a person, yeah, I'm just saying, just on the very base level, a person saying I'm okay with whatever I deem is okay for the country is not illegal, no matter what the law is probably something you wouldn't agree with in general.
That's true. I wouldn't like that if Trump said it, Biden said it, Obama said it.
That's all I wanted to do with my question. You hadn't answered it until I showed my hypocrisy. I just want to point out the tweet, the screenshot that I provided you is completely fabricated. If you look at it, the views are 7, the likes are 23. I just edited it so you would answer my question. So if you're only here for good faith, I want you to let you know I totally deceived you.
So then I'm out. I'm out of this panel now. Fuck you. I'm serious. Either you're gone or I'm gone. Like, it's up to you. I'm serious.
I have no idea what just happened.
I agreed to do this. I agreed to.
Yeah, I don't believe him.
Sorry about that.
Oh, Robo Abe. Good to see you back.
Am I still Robo?
No, you are Robo. You wanna have a fight of Robos? Okay,
You're
let's
grounded.
go.
Let's go fight of Robos. How you doing?
You're grounded.
Well, I can be Robo too. I am robotic. No, you. No,
Optimus Abe. Abe is a Decepticon. Everybody has
probably would have
different areas.
I probably would have had a similar response, actually. You deceived me just to get me onto a panel to debate you on a topic that I would not have argued with you about if I hadn't known.
Yeah.
And you used the fact that I'm a little bit of a boomer against me. There's like 3 levels of breakage here. Like, you did this attack of a lie to get him into the debate, which you played on his unknowledgeableness of the applications, right? And then right after that, it's also a lie. And it's like all these stages of deception that you just used.
Yep. And then he's like, yep, you know what, this guy, I just made a fabrication, it's obvious. And then he's like pretty much calling him an idiot for that. And then Week, he's like, I don't know what's happened. You know, but it was part of the opening statement. They just pretty much stated the same thing. Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know. I don't fucking believe him. He's a fucking weasel.
I had this good faith discussion with him because he sent me a tweet that supposedly said that he was calling out corruption from Biden. He's not. So I'm not dealing with this panel other than to insult this fucking idiot the whole time.
feels
So
dirty.
it's either me or
Real
him, or you
dirty.
just let me completely eschew the topic and insult this asshole.
Or we could have the discussion.
No.
Oh, Rob, if it'll get you to say, if it'll get you to say, hold on, quick. Let me say what I'm saying. I think that Biden.
Rod, it's
I'm
up
not
to you.
listening
You can
to a
go
fucking
with
word that
it, or
this
you can
guy
have a
says.
discussion.
I am not listening to a fucking word this guy says, period. He's muted on my end. I can't hear him. You
Okay.
can point to me when it's
I'm
my
not
turn to
saying you wanna
talk,
have a
and I'll talk,
conversation.
but I'm not going to respond to someone that lied about that to come into here. I'm not doing it.
Can you someone show me what he said?
Yeah.
So
I
that's
got
what he's
you.
referring to.
I'm looking at you
I'll
right
tell you
now.
exactly what. I'm uninterested in having a conversation with people.
So the whole point is he was not going to have the debate if he didn't find a person who did it. He showed, fabricated the information, and then he is like pretty much calling him an idiot for it.
Right.
Demanding that I call out.
And then he's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't understand. I don't know. It's
I'd
pretty
be
fucking
pissed
obvious.
off too.
Out Trump's mean tweet, who supported the corruption done against Trump, including up to and including actual admission of illegal FISA warrants. Soy Pill
So
sent me a
you're like
message.
one of those people in the DGG who don't care about what Destiny did because
No, Wick. I'm
exactly the same. Gotcha.
no,
Got it.
Wick. I'm
Please
not
understand where
like
you
I'm
are.
not like the DGG people. I'm not like the
You
people like
exactly
you.
are. Just
No,
made the
I
exact
appreciate.
same argument.
Listen,
The
I appreciate.
exact same argument.
I appreciate
Other
your.
people have done it worse.
Wick,
So you know what?
Wick.
It's okay when we do it.
Wick, please. I know you're just a DGG dick suck. You have no talent. Progressive
Bro,
Victory
you
Pack.
got Jesus
Hey,
Christ, man.
hey, you have no talent. You have no talent other than getting shit pushed by Progressive Victory.
Because you're an un-American.
I understand the need to filibuster
traitor
as you
to the
always do as a host.
You're a
I can
traitor
talk
to the
over you.
America.
Don't
You
give
do
a
not
fuck.
deserve
You can call me a traitor
anything
all you
you
want. You are
You
a
do not
destiny
deserve
orbiting
to
dick
live in
suck
this country.
who got
I
paid by
hope you-
Progressive Victory Pack, and they gave you an audience
you are
as
a
limited as it is because you are
un-American,
fucking shit. You're
unconstitutional
incapable of doing these
who does
things on your
not
own,
care
and so
about
now you have to
America,
constantly
who does not
filibuster
care
and
about the
talk over people.
Do you realize he's just fighting him now? You don't care about the Constitution. You just don't care about the Constitution. That's the whole thing.
Yep.
Oh, so you know what happened there? It happened that he was just like, oh well, I don't know what's going on. No, he went on full on against Rob and just attacking him. I'm just gonna say that Rob was attacking him too. And that's fine. But the whole point
Yeah,
of
it
it
seems
was
like a trap.
Yeah, it was a trap. That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
Use nepotism. He chose. What he said was that's like
He
I
chose nepotism.
That's what it looked like.
have no idea what any of this is about. It's not a and I operate under the same pretense too. Whatever beef you guys have outside of that show that I'm doing, that's where it stays.
He's
I
a
don't
world-class
want your
debater.
freaking beef on my shit. It has nothing to do with me. Leave it out of here.
That is
and
completely valid. But Imperius sent in a Cash App, $20. He wants a one-on-one with me. We'll see how this goes.
Good luck.
All right, Imperius.
Shut up, Sarah. Go back to fucking Andrew.
Oh my gosh.
With me, that cash.
Damn. Fucking Imperious first thing. Wow.
That's so dumb.
Instantly fucked it up.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Wow, that was short-lived. Like
Well, that was
everything he
short-lived.
does. But what I'm saying is, Wick, if Wick was aware of this situation, he wouldn't have even had them both on to begin with, right? If Wick was brought to, like, if that was the
I am sure he was aware of the situation because the
I
whole
don't know
debate
if I buy
happened
that.
because of it. It's like if I have a, let's say that we're gonna have a debate, and I say the only way I would have a debate with you is if you send me $20, and then you say, yeah, I'll send you $20, and then Sarah comes in and it's like, hey, let's have a debate on our channel, and then it's like you got in and it's like, haha, I got in here and you're in here and I never sent you $20, and then Sarah's like, oh, I didn't know about the $20. That's the point. Everybody knew about the whole thing. Wick
Yeah.
isn't trustworthy. You mean Wick? Okay, yeah. Wick is not trustworthy. Yeah, you're right. A dog walking period. I if you have a timestamp of that would be cool. Because I do like dog walking in periods.
conditions coming into the
I don't even know why
conversation.
you're speculating. Wick isn't responsible for what people do outside of his.
No, I agree. What I'm saying is the only way that I would be agreeable to what Emmett is saying is if that was the condition expressed to Wick and Wick was fully aware of it, and then come to find out that
It's in the beginning of the debate. Did you hear the opening statement by Rob? Robbie was like, "There's this person over here. I don't care about him. He's a fucking idiot. But at least I will engage with Soybill in good faith because he did do these." It was in the beginning, like it was in the opening statement.
Right. It was
Soybill
integral.
lied, then yes, Wick would have the stance to say, "Hey, you know, like I have to honor this. This was a condition that was supposed to be met."
Yeah,
Now,
even not okay. I'm a nobody on the internet. I knew about that, and I was like, following. Everybody knew that was the condition. He said, "I'm not gonna have any discussion about this unless somebody
No, but
shows me
I
that they
didn't know
actually
about it.
said X thing."
Do you think Wick is
And
lying about knowing about that?
yeah, I think he is. Absolutely. I have no reason to believe that a bunch of
This is the
leftists that
issue
go
with
into the leftist
nepotism,
space
is
and
it
have
has
all of the
people-
thing, I have all
The
of
issue with
the
nepotism
advantages,
is it has
will
people
go ahead and
carrying
do their
water for
thing.
bullshit.
then why did he seem so surprised at the whole thing?
Rob was surprised because at the beginning of the debate, and this is what happened.
Wick.
He goes in.
Wick was surprised.
Oh, he wasn't surprised. He wasn't surprised. He was carrying that much water for his boy Soybill that
I
his
don't
back
care.
hurt
Bro.
after.
To me,
Yeah.
I think if you're gonna be a
He was carrying so much water for his boy Soybill that his back hurt.
panelist, just be the panelist.
Right.
Leave all your other bullshit to the side, and either have the debate or don't.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the host is responsible for what everybody discusses outside of the channel?
No, but you
No, of course
do know
not.
you know stuff that happens
It's absurd.
outside.
It's absurd for you to just assume that he knew about it because you knew about it. I didn't.
Well, she pretty much has said it, right? That she has to go ahead and do a lot of networking and stuff, and she has worked through a lot of different issues with different creators. So it kind of is part of the work. I'm actually commending it in a sense with when it comes to Sarah, because I think Sarah actually went through a bunch of different lanes in order to have good debates going on her channel. So I do think they know. I do think the part of your job as a booker is to understand the whole point of what's going on with the people around you, so that people don't crash out in the middle of the debate, even though they will at some point, right? But
And if they're all progressive victory people, then they're probably interlaced and communicating in the first place, which we know is generally the case. So
yeah.
There should have been some level of understanding prior.
And this was a specific case of Rob saying, "I will not interact because I don't think they're acting in good faith anyway, unless they show me proof that they actually care about corruption." Pretty much.
Right.
Well, same thing happened a long time ago when Soy jumped on during Rob. I think Soy jumped on during Rob's.
It was the first or second. It was his second debate, I think, or it was the throwdown Thursday. Sir head with Rob and
brought up the same thing.
He brought up the same thing. He said, "I will not interact with this person," and nobody was angry or mad or anything.
Rob was there. Soy jumped on. I forget what happened exactly, but Rob made this big stink about how he'll never debate Soy again, and Soy was just like,
"Well, that's not the case." Rob forgot. Soy Pete brought it up.
Yeah, he said, if I remember correctly, Rob basically said that's an unserious person. They're willing to troll. They don't care about the truth. They're here for basically just the political points, and I won't engage with them.
But I'm pretty sure that the one who told him was Soy, because Rob doesn't remember. He sometimes forgets people, which is fine. He interacts with a ton of people.
right, and Soy just went ahead and left. Like, he didn't put up a fight or anything, but I didn't have to do anything.
Sorry.
In that instance, though, I'm pretty sure Soy jumped up just to troll him a second time, basically. He came up to do a secondary gotcha.
I think it was, yeah.
You know,
In all
but
fairness, Rob said that he'd never interact with me again, and then he did. So.
right. But then what I'm saying though is like
Same with Andrew, to be fair.
what I'm saying is that is a them problem. So if anybody had put me in the position of, well, it's me or them in that moment, I wouldn't have chosen. I would have been like, if anybody wants to leave, they can leave, but I'm not doing that. Or somebody pays
Yeah,
the
but
boot,
that's
whatever.
not exactly what happened during the week stuff. During the week stuff, Rob enters. Soy Peel makes fun of Rob because he duped him into believing that he actually made a post that he fabricated. Make fun of him, and then Rob's like, "Well, I guess I'm gonna leave because this fucker, I don't want to debate this guy anymore." And we goes in and starts fighting Rob about having the debate. That is what happened on that, and then
No,
Rob leaves. Yes, I saw it.
Rob was
Oh.
telling Wick, I have the clips. Rob was
Oh,
telling
God.
Wick, it's me or them, and Wick
Yeah, but we just saw the whole thing a second ago, right?
True.
What happened? He goes in, he dupes him into accepting. He says, "I'm not gonna have this debate anymore. I don't want to do it." And then Week starts fighting him on having the debate. That's the whole point.
It was.
Wick's like, what
I
do you
would say that it got heated really quickly. Like I'm not
Mhm.
saying that it didn't, but
Well,
that
I've told you this, Emmett. There's one thing I hate more than almost anything, and it's lies.
yeah,
So if somebody's willing to flat out lie to me, then I don't know why I should engage with that person.
Yep. It is Cope Month. Welcome to another Cope stream.
It's Cope
me?
month.
Like, I don't even know what this is.
Yeah,
Right?
because
So
exactly what
so
happened at the beginning. And
yes,
he told
but
exactly what happened at the beginning.
so what? That's not Wick's responsibility.
At what
I
point does
agree.
Wick become responsible for that?
And then he was kicked and he left, and that's it, right?
All Rob had to do was say, "Hey, I came under this under certain conditions. They weren't met. I'm going to go ahead and leave." And Wick wasn't putting up a fight. He wasn't like being mean about it. He's just like, "If you want to go, then go." Like nobody was dying if Rob had left.
Yeah, nobody died. It was fine.
It's pretty funny. Like it makes a
That's
good
funny.
funny lull afterwards.
Yeah, it's great. Great for a club.
On both sides.
But that's the problem
Hello,
with
Vibe.
nepotism
Welcome to the
is
show.
look, you got people Emmett, like when you carry water for somebody who obviously looks like a huge rage baby and then say that it's nepotism on their part, that
It is
doesn't make
nepotism on their
you
part.
look better.
What?
It wasn't nepotism. I'm not even a lefty. I mean, I know a lot of people think I am.
No.
But
I'm not. I'm not
Actually,
putting
you're
you.
libertarian, just as gay.
is
But we're working on
libertarian a
that.
lefty? Are libertarians lefty?
They're center,
They can
and I'm
be.
not. I'm not even putting you on that bucket. I'm just saying that specifically when it comes to Week specifically and his debates and the way he runs his channel, he does it in a way that it's gonna be for the lefty side, and he does it all the time. And I don't think there's a problem with it because he's a lefty channel openly.
I mean, there is sort of a problem with it. If that's the case, I don't know that it is, but I haven't watched him that much. But ideally you would.
So this point is like, you have seen a little bit of. I can't watch Wick. Okay, I watch him once every 5 months.
I don't watch Wick these days, but I remember
And-
Wick 3 or 4 years ago.
And the last debate I saw of him, I think. Wait, no, he wasn't. He was debating. He wasn't on his channel. I've seen debates with him, and
Yep.
yeah,
Like Hippy Dippy and all that. Yeah.
Libertarian is now a lefty. How dumb is that? He never, or OG never said that, and I never said that. I said it was a centrist position, and OG said
He
it's
said-
just as gay.
He
which
said
was
just as
funny.
gay, yeah.
Which was funny. 'Cause he didn't
That's a
call
funny
it.
statement.
He didn't call it. Yeah. Episode coming clean 11:08. Oh, that's cool. I'll watch that later. We'll watch that later, maybe.
Try to run your channel as neutral as possible for your debaters. Otherwise, you're just making propaganda. That was my criticism of how Rob wants to handle things and Andrew wants to handle things.
Yeah.
If it applies to Wick, then the same criticism applies. I just haven't watched him as much.
Yeah, and I when we had our conversation that time, I said I think there is going to be implicit bias that cannot be dealt with. You're always going
There
to
will
have some
be.
kind of bias.
Right.
And
But
there is
You're
even if you want to be as neutral as possible, even if you want to, there's always going to be that part of bias, right?
There will always be, but you should still aim to neutralize it as much as possible. If you're aiming for bias,
Now, I don't know if I'm doing this wrong, but what we say and what I'm saying is that every single time I hear this kind of thing, real MVP in this video is Emmet words. Yeah, thank you, Grumble. What I'm trying to say is that there's going to be bias. It doesn't matter what you do, and there's going to be some kind of implicit. And even if you're trying to be as neutral as possible, which is what they're talking about, bias is still going to exist. And if that is the case, then why can't I want bias in my right?
that's
Well, you can act.
At that
The,
point,
the-
you're
the
way
thing
biased.
is that I don't think I don't think that's happening at all most of the time. I think most of the time what happened was we had certain spaces on the internet that were kind of right leaning. They got completely nuked out of existence because of bias from leftists. We've been trying to recover from that. It took us like 4 years to get even kind of a spaces where we were back on, and then every single time people comment, it's like, oh well, you guys are not you guys are operating with bias. It's like, yeah, at this point we are, and why is that wrong when the leftists are doing it openly all the fucking time anyway? It's
Look,
like, are
man,
we
the
not
leftists.
allowed to have our bias?
You're not allowed to. I mean, you are allowed to do whatever you want,
yeah.
but if you want to be respected and engaged, everybody should aim for neutralizing that when it comes, especially when it comes to hosting a debate.
People respect
And the
Destiny.
left seek to destroy their opposition by any means necessary.
People
Yeah.
respect Destiny, and
So-
he has Week as one of his channels where he goes on debates. Nobody has a problem with that.
And what? Say that again.
And he has Week as one. He's pretty much one of the places where he goes on debate. Not long ago, he had like the five men, or Marte was there. Do you remember that one? That debate space he had with Week.
I don't know if I watched it, but I do remember it happening.
Yeah. Pretty much what happened is he went on and it was like a Jubilee-ish kind of thing when he like went one-on-one with like 4 or 5 different people.
Right.
And they were talking about different topics in it. You had like a 20 to 25 minute mini debate going. And when he was with Marte, he pretty much went to a point with which Destiny said, I don't want to do this anymore, and they ended up pretty much at that point. And it's fine. But I mean, there is bias, and that's what I was trying to explain there. Even if you try to me and try to be as neutral as possible, there's always going to be some kind of bias, and it can be in the case of just telling who the fuck to shut up, right? Might be just that.
Right. Well, and the point is that you minimize the bias as much as possible, and try to be unjudging based on it, right? Like, I'm not going to give somebody extra time because of my side. I'm not going to give you extra preference or stand with your argument or something like that. Like, it's not my place to do that thing when I'm moderating between the two. My place is to break up when the communication isn't happening, or to define a word, or to what have you, not take a side or argue a side.
Yep. That Cooper has been around. I saw him. He's been on the other side of the bubble, kind of. There's people like, for example, Destiny has Week that he goes on and debates, and he knows that he's gonna have way more power going there, and nobody cares.
Well, that's like a power differential between debaters is not the same thing as selecting for a bias in a moderator.
He literally does it with Week.
Okay, it's whataboutism. I don't know. I'll just grant you that.
Yeah,
right? It's not
agree
right.
that
It's not right for them either. It's still.
Yeah, the point is, in this case, even if it's a logical fallacy, which I agree it is, the point is not the logical fallacy. The point is, if they're going to be doing that, which can be seen as morally wrong, and nobody's going to care about it because they've been doing it for years, and then you come to us and you're like, oh my God, how dare you? It's like, you know what? At this point, we live under their system, and this is their system rules.
Yeah.
And if we're going to do it that way, I don't care either.
So
Libertarians can go and cry
Two,
about
two
it all the
wrongs
time.
don't make a right.
Libertarians can
you
go
just
and
match
cry.
energies. They call the shots, huh?
But
Libertarians can go and cry all they want. It's just every time I see it, it's kind of thing, right? It's like we're coping and seething. We're coping and seething.
Coping and seething. Yep, true. Emmet.
Yeah.
Yes, do.
Emmet.
Yeah.
Emmet.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I'm just gonna play.
But we're only talking about 2, so.
Yeah, but
Well,
see,
no,
I'm
because,
the third left. All right, I'm the third position. All right, I'm right. Everyone
Just
else
because
is
you
wrong.
have that many
I don't
L's
remember.
doesn't make you a left.
I don't remember the last time
I swear to
anybody
God, if
went
I ever
to-
meet you in real life, we're fighting on principle. I swear to God.
Why is
I don't care
this
if I lose.
so?
I don't remember the last
Like,
time.
why is this such a big deal? Right? Like, how
isn't.
serious do you take these debates, and where?
Why is this so serious? It isn't.
Okay, no, hold on. There's a
way.
certain level.
I think you know what's happening. I'm pretty sure that your computer you've been going on for a while, and your computer is probably running like a couple things more.
It is, because even the video as you're talking and that's playing, it's like bloop, 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 while I'm listening.
You should probably restart.
I will probably need to here shortly. I was going to say this though first before I do that, and I'll let you continue playing this, and I'll restart the PC and come back. But what I was going to say is these debates are in fact important, and depending on who you are in the space, you're actually fighting to make cultural change, which means these debates are how you would change the mind of chatters and crowd members and people, or help them to see things they don't see right now. Say you have a moral ethic that you are trying to explain and fight for its betterness, right? It is better than the system we have now. This is why, and I'm trying to convince the chat, I'm trying to convince the people, and then this gets clipped and sent over to other channels all over the place. That is important, because if you want to shift the culture of the people, you have to, one, be clear and concise and people understand you, and that messaging needs to get out there. And so, yes, to some people, these debates and the debate sphere is actually very important. Sure, there's a certain level of silliness and fun to them, but if you're actually looking to make a change or make a difference, that is a serious topic for people. Like, if I'm trying to improve the culture of the nation towards a more moral society, then obviously I'm going to take it seriously. I'm not going to dick around with everything that I do. I'm going to care about winning debates and winning minds. And so, yeah, absolutely, there's going to be a level of seriousness to some debates. I'm not about it right now.
You just started a second ago.
You bastard.
Chuck in Tennessee, with the big 5 to feed the squirrels, running Abe's microphone. And then we have Grumble saying it's not the squirrels, it's the Decepticons.
Listen.
Oh Lord, it's terrible.
You know you love it. Calm down.
To be more serious about debate, to them it's just social game.
Exactly. It's about status and fun. But
the Marines love to talk.
Bastards. I'm going to reset this. I'll be back, Emmet. Don't let anything crazy happen.
I won.
If you have to, you can open the panel or something. I don't know. I'll be right back.
Just be back. I'll continue with this and doing it on my own. I can do this. I've done this before. I'll hold the ship. I'll hold it. Will I make it better? Rudder. No, I don't know, but I will hold it. You have good neighbors, big change, or I don't hang with us because I don't have any around me. All right. I'm gonna continue playing.
Like, if it's being hosted on Wix, like, is anybody dying if there's a little bias towards one way or the other?
Yeah, this is what I said. Well, I'll let you guys hear me.
Is anybody dying? And I don't mean like the Charlie Kirk kind of way. I mean, I mean, you have to have a reasonable concept of like people are going to people, shit's
Correct.
gonna happen. You're gonna come in, you're gonna have the debate. If the mod leans one way or the other, it's easy to see it and you can call it out, and they take the heat for that.
I agree with you, Sarah. I don't think
Like
there's any problem with it. The only thing what we're saying is we want it to be to the right. That's it.
right, so you want a bias.
Yeah, we want it to be towards the right. Yes, if there's, she says, well, if there's no problem, it's so insignificant. If it's insignificant, then what is the problem if you want it to be towards the right? If
Okay.
it's gonna be there and it's gonna happen, and we see it happen all the time,
You're
we want
wasting
it to
your
be towards the
time,
right.
Sarah.
I
I
agree
agree
with
with
it.
you.
I
And,
agree with
and you should,
Emmet on
nobody
this.
should have any fucking problem with it either, right?
Yeah,
What's the problem?
if there's an inherent leftist bias, what's the problem with creating right wing spaces, whether they be debate, boys clubs, or whatever that have a right wing bias?
Do you
Like, what's the
prefer
problem?
biases? Do you prefer having biases?
No, but if they're being
Okay.
used against me, I'm
That's
going to
the
adopt a
issue.
tactic.
The issue is that you're being receptive and you're just matching energy instead of starting the energy.
Right. I would even say
Well, this is why
like,
I don't understand that though. By the way, I don't know how you start the energy. I need to find a way to start the energy. That's my next journey.
libertarians
if
lose to
you're-
communism every
here's-
time.
Yeah, but here's
What are you
what I'll
talking?
say.
Does
If you're
communists
a
match
good
energy?
debater, it shouldn't matter if there's a bias. You should be able to get your argument out, be concise, to the point, and still win no matter what.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Like if you're
I
not
understand your point.
interrupting, if you're not spurging, I mean, you're gonna like people like it's to me it's smarter to just let the person sit there and spurg and then wait and make them look stupid, right? And then when they finally stop, then you take your time and you make your argument precise and to the point, and then boom, like you guys.
I'm gonna put it again. Yeah, I agree with you. As long as they keep it semi-fair, who cares? But if there's gonna be a problem when it comes to the bias at the end of the day, and it seems to happen every now and again, why would I why would I want them to have the power to do whatever they want, right? I want the power to be on my end. If I'm gonna make the final decision of what is supposed to be the good and the bad, and there's gonna be implicit bias, even if I'm trying to be as moderate as possible, I still want to have the bias towards me. That's the idea.
Freak out over people spurging, and it's like there's a way to handle people that do that. You just suck at handling it.
Yeah, I listen. I agree with you and all of that. I think you're correct in all of the assessment of what you're saying. Okay, but it applies to the other side too. If that is the case, and we're gonna have left wing bias, and they are gonna have the mother is gonna be doing all of that, then I want it the other way around, and it's gonna be fine as well. In both cases, it's supposed to be okay. The lefty should be able to tuck his fucking shirt in and make his point concise and suck it up when the moderator is telling him to shut the fuck up, right?
But
I just think that like I'm not even specifically. Well, I am talking about, but the specifics of it are almost not important compared to the whole concept of I follow.
And let me put it this way: I think the principle that Flo State is actually talking about is it's a good principle in theory, but it's not a real. It's like one of those debates that was lost, right? There was a big debate in the 2015, 16, 17 about how much censorship was supposed to be good on the internet, and people were like, "No, we're supposed to say every word, all the gamer worlds, all of them, and then more of the gamer worlds because we're supposed to." And when they get cheated out and their channels got wiped out of existence and they get demonetized, and they got rid of thousands of channels for doing that kind of stuff. Okay, then by the 2020s, we realized that that we couldn't be. Oh, I was gonna bring you up. We couldn't do this anymore in that sense. So
I was gonna bring you up.
Ha! I brought myself up.
You're so funny.
I can't do it on my own.
So funny.
I'm not funny. You're funny.
What a funny guy.
The lead of the other side, right? It's like the men's right activists are the biggest feminists I know because they've totally adopted the feminist paradigm of man versus woman entirely. and of women should be treated equally, right? They do it with a sarcastically and with a bitter attitude, but nevertheless they're receiving the energy that the feminists said. Same thing that you're doing here. You're letting destiny set your tone.
Well, they have the institutional bias, right? It's not only Destiny that's setting
Not
it. It's
anymore.
all
Oh
the
my
channels that have been
God.
set for a
He
while.
doesn't get it. Oh,
Like, at what point am I talking wrongly when it comes to the institutional bias? I'm talking about things in the internet. I'm not talking about
So
they have the
I can explain
government.
it.
We're talking about the internet, right?
I can explain it. This has to do with it actually ties exactly into what we were talking about earlier, right? Why does Rob take this seriously?
Well, because we are trying to have an impact on the culture, right?
Right. Why did Charlie Kirk take this seriously?
Because he was trying to get an impact on the culture. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so we take this very seriously. And to most people, it would say, in a debate or any conversation, you should have an unbiased conversation. So to their standpoint, they're saying they think it's wrong for it to be that way. They think it's wrong for there to be some institutional bias within whatever moderation is happening. And so if it's wrong for the left to have a bias within their debate sphere, then it's just as wrong for us to. And you're saying, well, if they have it, why shouldn't we? So the difference is they believe it's untenable, period. And to you, you're saying, well, if it already exists, then we should be utilizing it as well. So this actually brings me back to earlier, the whole, why are they taking it so serious? Well, because one, we just watched what happened to Charlie Kirk. We have absolutely, at least in my mind, some level of mandate to change the culture because it needs fixed badly. And so absolutely 100% it is a serious thing that needs to happen, and it takes serious minds to do it. I understand there's fun and there's hangouts and goofing off on the internet too. We've had our laugh fests here, right?
Yeah.
But if I'm doing something serious, if I'm actually trying to affect change on a culture, then I'm going to be serious about what I say, what I do, and how I act. And if somebody is a lying piece of trash, then I don't want to have that argument with them because they're going to be bad faith. They're going to do things that are dishonest, lie-filled. They're trying to twist the chat based on lies and mistruths rather than convince them of the better way in an honest, truthful manner.
Yeah,
So
it's yeah, and the point of what I'm saying here is like, I think I do say this later on that they're talking about a north and I'm talking about an east. It's like this is what is happening. This is the
Right.
case, and you're trying to hold me to a standard that you're not even holding any other person to. Everybody else
Well, there's
can
this-
do it, and you're supposed to put me into this standard that you don't even hold yourself to, right?
Well, that's the point, right? So the question becomes one of, do you do the wrong thing because it's acceptable by your enemy? Because I think that's how it's being looked at. I think that's how it's being looked at, right? Like we're not going to kidnap and grape the women that of the people we're fighting, because that's a horrific thing. But the other people may do that, and we can't look at that and say, oh, because they do it, we could totally do that too. And that's the whole thing that the equation that's happening in their minds is that's wrong or immoral. And if the wrong and immoral thing's being done by your enemy, you don't sink to that level and do it as well just because they're doing it.
No, but I
In
would
fact,
say let's say
that's
that. Wait.
That's funny.
I
Wait.
agree with that.
Wait. Hold on. It's actually really funny because if you're not taking this seriously, why does that matter?
No, I agree. Like, okay, so yeah, every time he is not changes the claims, he said something else and moves the goalpost or directs the comment something else claims. I don't know what you're talking about here. Maybe I should. Rob's the best debater ever. You can never win an argument when your opponent knows they're wrong but keeps going on.
Cree, who are you talking about? Who's changing the
He's talking
goalposts
about
and stuff?
Rob Noir. God, that was
Oh,
happening
okay.
with Chatter inside chat earlier versus me, and then it was like, yeah, it wasn't that bad. It was Cameron Flynn, and then he said this, and I thought it was about other thing. I thought he's talking about what you were saying. Trump was making fun or whatever. I don't care about it anymore. Can't wait. I understand what you're saying, but I think this is this is like huge levels of difference, right? Let's say that let's say you're in war and the person is you're using a gun and the other person is using a better gun, and you realize that you can use that better gun. It's like you have a problem with that because a better gun might be able to kill more people, and that may be immoral in some eyes. It's like I don't think there's a problem there. We're talking about specifically tactics when it comes to the way that you are doing your messaging, which most people
Right.
would call propaganda. By the way, if that is the case, I don't see like if they are willing to use any kind of power to silence you and give them unfair advantages when it comes to our spaces, and then you're like, you can do that. You can have your own spaces with your own biases. Even if we're gonna have better moderation than they do, it's like, if that is the case, then fuck him, right? It's completely different to me going on and blow away.
I don't think it's completely right. I don't think it's completely unfair for you to say it the way that you're saying it, right? If they have their spaces and they can do it the way they want in their spaces, we should be able to do the same. I get that. But if we do want a space where it's possible to communicate with the other side and possibly win some who are mistaken or think wrongly from their side to our side, then we need a place where there isn't either side.
Yeah, but that's impossible. That's my point. My point is, it's impossible. Emmet not that smart. Emmet not that smart. That's true. That true. Emmet not that smart.
So
I'm not that smart.
It doesn't mean that we shouldn't have our own spaces or be able to have our mini echo chambers or whatever. What it means is there's got to be a space where there's enough reduced bias for both sides to actually make claims and argue through them in an earnest fashion. But if it's not even in an earnest fashion, then what good is it?
No, but this is what I'm talking about. I'm not trying to say that. This is the part that people don't understand. It's like we can have moderation we're gonna try to make it as neutral as possible, especially when it comes to the debate. But the bias is still there, and if there's gonna be bias, and it shows that there is bias, it doesn't matter what you do, in a sense. Then why is it wrong that I want that side be on my end, especially when it comes to people like Andrew, who is a big creator that leans right wing? Why would we have to do it on a lefty space, right?
This is
or
what's
on a
gonna happen.
libertarian space. Like,
we're gonna watch our side and their side, and we're gonna see which sides have been branded completely biased, and then whichever one is the very least biased is going to get the business of both sides. That's what's gonna happen. And so,
well, that's not what happened, because what happened was they got rid of people like the kill stream, and they got rid of any person that was kind of even centrist positions got completely obliterated in the 2020s.
Oh, well, I guess I just give up and we just can't have a good place.
No, we just make the plays, and if it's right wing and it has right wing bias, we don't give a shit about it, because what they're gonna be doing is they're gonna be like holding us to a standard that they don't hold themselves to anyway.
I hear you, and I don't disagree with us having some spaces like that. I'm saying that doesn't negate the importance of a space where there isn't over-encroaching bias from either side.
But do you want to debate how you're not smart enough to be a spy? No, I eat crayons. Me learning color through through crayons. I eat them. If you're selecting for bias, you're not trying to create a neutral space to compete. If you don't understand that, it's because you don't want to understand it. No, that's not what I'm saying. Like even if I want a completely unbiased moderator, I think there is going to be bias anyway. I don't think you can get rid of the bias of the position anyway.
You can't get rid of bias, but you can minimize it, right? You can make it so negligible as to have a neutral space. That's the point. So as much as like, okay, you know I'm super conservative, you know that I stand on the side of Christianity, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to let somebody speak just because they don't. I'm still going to allow them to have their words.
Yeah.
I'm not going to yell over them the moment. I'm not going to give people extra time just because of what they believe, things like that. So
but I mean, if there was a bias,
prefer that.
But I mean, if there, but I mean, if there was a moment where you have to go into bias or into using some kind of bias, we all know what your bias will be, right?
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I think the chat and everyone knows at this point.
Yeah, and I think that is the point that I'm making. I'm not asking for. Like my point of the debate is I want to have a moderator that's gonna be acting as neutral as possible in every sense of the word, because that's what I want. But I know that but what I'm saying is, if there's gonna be any kind of bias in it, and I know there might be because we're humans and we have biases, then I want it to be on my side, which is what I've been saying, and I don't think there is a problem with that. I think that what we see most of the time is not people complaining about that specifically. They're complaining, they're putting up a specific stance on one end, and the other side can do it.
I would say there's not a problem with that so long as everyone's aware of it ahead of time. Maybe.
Well, I mean,
right?
It's been working for the left forever because you have people like Wake and you have other people in the space who act that way, and nobody cares.
I mean, you care.
No,
Are you calling yourself nobody?
I don't mind that they have their spaces. I'm not gonna, if I want a neutral moderator, I'm not gonna go to weeks. But I know that if I'm gonna have a debate with somebody that's on the left and I have it on week, I know he's gonna be.
That was my exact point in the beginning. That was my exact point in the beginning. The
Your
channels that are
to
overly
justify rigging the game. No.
The channels that exhibit extra bias in the way that they moderate will be branded as such, and people will seek out less biased moderators on purpose because of that. That's what's going to happen. It's self-selection.
Well, if you want to have, like most people, if they want to have some kind of interaction with Destiny, especially if you're a small creator, the person you go look for is weak.
Dusty, why the heck why won't this let me set a goal? What's going on here? Does it have to do with StreamYard, what it's doing right now with the splits between vertical and horizontal?
You don't want to. I don't know. I'm not even talking about echo chambers. I'm never having an echo chamber. And even like my channel specific. When it comes to my channel, it is kind of an echo chamber, and I understand it because that's the people who like it, right? Because it wants you to give me the link.
Do you want to argue with Flo, Emmett?
I mean, we can always have a conversation. I'm not expecting to be a super.
Okay. Well,
I don't expect it to go super angry, I guess.
Chat, you better start super chatting because I'm opening this bitch up.
I'll moderate. No, we have Abe. Abe can moderate. In reality, this is like the end of it, and like they pretty much say the same thing, and I don't disagree with them. Most of the time, I don't think I actually disagree.
I'll supervise. I think I got it. I'm generally pretty good. What's up?
What up?
What's good?
Hey Flo, how you doing?
Good. I'm doing good. How are you?
Doing great.
Good. I haven't really been watching, but I figured that I would join because it probably pertains to me.
Well, it was about the small conversation we had, and I was just going on about the idea of implicit bias and how I think there's no way to get rid of biases, and we have a complete difference of opinion when it
There's
comes
no
to
way
that.
to get rid of the human element, but
Yeah,
there
I
is
agree.
a way.
What I will say is,
Well, there is a way to select for to.
Go on. Sorry, I'll let you finish.
I think you guys have a delay or something because the two of you are like, it's obvious like you did.
Right,
you're
hold
not
on
catching
a
that you're
second.
talking.
I got it. I do. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because we were like trying, and
Yeah,
we were not trying.
you were
to...
trying to be respectful of each other, and then you kept doing it. And your facial expressions were like surprised. So I was like, it's obvious that's not purposeful. You good?
Is this better at all?
You sound
so.
good. It's I don't know if you can, if you have a bias, if you have a delay. So
okay.
Yeah, we were trying to be respectful of each other and just not.
It was hilarious because you'd pause, he'd pause. You'd start talking, he'd start talking, and it's like, oh, dang it.
I think he was getting a little bit frustrated, but I was also getting a little bit frustrated, and I was like, what's going on?
What is happening right now? Damn
What's
it.
happening right now?
It happens. It happens. It's a weird thing, too, because sometimes I'll notice that, like, my delay is only 3 seconds, and then sometimes my delay is, like, 10 seconds, and it will, like, fluctuate. So, I think it's the same with all of us, to be fair.
Let's bring Joe Cool Wayne. Hey, Joe.
What's up, Joe?
What's going on, guys? I'm a lousy guest. I haven't been paying attention. I just looking for someone to talk to, have my morning tea with, and smoke with. So I'm totally out of the conversation and don't know what you guys are talking about. If that's too rude, you could drop me, man. I understand.
No,
you're grounded.
You're grounded.
That should be better. I had editing software open.
Okay.
I'm going to make tea, man. I ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Hopefully everything is better. So you were saying your point. I will let you go ahead with your point and respond.
Yeah, no, my point is that I mean it's the exact same thing as referees for a soccer game, right?
Mhm.
Two opposing teams meet on a field that should be neutral-ish, right? That's how you choose the field, right? That's the whole concept. If you meet to compete with somebody and the ref has been selected for his bias, that's cheating. This is simple ass shit that 3-year-olds know. So what I'm hearing, and I'm not trying to be shitty, but like Emmett, what I keep hearing you say repeatedly, I haven't heard Abe say it, but I don't, is that since everybody is biased and since they do it, you're basically saying you're a victim, so it justifies cheating, is what I'm hearing.
Okay. What I'm
Is
saying,
that
I can. That's. I'm gonna grant you the idea of. I'm not gonna grant you the idea of me being a victim, but I'm gonna do the idea of. I believe everybody's cheating. Right.
Do you see how a moderator though is different? Like when you say our spaces, that's different from a moderator, right? Or from a ref, right?
I don't.
The team locker room is different from the field where they meet with an umpire or a ref.
Yeah, this is what I see, right? It's like what I'm saying is you go to a soccer game and you have home, or any sport, you have home turf advantage, right? You have the people around you, and the guys are gonna be cheering on you, and usually you have the home and away. And what I see is even if you don't think that has a little bit of an effect on the refs and everybody, the refs themselves are trying to be as unbiased as possible, but you have the away and the home turf. And what I see is, what I say is, if we're gonna have away, we have these spaces, and these spaces are like away and home. And every time I see an away, they have all of these allowances to make the refs way more biased. But when we say, hey, we want to have our home turf, they're like, no, you can't have it. And I'm like, why the hell? Why can't I have my home turf
Okay.
in these kind of spaces? And I want to have the mods to be as unbiased as possible. I'm okay with I'm right there with you. But what I'm saying is I'm gonna have my home turf, and we're gonna make it as cool as possible, and we're gonna have it as great as we can. But it's gonna be like our home turf.
Okay, can I ask a clarifying question then? Is this like leftists won't come on right sides debate panels as often, and because of that the right has to go to the left to debate people, and there's a extra biased in your vision?
Are you asking me or?
Yeah, I'm asking you that. Emmett.
Yeah, well, I think it goes all like that's pretty much what I see, like, right? The left is making all of these demands so that they can come up with us or to play ball, and most of the people are like catering toward their demands and ideas because they want to have some lefties and they see us as the people who want to have the debates. And what I'm saying is, I just want to have my home turf, and if they want to come, they can come, and if they don't want to come, they can, they can always go to week. It's fine.
So, but the channel would be the turf, right? Nobody's saying you can't have equal things. And I would tell Wick the same thing. If he's and I don't watch Wick enough to really know, right? He may be doing exactly what you say he is. I'll just grant that he is. If he's choosing by his moderators, that is also bullshit, right?
But
I don't think that anybody on either side should be selecting for bias. And I recognize that it's inevitable to some point, right? There's the inevitabilities.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that people should approach the thing attempting to neutralize it as much as possible, knowing that it's never going to be perfect, but at least we're attempting to. If you're approaching it with the attempt that you're trying to select for a bias, then you're not selecting for neutrality.
No, I'm
Shit
saying
sounds logical.
what I'm saying is I will try. I want to mitigate it as much as possible, but I'm also acknowledging that there is going to be bias. And if that is the case, I'm going to try to get the people who I know can mitigate it as much as possible. But at the same time that I know if there's going to be something that has to be biased, or there's going to be a bias at the end of the day that's going to be towards my side instead of against me. And I don't see the problem in that when I'm trying to figure out, like, I do agree that I want it to be as neutral as possible, especially in debate, right? If I want to have a good debate with somebody, most of the time I don't want the moderator to be intervening at all. I want my idea and your idea, and I think that you want to have people who can actually have a discussion on things. But if there's going to be bias, like, why would I just grant it away to my opposition?
No, I'm not suggesting you should do that either.
I would say this much though, in that specific debate where people are saying that he baby Huey'd out with Wick, that one seemed way more like a trap. You and I both know how that looks, right? Dusty, like, I don't know if you watched it all the way through.
He was trapped, but not by Wick. Wick had no idea.
Do you believe that? Fully, you believe that?
I do. From the little clip I've seen. I've only seen the clip. I haven't seen the whole thing, but I do believe that.
Okay, let me.
If it did, wait. If it did come across as a trap, because Soy Pill admitted it, then acted in some kind of smirk and laughing about it, thinking this is hilarious that I tricked this guy. At that point, yes, I agree. Wick doesn't have to know everything that's going on outside of his channel, but at that point, it should have been obvious to him that the prereq for that debate was no longer met.
That's not, and I disagree. That's not his prereq. That's, I guess, whatever Rob decided it was. Wick is not responsible for upholding what was, I don't know if it's Rob's lack of due diligence or because I really don't know that much about this situation, but I absolutely think Wick handled it perfectly, which is, you guys are here debating on my thing. Whatever you had outside of here doesn't matter to me. That's on y'all. And I think that asking Wick to enforce something that he didn't even know about is crazy.
Okay. Do you feel like you would have had a similar response, like a little bit of anger that this guy just freaking duped you to get you here?
I would be mad. Yeah, I would be mad.
Okay.
I would. I don't think that I would look at Wick to uphold it. I think I would have realized that I got tricked by somebody else. right? And at
that I
that
was
point,
lied
I
to.
can either deal with it because I'm here, or I can bow out. I don't think demanding that Wick be the police in this matter is reasonable, though.
I would say, and maybe this is my bias, so I can agree with that. Okay, but I would say that when that whole thing happened, it happened like it was not only Rob Noor and Soypil. It was the orbiters saying that they were to have this debate with Rob Noor about the Napoleon tweet and how it was mean and bad. Who is chewing?
Joe, what are you doing?
Joe, I can hear you.
What am I doing? Yeah, let me mute. I don't think I'm doing that.
Okay. And from that tweet which said, "Hey, I actually did this," is where the debate came from in Wick's channel. So I don't think he was unaware
What was even the thing that I don't even know what the lie was or what.
Okay,
so
basically
I
what was said is Rob Noor would be willing to have a debate with somebody so long as that person is willing to say that there's wrongs on both sides and that this isn't some unique thing from Trump as president, and that if somebody was willing to say, look, there are wrongs on both sides and just stick to this thing, then we can go forward with it. So then Soypil created a fake tweet making it seem like he completely was against the Democrats for different things in the past, which he wasn't, to get Rob to come in and debate him on this topic. And then he sent these screenshots of fake tweets to Rob to prove that he had spoke badly on his side as well as Trump so that he could get the debate.
And even in the opening statement of the debate, the 1 minute opening statement, the first thing that Rob says is, the only reason why I'm here is because Soypil made that thing. And it's the only person I will engage with, pretty much.
So do you I mean, yeah, he lied, and I would be pissed if I were Rob too. However, I would never make such a ridiculous request. Why do you need somebody to be like, he'll only compete against people who are only kind of against him? All right, this is supposed to be a competition.
Well,
so I think that request straight out the gate is bullshit. Am I missing something?
Well, the whole point of his whole point was I don't have to debate these people on this topic specifically because they don't really care about it, and it would be like the debate would be in bad faith anyway. So if anybody is willing to say, "Hey, I am against corruption," I will actually debate them on the corruption topic. So because at that point we both are talking in good faith when it comes to corruption. That was the idea.
Was he willing to acknowledge that? I guess if he's willing to acknowledge that up front too, then I guess I can see that. But
yeah,
well, that's even why the next time Soypil went on Sarah's, he took another jab at Rob over that exact same thing. He's like, haha, this guy got fooled by me by this tweet. And it's like, I mean, I don't think that's...
I think it's fine. I think Rob needs to adult up and get thicker skin.
Yeah, but I mean, that is...
I mean, you're a Marine, bias, right? None of us here are so bitch made that never mind. You don't respond to this, but I don't believe that any of us here are so bitch made that we actually believe that this is a reasonable, sensitive position for a man to take. Rob, I'll be the one to say it, and nobody needs to respond. Rob needs to grow the fuck up and get some adult thickness skin, because the skin he's wearing is child size.
But what I would say is this is the bias, right? This is where the bias comes in.
What, my bias?
Yeah, anybody I would say I feel it's justified for him to say I don't want to debate this with anybody because I think it would be bad faith unless they meet this requirement. And in your case, it's like, well, yeah, but he has to grow up. And I think both the stances are fine.
That statement was more about him getting fussy because Soypil made a jab at him on Sarah's afterwards. If he has parameters, I suppose that's fine. It seems a little bit high maintenance to me, but I'll just grant that it's reasonable, right? Assuming that he's willing to make the same concession that both sides were that way. But for him to get stuck in his feelings about it and then demand that other people solve the problems when he got duped, and then it's just at some point you just got to realize that you got tricked. It's not Wick's fault. It's not, and that Soypil, the guy who tricked you, is gonna mock you, right?
Can I add a layer into this, actually?
Yeah.
Just because I have no idea. I can't read other people's minds or know their intentions. But if I'm looking for good faith debate, and I want like a morally founded thing to happen, right? Like, and I have a history of policy debate, and there are specific rules that are to be met when I'm debating. And I go, okay, cool. I'm going to have this debate with this person. I believe that it's in good faith. And then everything's not on the up and up. And I go, what the? This is bullshit. I'm out. This isn't even right. And I call to the moderator and, okay, sure. I can agree with you and say there, that looks less than adequate, right? I wouldn't like scream at him. I might just dip, but I'm not going to get in a fight. But at that point, he complains, and then a screaming match ensues between the moderator and the debater. And it's like, I don't know. I think there's a level of each person has their temperament, right? And if your training and your way of doing this thing is a certain way, and then that thing isn't met, right? The expectations, the whatever.
Have you ever heard of anybody else having so many sensitive demands?
There's good evening, everybody. I just have something to interject on this. So Wick is from Twitchland originally. He and Prime Kai are probably the worst at this, where the host is a debater. So it's always stacked one side. It's 100% biased. And progressive victory money aside, it's definitely a thing.
The other thing I noticed, and it's a bad look for Rob, which in turn gives a bad look for anybody associated in that direction, is I've seen him about 4 or 5 times now come in with, he thinks he walks on water, but it's either me or him. Shoot. It's either me or him. Shoot.
Yeah, I've seen that as well, Chuck. The thing that I would say is like there's a few. I feel like this has been like a shitball rolling downhill, right? And so what I mean by that is I think that what has happened is he goes into spaces to debate in good faith. He gets overtalked repeatedly, gets shit on, gets treated stupid, all this stuff, right? And it acts pretty normal for the first dozen that happens to him. And it gets to a certain point where he's like, fuck this. I'm done being treated like shit every time I go on freaking debate. And then that's when that fuse got lit, because I didn't see it prior.
Why does this only happen to him?
Well, I would say that once a pattern is noticed, it's easy to keep triggering that same thing in someone repeatedly, right? If you know this pisses somebody off, and then you're like, hey, if we just overtalk him, he'll get pissed off and freak out. And then you just amp that up and keep doing it every single time you see him on a panel, every time you see him in a debate, every time you see him, you just go at it. You keep doing it to him.
But that's an inner failing on Rob that Rob needs to work on.
I'm not debating that part. I'm just saying,
okay.
I would, dude, if somebody found where my button was and it got pushed every single time I went anywhere, I'd start getting really fucking pissed off too.
His
That's all I can say.
He talks over people. It's a debate. If your button is having somebody interrupt you, then you don't need to debate.
I'm not making a moral up or down claim. I'm just saying that.
Your claim, Abe, means that all of these people already knew his weakness and intentionally talked over him. I doubt that. I don't even watch these debates, and I doubt that's the case every time. That people are aware and they're actively doing this to trigger him. It's more likely that the conversation goes there. He interrupts, they interrupts, and then it falters with Rob.
Well,
Rob doesn't need me to speak for him. He's coming from a much more formal style of debate, though. That's what
he's not demonstrating it.
Yeah, I keep hearing that, but I'm not seeing evidence of that.
It's just his history. Like, go back, talk to him 5 years ago. Like, it's what he came from. Like formal, like collegiate.
Again, the whole point of what I'm seeing when I'm looking at is like this is what I'm talking about the bias, about the bias part of the whole idea, right? It's like you guys have an idea of what kind of thing you expect out of Rob Noir, and you want them, and what kind of thing you expect of the panels, and how do you want people to interact with when they're, people are over talking each other, and what kind of thing you're expecting out of them. And it's when it comes to the idea of the panel verse and the people who are beholden to that, it's you have a specific bias towards those people in a sense. And what I'm saying is, it's fine that people have bias. You can have spaces where that happens, but the right want to have its own spaces where they're going to have their own bias and they can have their own, even their own small rule differences. When it comes to debate, right?
Sound like
Let
you
me-
said everybody has bias and the right wants theirs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I see. This is the bullshit. Like, you're gaslighting your people by trying to act like you don't understand what fair competition is. Now, I get it that Wick has bias, and that's bullshit too. But you certainly are victiming to justify cheating. What here? Let me propose something though. What if there was no moderator at all?
Um,
Do
And
you think
Rob
that
would
that would be
really
easier?
cry.
I think that would clean things up actually a lot.
Most of it,
Whose channel would it be on?
It
yeah,
could be a
depends on
screaming
the
match too.
It depends on the channel, right? Because I was there when there was no mod too. There have been
I think if
in cases where there's no mod, and it depends on the channel.
I would like to see. I think that if there was no mod, then the two people would be forced to communicate actually, or else it'd be obvious who's fucking things up. And that if with the moderator, it gives you an excuse, it gives you something to blame, and it just creates a whole new paradigm where it's not actually a direct competition. It's who can bounce off that thing.
Think that
It
would
depends
work
100% on the
with a
people involved.
one-on-one, but you get multiple people.
Yes. Yeah,
then it's a
I'm sorry. I
problem.
was just thinking one-on-one. Yeah, it might be harder with a 2v2.
Because you know how open panels go. People don't observe decorum whatsoever. They want to overtalk the next guy, and then the next guy jumps in, and you got a big blur of voices, and nobody understands anything.
I think it depends
on
on
the receiving end.
I think it depends on the kind of debate and the kind of panel. There are debates that I think it's perfectly fine, understandable that you have a moderator, and there's cases in which a moderator has been necessary for you to even have a discussion at all. Like there's like, oh, you have to have we try this. You're gonna have 1 minute, and the other person's gonna have 1 minute, and we're gonna go point by point because no other thing was even able to be worked out, right?
Usually that's because at least one party can't control themselves and ends up talking over the other party and feels like they can interrupt whenever they want. That's usually when the moderator got to stop in and do that 1 minute shit.
Yeah, but
I think especially with somebody like Rob, right? Rob needs to try some one-on-one debates with no moderator. He's obviously sensitive, but he also obviously talks a lot. And I think that if you got rid of that cloud, again, it would just clarify who's really being the communication problem here.
That's a good point, man. If a motherfucker just filibuster and go on, even if he thinks he has a reasonable argument, it's going to tend the other person is going to try and start to cut him off at some point so they don't have to hear fucking speech.
Well, part of that's the perception during the debate too, right? Because we may think that we've been nammering on for a long time and we've only been talking for 15 seconds, or there's a vice versa where you don't think you've been talking very long and you've been talking a really long time.
Yeah,
and I think we see that plenty.
I got into a mini debate with a person the other day, and it was 1 minute opening, 3 minute back and forth, and then closing. Well, he went, and I started a timer, and he went about 3.5, 4 minutes, and I didn't say a word. I just let him go, and then when it was my turn, at about 50 seconds of speaking, he started moderator. Isn't he overtime? I'm like, good Lord. If it's good it doesn't make sense.
Goose gander.
Well, the whole point about I understand what you're saying, Chuck, and that's what I'm talking about, not having like what
A
I would
good
say.
moderator?
No, what I would say in that case is, I want the moderator to be able to say no. You speak for this amount of time. He's going to have this amount of time. We're going to try to make it as fair as possible. But if things comes to shove and he becomes like unruly or whatever, it's like you want the moderator to be like, no, fuck you, right? This is our channel. We're gonna follow these kind of rules. And if it comes to who I'm gonna prefer, just simply on preference base, it will be the person that is on my side. That's what I'm talking about when I'm talking to to implicit bias. I'm not talking about trying to get people to be to give me unfair advantages per se. But if there's gonna be advantages given, because it's impossible not to have them in some instances, especially when it comes to the bias of the situation, then I don't see the problem of me saying, hey, I want this guy to be my guy and no this other guy, right? And it might be very well the case that I fuck up a debate and the person is like, yeah, you fuck up a debate, you fucker, because that's how it works as well. Especially when you are with guys.
I'm just starting to view the whole the moderator presence entirely as almost a complete as a rig itself.
Yeah, because the moderator turns into one of the panelists or one of the guests as opposed to being a moderator. They
They're either doing
become
too much or not enough, and it completely obfuscates who's responsible for the communication there.
Yeah.
Well, there's a reason why everybody hits the referee, right? In soccer matches, they just keep calling them the fucker.
But if a referee isn't calling equal balls and strikes, then a problem ensues.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is everybody hates them at the end of the day. It's like everybody's gonna blame them at some point. It doesn't matter if it's being as biased as possible. There's always gonna be a point in which the people are gonna be like, "Fuck this referee." It's implicit that there's gonna be some kind of problem there. And I'm gonna like when I say when I said about Sarah like a while ago, it's like I think she did an incredible job when it came to actually trying to cope up with the bias of the people most of the time. She would know, like for example, the whole thing that happened with Soybill and Rob. I think she would have known exactly what happened, and she would have actually been able to understand the situation there because she pays attention to those kind of details, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you knew about
No,
going into it.
what
I
I
don't
mean
think
is
she knew about that at the time.
if it was Sarah instead of we, and that was the debate Sarah was moderating, she would have known of the situation beforehand because she
Oh,
actually
I mean,
pays
I
attention
don't
to
know.
those kind of details, and I think
Maybe
she does.
that's very very speculative, but it's possible. She does,
Yeah.
and that's been one of my criticisms of her moderations. I think that she's too accommodating of those particular demands, right? Like if
Mhm.
she would, if she pissed off Rob because she wasn't coddling him enough, then who the fuck won't piss off Rob? Like when's the last? Name a moderator that Rob has been happy with?
His name is Ryan from Modern Day Debates. I don't know if I don't know a lot. Like I don't know. Most of the time,
Last
he
time he
will
was on
not.
Modern Day Debates, he got that mod fired.
No, that's James.
a long time ago.
I'm talking about the owner. I think his name is Ryan. No, wait. Yeah, James, the actual owner.
The owner.
And I think he can have like most of the time when what I see specifically with Rob is the whole over talking stuff, and I think it happened a lot, and it's been happening especially lately on. And you can also see it on your debate with Ryan, with the other Ryan, right? Like he was trying to give a point, and the other guy was just keep on repeating. He didn't even say anything new. He said like 4 times the same thing over and over again.
So that's part of the thing I was saying earlier. Like specifically, Ryan, to be fair, has made it a habit of over talking Rob every time he's on any panel with him.
Oh.
Like hard. You can say no, but I went. And
No, I know
watched
Ryan
multiple-
does interrupt, but Rob is not any better, except for when he's feigning an injury. Both of them can talk over about like a motherfucker, and that's just the nature of the thing. Again, if your bones are made of glass, you shouldn't play football. And I think that in hindsight, probably people who are carrying water for Rob and pretending like he's not being a huge bitch will be like, damn, that was not a good look. Because he obviously is. Anybody who says that he isn't, I actually don't believe it. I'm not saying anybody's lying. I'm just saying like it's such a preposterous thing that still a month later, there's a whole panel full of grown ass men sitting around discussing whether or not this was too rude to say, right? It's
yeah, I don't know why this is even happening. Do you mean just Flo? Do you mean that Rob, yeah, he talk over, but do you mean when he's intentionally talking over in order to filibuster, or like under normal like debate conversation scenarios?
What I mean is debates are just structured arguments, and that the fact that we've got 3 vets and 2 douchebags sitting on a panel trying to figure out if Rob got hurt is wild.
I wasn't doing that.
I'm not discussing about
Look,
hurt.
Rob
I'm saying
got hurt.
I'm making a guess at why you would act.
At what
that
point
way.
do you just go, suck it up, Rob?
I don't even think that's my
Simple
business to do,
fire.
but
Well, like that would be a case of. This is what I'm not understanding. It's like that would be a case of bias, right? It would be like the person who thinks it's enough, like because it's a speculative.
It's a masculinity bias. Yes, I prefer that men act like men.
No, you're speculating at what point, right? You have a different idea of what is the point.
How am I
have a different
speculating?
idea of what is the point, right?
I'm not speculating. I was there.
No,
The
no,
optics
I'm
are
saying
the visual.
what I'm saying is you're speculating at what point you'll say to suck it up, right?
Hey, Jared
What is
speaks.
the- what is
I
the
don't
threshold
think that's
is the
what flows.
speculation, right?
Just real
No,
quick, I
it
don't
was-
think that's.
I
don't
know
think,
when I
I don't
would
think
say it.
Flo
I
is
would say it immediately when he yeah.
I don't think Flo's appeal. Like Flo, you're not a. I'm assuming Chuck is because I know Abe.
Right.
And me,
I don't know if Emmett is, but I think that me
Yeah,
and Emmett
Chuck
are the two
is.
douchebags.
No, yeah,
and you
we're
guys
the yeah. He's talking about
Is Chuck? Are you?
yeah.
Chuck,
He's a
Yeah,
vet.
no, yeah, Jared. Flo wasn't trying to say he's a vet, so he has any kind of status or anything.
No,
He was
no,
talking
no,
about.
no. Me and Emmett are just douchebags. The other 3 of you are vets.
Yeah, he's
There's my mugshot right there. I'll be a vet.
Oh, look at that little scoundrel!
I'm telling you, he was young and dumb and full of cum. And now it's turned into some old sucker.
Yeah, the whole point of what
No,
I'm
it's
saying is that
adorable.
we don't like you think you have an idea of what is the threshold in which you say, hey, suck it up, and I say that I have a different threshold when I say suck it up, right?
Yeah, but when you to me, when you once or twice, okay, maybe. But when you're saying, all right, it's either me or him. Pick, choose. It's me or him. Which one do you value more? It's me or him. That's a bad look when it's consistent.
Well, and
In my
the point is,
opinion.
people can choose, right? I think.
Yeah, but when you're in a debate,
Well, they
You're
wasn't. They
studying-
weren't in a debate at that point. Most of the time when that happened, it was the open panel.
oh, okay, open panel.
I mean,
And
I would.
he does attack mods a lot. I do know that. During said debates,
Yeah, I get that. Like,
and then afterwards he'll say, "Oh, that mod was actually pretty good." While in the meantime, trying to call balls and strikes while the game's going on when he's a player. It's just
yeah, and also an open panel is not a debate, right?
True.
Correct.
Yeah, no.
Rob's
it's
complaints
different.
largely came from open panels, which he must have been confused.
Wait, somebody had something going on, and it fixed like about 30 seconds ago, where there's not any hum feedback. It just happened just a little bit again.
Magic.
I'm not sure who's doing it. Yeah, it's
Boy,
not-
Abe.
whatever's going on now. Let's keep that going. It's great.
Sometimes
delicious.
things just happen without anybody doing
Yeah.
anything. So
They do.
it's called technology.
Mm.
You know that from being in comm work. If it can, it will.
Yeah, throw away those charms, boys.
Oof.
The comms go down.
yeah,
That's a deep cut.
I think part of it is like I don't generally like try to make people behave a certain way, and I wouldn't behave a certain way, and that's just I'm going to hold myself to my standard, and I would agree that I don't like the look, but I don't know everything that's going on either, and so that's why I haven't like jumped out and called people out and said a bunch of shit about people, because I don't generally talk shit on people, because I don't think that that's cool. But
Are we talking shit on Rob or his?
I'm also not making an accusation right now. I'm just saying that I don't know
Yeah.
what's going on with people, so I don't know what the.
That's true, and I didn't. I mean, I basically started interacting in the chat right when I came in. I didn't really lurk before that, and I didn't hear either of them actually accusing anybody of anything. I did hear Emmet giving the same, we want to choose our mods point, which is kind of what I was responding to. But yeah, I'm really the only one who's talked any shit. I'll take that mantle.
Oh, he does act like a bitch. I'll have to agree with you.
All right, now Chuck has talked some shit too.
So the only thing I would say is with good structure and minimal overtalk, things go smoothly, right? And I don't know if you guys watch me at all, but most of the time I'm not going to talk over people unless I really have to talk over people. If I'm actually have two people going at it, then maybe I'll jump in, but for the most part I don't do that because there's a certain level of respect for the other human. I'm not going to talk over you till you're done with your point, unless you're going to filibuster for freaking a minute straight, 2 minutes straight, whatever it is. So again, this comes down to the difference in temperament and expectations, and I don't know. So and then I guess there's a whole nother piece to this, right? And it's if you believe that the person you're debating is being bad faith right off the bat, or is only bad faith, then that changes how you're going to interact with that human being. There's a bunch of stuff like that. Again, I don't know the inner workings of these people, so I can only say what I've seen. Would I react the same way? No. Do I know why they act the way they do? No. Also don't.
It's true.
Do you need to know everything about anybody in order to come to a conclusion about a person or a scenario?
No, but I can say I don't like the way that looked. I wouldn't have done that. And I'm not sure why it happened. I don't know what back talk or crazy shit's going on in the back end. I'm not there, so I have no idea.
It also may be the case that there's more to it that we know, or even I don't know everything that happened, and I don't know why everything happened.
Oh yeah, well take the Sarah Andrew debacle. It was hard to make a complete judgment because we didn't have all the backstory, the back information like Emmet's saying. And it really made it hard to try to figure out what was really going on.
Yeah.
I can say
for me anyway.
It is something I can say is that there is there are parts of it, and there are parts of it, especially when it comes to Sarah, that I think she does a good job as finding people and getting people together. And I think one of the reasons why she was changing a little bit about her channel, and she said it herself, was because she had trouble getting more people from the left on it. And the reason why is because they are demanding. They want things to be on their turf and work on their way up, right? And I think that is what I was talking about when I'm talking about the bias thing. If they want to have their turf and they want to have their little rules and want to be catered to, it's I don't see a problem when I say, why are you acquiescing to their demands, but you treat us, but you're pretending that we don't have any, or we can't have any, right?
I understand what you're saying. I would say that I'm never going to condone you attempting to rig the game.
Yeah, I see the way that you look at it as well, especially when you have libertarian tendencies, which I think is
no, that's not even it. That's not even it.
Well,
that's not even it at all.
That's part of it, right? You don't like the state.
No.
The reason why you like
so
the state.
Libertarians are the only ones who aren't cheaters?
No. I'm saying that the way that you look at the world has to do with a libertarian tendency. You don't like the state because you think they're rigging the system in a sense. And I
understand how competitions are supposed to work.
Yeah,
This isn't my political view. This is because I played sports since I was a little kid, and I understand that if you're trying to buy the mod or the refs, you're not having a competition. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that. I think it's because you don't want to.
No, I understand what you're saying. What I'm
I don't
saying
know.
is,
To try to minimize that as a political view instead of just understanding what is crazy to me.
I was talking about your worldview, not as your political ideation. I'm saying if you look at it, I see your point in the idea of, hey, you want to rig the game, and I see it as even as part of as partially libertarian. It has to do with the idea of rigging the game. You want it to be as fair as possible, in a sense.
I
And as
don't
free
think
as
I reject
possible.
that that's a libertarian idea. I think that that's just a human idea and that everybody understands that. I think you understand that. I mean,
Yeah,
did you never play sports when you never played
that's
basketball?
not a political ideology.
Right. Yeah. Not wanting to have a fixed game is not political.
I'm not talking. I'm talking about the way you look at the world. I agree with. I'm giving you the idea of, yes, I see how you look at this of us like rigging the game, and I was just giving you the idea of I understand you a little bit more because I kind of get the idea from the libertarian perspective, right? I'm saying you are in your world. It looks like it's us rigging the game, and what I'm saying is the game is rigged already. There's these people doing all of this cheating already, and what I'm saying is if they're gonna be doing all of this crap, and the only person you actually complain at is me, like I don't even understand the
Yeah,
your problem
I
with
guess
it.
in your defense, you are the only one who's willing to say that out loud. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult.
I don't.
So really, that's why I'm responding to you. Maybe it's either you're more honest than most, or you're less tactical. But
well, like I said earlier, I think there's going to be bias in any case, but minimalization of that bias is what you have to do. Like, whoever it is who's going to moderate needs to minimize it as much as humanly possible. Right. If you want both sides to even be willing to come together to debate with your oversight in the first place. I get kind of what Emmet is saying, that each have to have their own space, but and in this space it's going to be this way, and in that space it's going to be that way. But even if that is the case, there still has to be some neutral ground somewhere, because otherwise you'll never get the two sides to meet up in the middle to have those conversations. So
correct, because I'm not going to debate you guys because of your moderators. The same as I'm not going to. The other side is thinking, well, I'm not debating over there because they're moderators. We're all.
That actually calls to mind what, like,
well, I'm
one of
not
the things
debating
Emmet
over
just said
there
that Sarah
because
was denoting before, that she needed to pull back some because she wasn't getting cooperation from one side. Well, like, if you look at anybody that's big, you look at Tim Pool, you look at people like that, they can't even get leftists to come on anymore because they know that it's a right-leaning channel, and so then. And also, they know that the panel or the bias is going to be there, and
debating left. The left doesn't argue from a place of reason; they argue from a place of emotion. That's probably, I believe, that's the biggest reason why. I don't think it's because things are rigged. I think it's because these are not structured thought people.
Right.
Well, what I would say is that you're
compassion based. Right? Everything is about the compassion of the people, the compassion. And I call that toxic compassion because if it's willing to hurt people to help others, then you're toxically compassionate. You don't even care that you're hurting people to help others. So
this is why I reject the label of lefty that has been placed on me, but whatever.
You're a little left.
What I would say.
The rest of you, you're a leftitarian. We'll say it like that. How's that work for you?
All of you are left of me. It's fine. The whole.
you think? Oh, Emmet, you're left of me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, of course.
I'm wearing Lincoln's top hat. You're all left of me. Okay.
That might.
I will suspend habeas corpus. Okay.
He was.
Okay.
Well,
so...
why haven't you deported Emmet yet? Then
he's already deported.
Wait, can I?
Hey, there you go.
Oh, the power of Lincoln.
I was about to start rioting on your behalf.
Yeah, I know, but no, not allowed. I'm deported.
That was good, Abe. That was good.
It's on my end. Everybody's mic is like sounding really muffly and weird. Is that this
I'm
is something on
pretty
my
sure
end?
it's your fucking end. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
I think
your
it's
end.
you. You
If
pulled some
everybody
crayons
sounds
out
bad,
of
it's
your
probably
ear
not
yet?
everybody's mic.
I was what
Am
I'm
I
gonna.
clear? Is
Your
my
mic
mic
is
clear?
fine.
He's got
Deal?
crayons in his ears.
How many crayons did you
Oh.
eat tonight? Oh, he can't hear me. It's fine.
Yep, there you go. That's probably the problem. He ain't had enough, or he had too many.
Have you ate your crayons yet, Grumple?
That's
It
so
might
stupid.
it might
My
be
mic
your
keeps
crayon.
cutting out.
You just keep your snacks right there.
Yes.
Do you have a
They
mini
never
fridge
go-
to put them in, or do you like them room temperature?
Can you hear me again?
Kind of, yeah.
Can you? It's being really stupid.
Hey,
My mic
you
cut
little-
out.
Huh.
Oh, somebody gave me an idea. So I turned the red. I'm saving the red one for last. It's like the literal, actual, like red rojo. I turned it upside down, like your lucky smoke in a pack. It's like
You're lucky red.
I'm gonna read this because it's
Here,
funny.
here's a
so-
crayon you can eat.
I'm gonna read this because
No,
it's
thank-
funny. So, the Raging Tomato sends 5 and says, "And say it again for the kids in the back." I think this is for you, Abe.
Well, what I said was if the left isn't willing to cooperate with big channels like Tim Pool and others, specifically because one, oftentimes they want money, or two, they want assurance, and they know that the moderators to the right of them, they're going to avoid that place. Or they're going to ask for extra special treatment while they're there.
Jared Speaks by
And-
410 says, "Abe making good points. Greta Thunberg boys. How dare you?
How dare you?
How dare you?" Thank you so much, Jared Speaks.
And I can say all of what I've said. I'm not justifying or siding with anyone for any reason. I'm just saying what I've seen, because most of it is me sitting back watching everybody and trying to understand in a neuro way what the hell is going on with everyone. So
Fair enough.
I'm just saying that if it's happening right now and the only person you're complaining of it's our side, it will be you conceding to the other side. That's how I see it. Like, oh well, you have to accept
Who
that the
on the
lefts
oth-
are gonna be doing all this cheating. and
You
it's like,
point
oh,
out somebody on the other side who's saying what you're saying, which is that we're
is
victims,
doing
so we
it?
need to cheat. See,
They're doing it like Destiny with Wick. Like every time Wick goes,
you
on one
don't
of
think
his
the right
debate
is doing
panels
it?
with what's
Okay,
his name?
Sarah
Prime
was.
Kais.
hold on. Do you think Sarah was biased for or against the right?
I think it depended, right?
a great question.
Depended. I think it depended on the debate more. It depended on who she liked on the debate more, and who she was willing to think is gonna be more profitable. Which
So
I
you don't
is
think she had a
fine.
political? You don't think she had a political bias?
I think she's very, very centrist in the way she is, but I don't know her, so I don't really have a. I don't really know much about Sarah when it comes to politics, to be honest. So I'm willing to concede to you because I think you know her way more than I do.
Yeah, I don't think there's a political bias there, but where I was going with that is that I believe, and this is my perspective, she was and she was more biased for Andrew and the Crucible than against them. Reasonably so. That was still not biased enough.
That's I would. I'm not. I don't think she had any kind of. I think she had a
hold
way
on.
more of a
But the
bias
reason
towards
I'm saying-
Andrew specifically. Yes.
The reason I'm saying that is because you're sitting here telling me the left is doing this thing, and I'll concede it. Fine, yield that. I don't really watch left stuff as much.
Mhm.
Nevertheless, what I do see is that the right demands a lot of bias.
Well,
I can only
yes.
address problems I don't know.
to
Yeah,
be a part of the in group, I'm sure.
Yeah, to be part of in group. Yeah, I agree. And I think at that point, I think at this point, when we're talking about what kind of spaces we're trying to make and what kind of messages we're trying to give, I think at this point is fine. And
Yeah, I think that
you may say that I am being victim mentality, okay, but you have to
well,
understand what is the point where we are at, right?
would you be are you only taking the actions that you are because the left is already doing it? If they
Well-
were behaving neutrally, would you behave neutrally, or would you then still behaving in a non-neutral way?
I'm looking at this from the a little bit more. Maybe I'm being too obtuse, and I can say that that might be a case. So I see this as I see the panels and the shows that we used to have when the right was talking about free speech in the internet. So the biggest channel that had like these kind of debates in the past from the right was pretty much the Ralph Retort. And the reason they got nuked out of the internet was because they made a charity stream that get like 20K to St. John's Hospital for Kids, and literally the hospital gave back the money and they nuked the stream because they said a couple of words that were not allowed on that stream. So if I look at this kind of stuff and I see it happen where full channels got completely destroyed from the ride like 5 years ago, and we're trying to get back into the game and recover all the way from that, and people are complaining about the kind of biases that we want to have because we don't think we are because we don't think we even need to give this kind of spaces
Yeah,
towards the left. Then it's kind of complicated for me to be like, yeah,
If we're stretching out the timeline, then I definitely was arguing against that shit back then too.
yeah, I that's why I'm not like a. I think we agree on a lot more things that we disagree when it comes to this kind of stuff. The
Yeah.
difference is how we're looking at the lenses in the lenses that we're having when it comes to what kind of actions are justified. That's our difference, right?
Yeah, I think, and also just from a position of just like locus of control, right? I think that if you let somebody else determine how you're going to act, that's an external locus of control you're already losing, just
But
kind of philosophically or something. Go ahead.
Also, if you're standing outside of both of all of this, right, and say the right has an actual political animus and a mission to drive their points and their things forward, and the left is doing the exact same thing, at some point there is a clash for overall control, and so that's, I think, partially where Emmet's coming at it from, right? Like, if the left is acting this fashion and they're winning points by doing so and they're driving us out, then we should be doing the same thing to push them back and drive them out. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like in the debate space, it needs to be neutral.
I would just, I mean, I understand that concept. It makes sense strategically, but my political views are don't supersede my integrity. So I can't imagine sacrificing one for the other.
The character of anything is just standing up and doing the right thing no matter what's going on, not adopting somebody else's wrong actions in order to propel yourself.
That's that's the
opinion.
thing. Your character is what you do when nobody's looking. That's the measure.
I mean, that's a whip, right?
But there's another point to that,
It's
right?
that quote
there was
from
a point.
somebody from
There was a
ago.
point, especially in those times, if you remember, close to it, where a bunch of channels got destroyed because they would say,
I lost a channel in that.
say gamer words, right? They would be saying a gamer word because they thought they were talking about them. They weren't even trying to. They were saying, "Hey, this is the principle of the thing, and we're gonna go ahead and do it." And they all fall in the sword for that, and a bunch of people got completely destroyed out of it. And it's
Yeah,
like,
I got a channel nuked in that shit too. So.
if that is the case, if that is the case,
Yeah, that's why he's the Dusty now.
It wasn't flow state. No, before flow state, I had a whole different channel. It wasn't. I wasn't on it. I re-uploaded things and shared things. It wasn't. You couldn't tell it was tied to me at all.
But the point
I wasn't like insinuating anything. I was asking like legit questions.
but the point of that is like, at what point are you gonna be trying to do things strategically because you wanna go out and make out actual points and fight out for an ideological point, and at one point are you just going to nuke yourself out of existence for the principle of it, right? Sometimes you have to accept that you live in a specific system and have to work in between the system as it is, and maybe the some of the ideas are not the best, as in what could be the best thing ever, but you still have to work on under said system.
But if your information is strong that you're going in with and you know it to be right, you should be able to overcome some bias, regardless if it's left or right, of the moderator.
Yeah, I can
'Cause
agree with that.
You,
I think
you're there to information to try to pull people to your way of thinking or to a particular issue. But if you're relying on a third person, i.e., the moderator, to help make your points, then your information is going to come across a little weak. Once again, my opinion.
I agree with you, Chuck, and I think you are correct. In fact, when when they were telling me about, well, a person should be able to give its points out and be coherent and have a good ideas, I'll say, yeah, I agree, and it works on both sides. If you go to a lefty space and you're trying to have a good debate and good conversation, you should be able to do it, and you should be able to understand what kind of moderator you're going to have in front, and you should prepare for it. That's actually the way that I look at it. And if you're going to do it on the other side, the other person that is going to this side should be able to do the same thing. But if that is the case on one side, it should be the case on the other side too.
Yeah, I've seen two debates where Wick, is that his name? Wick was the moderator. And I'm watching these and I'm thinking this is like a 3-on-2 situation, as because he jumped in at every opportunity to defend or make the point for the left side, we'll call it. And the poor guys on the right side. Go ahead.
And it's exactly what I was mentioning about him and Prime Kai also, who Grid goes on his show on Monday nights sometimes. They are the two most egregious ones that do that, and they're both straight. They're from Twitch. They're from Twitch space. Twitch is like lefty central. For Twitch, Paul is lefty central.
I mean, this
and
whole
that's what you get there, where the hosts are a panelist. They're a debater.
The whole space when it came to panels comes from Twitch, and they used to do this all the time, like the way that they run it and the way that they set up the ideas. I'm not saying that is what anybody did or is doing. I'm just saying that that's where some of it comes from.
You're saying it was the norm on Twitch.
Yeah, it was.
Not necessarily. Not all the panels, even though some of them are wild, loony, lefty lunatics. Some of them are actually good hosts. And
no, but I'm saying that the big panels were Dylan and Prime. Those were the big ones, right?
Dylan Burns, which it took him longer to get partnered. They started at the same time. I remember
Wild Train, and there were a couple.
I'm not trying to.
But the
there
point
was,
is
the
that they made a lot. There's a reason why Twitch just left the space. Okay, it's super lefty, and we all know why.
I could go through the entire history of all the panels on Twitch because I was.
I don't have enough brain cells.
There in the ancient written.
I don't have enough brain cells to spare and let them go to die for Twitch.
Well, simple question: if it's wrong for them to do it, whoever them is, does it make it right that I would do it?
See, this is what I brought up earlier, Emmet.
Yeah, I don't think it's wrong. That's the point.
What about you, Abe? I'd like to hear your input on that.
Well, like I said earlier, I think that for a good faith conversation to happen, there has to be at the very least, mostly unbiased moderator. Now, that doesn't mean the moderator has to be free of bias. It just means they need to act free of bias during any form of debate. Like, if I'm moderating two people, I don't have the right to jump in and make points for them. I don't have the right to finish an argument or shut somebody up that I disagree with just because I disagree with them. I think that it's behoove of the moderator to stay as neutral as humanly possible throughout. Now, after in an after panel, whatever, it doesn't matter at that point. Now it's an after
Free
panel,
for
you're no
all,
longer
yeah.
moderating, right? But during the debate itself, I shouldn't give anybody extra time. I shouldn't give anybody extra passes or help or argue from their side or whichever side. It doesn't matter. So I believe wholeheartedly that if you want a space where real arguments can actually be done, then the person has to be the middle ground.
Yeah, I think
Dick.
I think there's gonna be in any case there's gonna be debates happening because a lot of people have other kind of motivation, not only the motivation um of this is gonna be as fair as possible. There's money to be made. There's the there's
Clout.
reasons why there's clout. There's a lot of extra reasons why you would want to have these kind of things going on.
Yeah, I've seen, hate to say it, but I've seen a lot of characters, we'll call it. They're one way when their channel starts, and you think, okay, this is good. And then once they get monetized, all of a sudden there's a shift where it's the money thing as opposed to what they originally started their channel off with.
True.
That's why you got to start about the money from the get-go.
Okay, so I'm going to answer Kevin in the chat. Kevin, you asked,
Gecko's made out of money.
Abe, what is the purpose of debate in your opinion, and do you think the purpose is the same on YT? So, in my opinion, I would say that debate is mostly to argue with an opponent and convince the audience of your argument, to get them on your side and maybe sway the minds of your argument and its validity. Now, do I think it's the same on YouTube? I think there's portions of YouTube where it's the same, right? If you're going to argue pressing matters or cultural issues, things like that, yeah, I could see it being for that purpose. There's also other parts where it's just silly, goofy, fun, hangouts. There might be a space where you're training to be better at arguing and better at language and semantics. So there's all these different things it can be on YouTube. But I would say there's different brands of debaters as well on YouTube, right? You have people that will debate goofy, random crap, and you have people that are actually seeking to change culture or arguing for their political ideology, whatever it is. And so what happens is there's a weird divide between the people who this is just fun and games for and the people who are arguing in good faith for something they truly believe in all seriousness. So that actually can prompt things to be a little bit more heated than they ought to be.
The other thing is that if you're trying to having a biased ref or rigging it on your side's favor is also deceptive to the audience. It also suggest or implies that you could not win. It actually shows weakness because it implies that you couldn't win on a fair playing field or even at a disadvantage.
But I mean, it's
I'm trying to mull that over in my head.
I don't know.
I would say you don't step into the arena if you know there's people with knives surrounding it and they're going to jab you every time you go near the outside ring, right? But that's not to say that just because the guy that you're going against is greater or knows more or whatever that you should back down. So I think that's a multifaceted point.
I want to agree with you. I agree with the idea of that, but that's not the point of what I'm saying. It's like
The key word Emmet just said, I want to.
I want to,
but he won't.
I want to agree. I think it's like
who is making you not agree with me?
No, I think we're talking a little bit past each other because my idea is I want things to be as fair as possible when it comes to the debate itself. It's the whole.
Then why are you working against your own desire?
No,
By calling
it's
for
not
biased
that.
moderators. It's an oxymoron there.
No,
You
it has
want a fair
nothing to do
debate,
with
but you're
that.
calling for bias.
I'm saying if there is bias, and there will be bias, because I'm talking about an is, not an ought, I want the is to be on my side. What's the problem with that? Well, there's a lot of spaces that have their bias on the other side. That's the
Wait.
recognition of it. But I'm not even talking about the debate. It's like the whole
Right.
channel itself. It's like
That's what I was
the
gonna
after
say.
panel is also part of the things that we are on, and we want to be able to have those kind of spaces as well. All of
That's
it
what I
is
was
part
wondering
of.
if that's where you were going. If you're saying you want right channels that are willing to host debates and still be neutral moderators, or if you're saying you want right channels that will support your arguments and jump in and give the left less time. Because I think what they're hearing when you say you want
Yeah.
our side to have a bias too, is they're hearing you say, I want them to have less time. I want them to get overtalked by us and nobody will do anything about it. I want us to be able to all the things.
But
like
I
you're
mean,
saying,
I've said
we want
like
every
4 or
unfair
5
advantage.
But I've said like 4 or 5 times that I want to mitigate as much as possible for the bias, right? Especially during the debate. I told
Thank you.
this to Dusty, especially at the beginning. It's like the less I see the moderator on a debate, the better. 99% of the time, when I've had my debates, I've tried my best to be as gracious as possible. When it comes to time, try to talk to the people, be as concise as possible, right? And the whole point of it is to have a good conversation and get somewhere where we can get somewhere, right? That's because that's the way I see debates. But there's a lot of I know there's like if I were to debate, for example, Radical Cooper or Ryan
Oh, good
a good
luck.
time. I know that there's gonna be a time when I might need to have a moderator because he will start just spurring out on me, and there's very little I can do to accommodate to that.
Have you
Except
tried
the fact,
spurging back at him?
yes, and I don't
How'd
spurg
you
out.
do?
I'm usually very I tend to be very respectful of people, right?
I feel like if you get to push that snapping point, you seem like the type of motherfucker that's gonna like stack bodies.
Pull out a can of whoop ass.
Well, we'll see, Dusty.
Doesn't Emmett seem like he has to like keep getting new rugs for the entryway because he keeps having to get rid of these bodies? Like, God damn it.
Yes, Flo. Of everybody here, Emmett is the most likely to do that. That's yes. Yeah.
It's the quiet one.
You're second though. I'll give you
that
No idea
debate
what you're
you
talking
showed,
about, sir.
that
That's a
debate
good
of Rob you showed with Wick and
the
Soy
point of what
Boy or whatever, I would have just left
Yeah,
for
yeah.
that setup.
I agree, and the point of what I'm saying it's not even like I don't want to have biases during the debate. I agree with you. I'm just talking about the implicitness of all of it.
Do
Like
parakeets eat human meat?
I think they're carnivorous and they'll eat any meat.
I
to be
think
fair.
they will too. God
I-
damn it, Emmett. Come to you.
I will
Herbivores 100% will eat meat.
Everyone knows
sometimes.
about the
Serial
pig.
bird
Nobody knows
killer.
about the parakeets. He's got whole.
I
Damn
have
it.
3 now.
Just get the parakeet army, 6 on you.
He sends them out on recon.
What happened to the left? I don't know.
I don't know.
I fed them to my birds.
The last time they were here, and now they're gone.
And the birds are happy.
And the birds are happy. They're now singing again.
Goodness gracious.
It could be just the way you put the message out there, Emmett, because it had been coming across as I want a biased moderator regardless of the situation. Therefore, we can make it a right leaning whatever. It's how it came across.
But I'm talking about the channel itself, right? I want if I'm gonna do let's look at it as a political proposition even. you do want to have a place where you can have like the most unbiased thing possible, especially if you think you're correct, right? Because you wanna destroy them in the ideas. But if you're looking at the thing and everything and things are actually not going to be fair and you're trying to build up your movement, I don't see why you have to be beholden to a completely different set of ethical rules that the opposition is not going to follow. And I was
Because
talking about
they're
this.
based on your internal morals.
No,
If you're
not
violating,
necessarily.
Also,
if
you
you
want to know
start
that
violating,
you're in the right. You also want to be in the right. You don't want to be back in the wrong thing. And if you can't,
I do.
If you can't win at a disadvantage, that should maybe tell you something,
But
right?
why would I want to be on a disadvantage? That's the whole point of it, right? It's like I want to win, and I want to have
that's my
people
point,
be,
Flo.
and I want to have people be on my side, and I don't want things to be completely. I don't
Yeah,
want
because
things to
you gotta be
be.
you gotta be underdog punching up so you can have the theme song "I'm Holding Out for a Hero" play during your montage while you're getting ready for the fight. Come on, this is basics.
How am I gonna get rid of all the bodies if I have to be, competing with the police at the same time?
It's almost like what you want for a debate hosting platform is somebody whose political opinion you don't know at all. Crazy.
Are you shilling for yourself to be a host, Flo?
No, I am way too interactive. I can't even like watch a stream without interacting in chat the minute I show up. How the fuck you think I'm gonna? I've moderated.
No, I was just asking a question. It's a simple question.
Yeah, no, but hold on. I forgot to shill for myself because I am hosting female-only debates. So if there's females that want to debate, I will host it. But I don't host any male debaters.
What if somebody identifies as a female?
Nope, not happening.
This is the thing, right?
Oh, hang on. So what's a woman? Oh, interesting.
Are you a female?
I actually have to check their vaginas myself and make sure.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
That's
Okay.
good.
Why do you think that I have it set up this way?
So this is the
For the
thing,
greater
right?
good.
You come out and it's like this is the kind of virtue signaling that I don't like. It's like, well, you have to be better. You have to be able to punch up. You have to be all these things. Like, okay, fine, but I think it doesn't even against.
It's not a virtue signal. It's
not
actually
even
what I
against my
believe.
moral idea to be like, oh, this is my space. Fuck you, right? It's not even against my moral idea that I can have a place where I can have the most the most amount of unbiased participation possible and still be on my side at the end of the day.
It's not a virtue signal. It's a fucking ego signal. Like I want yeah, it's an ego thing. I don't know. You should have. Yeah.
But I mean,
and it's what I've been trying to communicate, but I've been trying to walk around it because it does look like a virtue signal. It looks like, and actually, it looks like a virtue signal that your grandma used to tell you when you were a kid or something, right? Like that's an old concept.
Yeah, it's an old.
You're just rationalizing things. You're rationalizing cheating, just like you rationalize feeding people to your fucking birds.
Well,
I'm just saying that if my birds are happy,
It's got a little spicy
I
here.
am happy. You see?
Okay, that's okay. I got you.
You see?
I bet a hungry bird is an annoying thing to have too.
They get out of fucking cage and start just attacking me like Dewey. Where's my food? Where's my food?
It's especially if they can talk. Like if they can talk and they know what they're doing. Crows can even friggin' talk. Y'all know that? Apparently, you get
I know crows are really
smart.
Crows are like really smart.
I know they're always saying car.
They're very, very
no, and they remember faces and they hold grudges too. Apparently,
I've heard
you can train them to be pickpockets.
You can train them to do a lot of things. Actually, you could probably train them to be more than pickpockets.
It's apparently illegal to have crows as pets in a lot of jurisdictions.
Yeah,
I wonder why that is.
There's a reason for that. I just want a spider monkey and a crow to be my little friend.
I've seen one YouTube video where a guy got arrested, whatever, because he had like a 6-pack of crows that were trained to attack. They were trained to attack on his command.
It's called a murder of crows, actually.
Which is it murder? Oh, okay, sorry. Pardon my ignorance, old Great Lincoln.
Yeah, the collective noun is a murder of. It's also for ravens. It's a murder of crows or ravens.
You're just trying to. Abe already said that. You're just trying to one up, aren't you?
Oh no, I'm not one upping. I'm yes anding right now.
And
Yes,
Indeed.
Indeedly do.
So what are you going to do to fix this problem, Mr. Abe Lincoln?
Well,
free the blacks.
Are we going to
already did that?
No,
martial
Flo,
law, habeas
that's not
corpus?
what he. That wasn't the goal at all. Flo, hang on, just real quick, Flo. If you recall, if you're free to look this up too. Abe Lincoln during his tyrannical presidency offered, "Hey, any Confederate states, if you rejoin the Union, you can keep slaves." Maryland took the deal. This is it's even on Wikipedia.
Grumple.
Yes.
Interesting.
The more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
I mean,
Grumple, you're right. There were northern states that were still allowed and had slaves after it ended.
Maryland.
Yep, there was another state up there too somewhere. The northeast state. I forget which one.
Look, I can't tell you how to fix everything. All I can tell you is I've been trying to understand at a higher level what all is happening everywhere and help people understand what other people are saying to each other. Debate is good for that because if you can articulate your thoughts in the form of argumentation and communicate back and forth with other people in a semi-respectful manner, I think we all benefit.
Semi-respectful.
Agreed.
I agree.
Well, there's a certain level of disrespect because you're arguing with each other, just so long as you're not screaming at each other both at the same time and nobody gets a chance to speak, you know.
If you address people and don't say their name, but then just call them by their physical traits, like, hey, beard guy, right? Like, that's mildly disrespectful, but it's just the right amount that you can get away with it, and but also enough that people are like, what the fuck? He just called me blue shirt guy.
Right? And it works. And it works because it gets
I like their job. Like, hey, pizza guy. Like, you know, like
it works.
Yeah, we got Birdman up here, you know.
Well,
Damn
they
it.
usually call me Czechoslovakian. That's the reason. Fucking Czechoslovakian.
Wait, so hey, tremendous F slurred panel host. Would that get your attention?
I would
You're not
assume
real.
that you weren't talking about me if you used the F slur.
Yeah. And
No,
also,
I wasn't talking about anybody here at all. Just using that to get somebody's attention.
And also, Grumple, just as a reminder, you're not real.
Bye,
I am not.
Bye, Grumple.
Oh wait, I'm a real boy.
Yeah, you're back.
Oh shit. No, I don't know. I've been thinking about doing some hosting some shows for debate training type stuff, like practice, like come and argue things, learn to interact with people in that manner, but not over talking, not being crazy about it, and just kind of learn format.
That is the opposite of the Andrew Wilson School of Debate.
That and there's a huge lack of etiquette just in general with people. So,
but let's be real, that's what people tune in for.
Some of the time, you're right. Some of the time, that's true.
Some debate, yeah.
Okay, what was Andrew's biggest debate?
I have no
The
idea.
drama gets the clicks, but it doesn't make you less gay.
True. No, I'll grant that entirely.
So,
who are you pointing that at up here, Mr. Grumple?
I'll just acknowledge it. It doesn't make me less gay. It doesn't make me more gay.
It's an axiom of reality. I wasn't accusing anybody of anything just now.
An axiom of reality.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's like the Charlie problem. No, it's just, I mean, it's a Charlie
presupposition, man.
It is my presupposition and my post supposition. It's also it's just my position.
You know, drama reminds me of the Lance Corporal Underground. That's what it reminds me of.
I don't know what that is.
That's how shit got done in the Marine Corps. But there was a lot of drama.
I'm sure that, like, we like to act like women are the dramatic ones, but fucking, I don't know. I'd assume barracks are a lot like jails, and there's a lot of drama that can happen when you lock a bunch of dudes into a small space.
Yes, sir.
There is a reason that like former military personnel and ex-cons get along in the everyday world. It's kind of strange because it's like counterintuitive, but there's like, oh yeah, we both went through some shit.
Right.
It's also coming from like an incredibly structured environment and tight living quarters, like both. That's the combination. That's the overlap of the Venn diagram is where both of those come into play. I mean, even if
they're both environments. They're both environments that have high aggression. Right.
Yeah.
Well, depending on the branch. Depending on the branch, like Marine Corps, yes. You know,
I remember going to basic, and they put us in the barracks. We're getting a grand tour, and when we got to the shit house, there were 10 toilets on the left and 10 toilets on the right. No dividers or nothing, and everybody's looking at each other like, "Are they for real?"
Bro, I didn't even. By the time I left jail, I didn't even stop playing cards to take a shit.
Yep, that's how it was at basic. You didn't give a shit.
It took me 3 days to take my first shit, but after 3 months, I just didn't even put my hand of cards down. I just
wait. You had cards in basic?
Yeah.
In jail.
He was in prison jail.
No, you. How'd you get cards in base? Or wait, you weren't
contraband.
Then.
It was contraband. You know, people smuggle stuff in.
Somehow.
Considered contraband.
He's also a very different era than us, Grumple.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well,
cards
not
were
all that much different than me, but
you guys had shit we had shit in jail you weren't allowed to have in the military.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. Yes.
They just do wall locker inspections
in boot camp, which is a very structured, very controlled environment.
Yeah,
it's not the military experience. That's boot camp.
It's like mini prison. And then when you're in the Marine Corps, every week you have wall locker inspections during the cleaning where they make sure there's not contraband in your barracks room as well. So,
or the unannounced shakedown.
Yes.
Oh yeah, we got those. We got those.
So,
luckily the toilets were powerful enough they could suck the air out of the room if you flushed them too fast back to back. So, I watched whole pairs of socks, tattoo kit. Like I watched some shit go down those toilets that you would not believe.
Sounds about right.
That's about the only thing I missed is how powerful those toilets were. You didn't even have to worry about nothing. Is this going to clog? Never. You.
How did we?
You can flush a T-shirt.
This stuff.
Emmett, I mean, think about the biggest dump you've ever taken, and then multiply it by like 10. That's.
Oh god.
I will say that I'm willing to moderate things, and I'm not inherently over the top biased enough to jump into people's shit. But
yeah, you seem pretty straight. Yeah.
Future things, I suppose. For now, it's just I don't know, man. Seems like shit flinging every which direction. So
it is shit flinging every direction.
I don't even call them debates myself. I'd call it what you just said. Shit flinging.
Oh, D4, I loved college. What are you talking about? College was great. But everybody's had nobody cares to hear about the college experience. What'd you do? Drank beer out of funnels and tried to pick up chicks and sometimes picked up chicks, did a little sold some Adderall, all the good things.
Hey Steelman, how about why are you taking pop shots at me from somebody else's chat?
I have not put the link out to you. I can if you want though.
Where's Steelman?
It's your call.
I don't care. I legitimately don't care. If he comes up, he comes up.
Steelman, please take your pot shots on panel and not ankle bite in the chat.
He likes to talk shit.
Oh, mother Okay. I'm pushing go live now too. I don't know how long I'm gonna last.
Sarcastic saying, I've never had to try to clog toilets. It just happens. But in jail, it didn't just happen. It was miraculous. I would
You had to
totally
work
clog
at
those
it,
up.
did you? Clog those up.
Steelman's greatest issue with me is I'm not the federal government.
Huh?
Steelman's greatest issue with me is that I do not uphold the entirety of the First Amendment on my channel as if I was the federal government.
Ah, gotcha.
Oh, I don't do that either.
It's a private platform. The
This is a
rules don't
tyranny.
apply.
He's just crying because I muted his ass, and I will keep on doing it. Fuck that guy.
Well, I know he got mad at me when we pounced on him for his radical viewpoints on teaching incest.
You could explain to me how you think I'm a toy, Steelman.
A boy toy? Is that what he means?
I think he's saying I'm a toy soldier or something.
Oh.
Which,
Well,
I'm not a
I
soldier
hate
and
to
I'm not a
tell
toy,
you.
so.
That's pretty gay.
A soldier is always a soldier. Haven't you noticed that, Abe? Even though
It's actually an insult to call Marine soldiers. Like,
yeah.
Well,
ask any Marine.
I'm not anyone's toy.
Steelman, come up here or stop yapping.
Stop sniping from chat. Stop
Yep.
yapping. Yeah.
Yeah. If you want to talk shit, come on. Hit the link I dropped.
Yeah, you wanna tell me? You wanna tell me
I'll
why
drop
I
down if you want up here, Steel.
Got room. No, this is your last warning, Steelman. Or I'll you can wait till tomorrow.
Okay.
Not you.
There we go for no reason.
You draw a line in the sand, did you?
Me?
Well, he likes.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, yeah. I like Steelman, but like he is being ridiculous.
Why?
I don't like chat. Ankle biters, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He does it every time he sees me for some reason.
Why-
on every channel he
why do
sees
you-
me on.
It's the
You
beard.
made it. Flo, you said you made a definitive statement though. You like Steelman. Why?
I don't know. I've never had
What
any issue with him.
qualities of? Oh, okay. No, that's
So
fair.
Here's the
That's
thing,
fair.
though. If Steelman was just entertaining and had conversations with me, that'd be cool. I'd be fine with him. But he takes pop shots at me every single time he's in a chat.
Yeah.
I think he does that to everybody.
He does character assassination. He talks crap on my service. He talks crap on everything he can about me every time he's in a chat. I never did anything to the guy. He just started that way.
This is interesting.
It's like, I hate your top hat, so now you're my enemy forever, and just talk
That's
shit
great.
for me from every chat.
Also,
There you go, man.
he left Maryland hanging on a cliff.
But we should, if I just laid down the
No,
life for him, we should stop shit talking him now too, though.
Yeah.
Or do whatever, but I'm not going to enforce.
Oh no, I'm not talking shit about him. That's like a thing that happened. It's just the Steelman Maryland.
I was just
thing.
wondering what
That's
he was
interesting.
talking because I was trying to ban him. But that was the only reason I was like actually paying attention to the chat. I was like, where is he talking from? Oh, he's talking from that one. Yeah, fucking do anything about that. Yeah, fine.
Frosty.
Talk about showing bias.
Frosty, by no means would I ever claim to be innocent. And I would tell you that I'm lower than the dirt, and I don't think that I'm greater or better than any person.
I feel like that's a cop out when people concede that too easily.
I just don't feel like I am better than anyone here. I'm just
Is
a
that
guy.
even possible? Doesn't everybody think they're better? Am I just tipping my narcissism?
I might be I might be better at certain things,
No,
but it doesn't
that's
make me
narcissism.
as a person better than that person. Like I might be better at something than you. Cool, that's great. But that doesn't mean I have more inherent value than that person.
There is
And
some-
I'm not innocent. That's for damn sure. So
What'd you do? Let's unpack that.
There is an actual reason why I ban him, and it's not because of anything he says. I just dislike the fucker. He was supposed
He's
to. He agreed to.
He's
a
an
debate.
ICE agent. We know.
Wait,
we could start at the beginning and say I'm a combat vet. So
Abe, I disagree with you. I'll say I'm 100% better because I'm an actual dinosaur. And dinosaurs win by default. So,
not in arm wrestling.
Bold claim, Cotton.
Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah,
it's a bold strategy, Cotton.
It's a bold strategy.
Let's see how it plays out.
It's not even in my chat.
Not at arm wrestling.
Oh, Steelman, I
don't
won't
know.
ban you in my chat if you do karaoke. I don't think you've done it yet.
I don't
do
have a
one thing,
wrench
though.
there, but if I ever get one, I will ban the fuck out of you. I tell you.
Well,
mine's a little more First Amendment-y than.
Okay,
a lot
if we're
of
going to
other
be
things.
fair about it, he did disrespect
To be fair.
the shit out of Emmet. So,
Steelman,
what
Steelman, Steelman, you have a $5. Send in a $5 super chat right now, and I won't put you in 24-hour timeout.
So,
wait, did you say send me $5 and that will cause me to put you in 24-hour timeout?
No.
That seems like a bad deal.
Look, here's
and
what
you
I'm
won't.
saying. I'm saying
okay.
I will allow you to insult him for $5.
that's so funny. Pay me $5 and get banned.
No, it was.
Send me $5 to be banned.
It's
That's-
not like
that-
that. It's give
that's
me
what I heard.
$5 and I'll allow you to insult
sorry.
Emmet. That's what he was saying.
Okay. I've been hitting that a lot, and I am hard of hearing, like a lot. I was just trying to clarify.
I just want to
That's
say
what
this.
I was-
Emmet Witz Golden Steinberg respects your grift, Flo.
Thank you. I respect you respecting it.
That was pretty good though. $5 unlimited barbs you can throw.
I'm like sick right now, and that laughing, I wasn't ready for that shit. That hurt.
Yeah, I noticed last night you sound like you were coming down with something.
Yeah. No, I woke up yesterday just like feeling like, no, I felt like shit.
Well, there is a cure for AIDS out there, you know.
Is there?
I didn't know that.
Those like great
Fell on a
news.
brick.
Those are great news.
Hit with a thud.
Damn.
That's why I never made it as a comedian.
Oh man. Sometimes it hits too hard, right?
Steelman. Well, I'm just waiting for my $5 I don't want him to stop talking.
You're like, I don't
Release
want
the
to
bird.
Steelman,
Release the bird.
You can run, but you can't hide. Even if you stop commenting now, I'll get you if you don't send me $5. This is no longer about staying in the chat. This is about staying alive, bro.
I don't want you. I don't want to throw you to the birds, but I will.
When the grift gets too real.
They're like pigs in a
They're like
make things go in a scenario.
They're like pigs, they'll eat it.
In
I
a
always
make
think
things
of
go away.
deliverance when you say pigs.
They might be better too because they can actually carry off the evidence rather than.
Oh yeah, they just shit fucks off, flies away.
Yeah.
Well, you know when they've had a good day because they're stinging, which means they met their meat quota.
Mushroom munchers unite.
The Birdman from Mexico.
Me 99999.
Shit.
Let's see, what did Steelman do? Have you ever seen the movie Three Amigos?
Yep.
Yes.
For Steelman
with Martin
Park.
Short, Steve Martin, and I think Chevy Chase. Yeah, Steelman's not one of the
Thank
three.
you,
Amigos.
D4. I'm not sure if this means to get him out of here or to
release.
You want me to put to nix him?
Release the birds.
Does this mean that he gets a $10 or?
I'm not sure. I think that she just murked him.
Oh, Seth Spence. Yeah, I speak a lot of languages poorly. Like
Whatever you want. Well, Steelman came out.
Probably
You know what,
because I
Steelman?
hang in them circles.
I said the
I
next
thought
comment
that
had to
as
be
a
$5,
moderator,
and
you
it
can
was.
go
But
wherever
this
the
is from
fuck
you. What
you
the
at and
fuck do I
hang
do,
out, but
guys?
on that day,
Oh, no,
you
he's
better
in a
keep the fuck
paradigm.
away.
Steel
And
Man, you get a
honestly,
1
she
minute
does.
timeout when you come back.
She does let these
$5
people that she hangs
talk
out
shit
with
on
outside of her
Emmet
channel
Bond.
on those other
If you
things
pay
that
me
she
the
does.
$5,
She
you
lets
have
them get
5 minutes
away
to
with
talk
fucking
unfiltered
murder
shit on Emmet in my
on her
channel
channel.
until Emmet kicks me off of
Yeah, like
off of the
like
restream.
Sarah had a rule on the thing about no kids, right? And she even
So,
bring up the
when in
RTP
doubt,
thing and said that like Rob
kick him
asking
out.
if he had kids was too much, but it was no
When in
problem
doubt,
for Dusty to go on the
tyranny.
panel and trash
Yes.
me
Tyranny.
and my kids.
Yes, undoubtedly she's biased toward Dusty and
Look, I'm
probably
a
that
big
whole
fan
crew.
of tyranny when I'm the
But
tyrant.
undoubtedly she was biased toward
Exactly.
Drew as well.
But when
Drew
you're
got
because it
murder
ain't
on
so
that
fun.
motherfucker.
Yeah, she was biased towards Andrew's the money that Andrew
little bit of
brought
both
in.
sometimes.
Yeah.
I suppose.
All that
not
bias
biased,
is
right.
bogus. I thought it was
Crystal Shaman, you're welcome.
back then. I
You
thought
guys act like
bias
you haven't been at my
sucks
channel
either
for a long
way.
time. Do I run it
But
like
if
a
it's
democracy?
biased
Fuck no. When do I
by
want
financial,
democracy?
it's okay.
When I'm not in charge. Let's go.
It's a
Dude just be trying to
Rickmocracy,
lay bait
right?
for me. I'm not gonna ask. He's talking to what he
It's a
No,
payoff.
he was saying that.
Yeah.
He was
It's
saying
a
that he doesn't
griftocracy.
think bias is okay. Like he was saying, I don't think that part's okay.
I mean, yeah.
And like
Okay.
The spice must flow. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do now. That was a hell of a lot of conversating.
We didn't win Emmet over though.
Steel Man until I get some more money out of it.
I can.
That's fair.
Can we
Come
full
on.
screen Emmet laugh at the camera so that Steel Man gets outraged?
Give him the
Emmet,
number.
what do you think about Steel Man getting timed out?
That was great.
You gotta say something.
It feels great, doesn't it?
That feels great.
Emmet, where's the?
Do you realize
Where's
that
the-
you just invoked the wrath of a homeless person?
The homeless camp.
Oh, that's so good.
Oh,
Because
that's right.
He's gonna go
He is-
everywhere to the ends of the earth, telling how you banned him. Now is
And he'll probably
He
talk
is
shit on
a-
you now too.
He is a squatter. I forgot about that, Emmet.
yeah.
Me 999. Which channel are you on?
Who are you talking about?
Are you on?
Who are you
Me
talking to?
999 is addressing me
No,
from
it's-
somebody's chat. It's all linked up though, so I don't know.
It's
I'd
from
probably
Flo.
float.
It's from Flo. Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it-
999 is in my side.
Okay, so me 999 said, "Grumpy, will you address him? What address who? Who are we talking about? That's
Address
all.
him
Just
about
like,
what?
oh, I'm being engaged. Okay, yeah, let's play this. Let's play this out. Okay, cool. So Iran isn't on the panel, sir or ma'am, as the case may be. Oh, Dusty Steelman. I've been engaging with Dusty, and Steelman hasn't shown his ass up yet. So
I'm
there we are.
I've never been
No.
to Iran.
The Ayatollah of rock and rolla.
I've been there twice.
I've been to Costa Rica, which I think is where Emmet's from, but that's the only place outside the country I've been.
No, I'm
No,
not. from
Costa Rica
there.
is Iran.
Well,
It's the
I'm
same
not
place.
from. I'm not from Central Mexico. I'm from Northern Mexico.
No, you're from
Yeah,
Venezuela.
and then there's people in the Southern Mexico, like the Venezuelans and the Uruguays and the Argentinians.
You're gay.
Yeah,
Wow.
the Uruguayans.
Uruguay is right next to Paraguay.
Yeah,
Is Uruguay.
Uruguay province of
Paraguay.
Southern Mexico is
It's
it's where
Paraguay.
you're
Next
from,
to
I
you,
guess.
you are
Okay.
gay.
No, you gay. Why are you gay?
What the fuck?
You end up with a Paraguay.
What just happened?
It's
And
you're
it just
gay.
starts calling everybody gay.
You're gay.
You know, like nobody's asking me for a place to stay because
Uruguay.
I can dig a hole.
Rumple, what do you have behind that room divider?
Everything.
The other half of this office room.
I bet it's a disaster back there.
It is.
It used to be.
It is.
Yeah. There was tables everywhere last time I saw it.
Whoa! Just
And
in case you
cages
forgot, no, I'm literally in a
boxes.
bunker right now. Like I use this room for sorting things generally, and it's
What
my
are you
like
sorting?
office-
That
my
you need
office.
a whole bunker to sort things.
Oh, I thought
I
he
don't need
said
to
snort.
sort things. I'm in my office, which
store.
happens to be in my
In
bunker.
his bunker. He's in his bunkers.
He's in his bunker office preparatory room.
On the 5th floor.
Well, No,
Everything's
It's my bunkers in the 5th
Of
floor.
the hospice that he lives at, because the people who work there don't know that the old lady died 6 months ago.
It's my assisted living community. Yes,
Yeah,
where it's
on the other side of the room divider, isn't she?
I'm still cashing her social security checks, Flo. You got me figured out.
Basement floor of the hospital.
Grandpa,
I can see Grandpa in assisted living.
The barber shop is right next to me.
Perfect sense.
If
I
you know
do
where
have one
any-
question. Are your walls padded? And why? Why are your walls padded?
Well, they're insulated, but no, not padded.
I mean, insulation is padding. To be fair,
on the opposite side.
I don't know. You wouldn't want to like lay down on it.
No, but it would take impact better than a solid surface. That's all.
Well, I mean, no, you can bust through any. Like this is all like this is just a finished out room inside of a thing. This is all drywall. You can just bust through it.
Tile.
Yes, tile.
Well, there's ceramic. I mean,
ceramic. It's
pretty
what
good.
sappy plates are made of. So
I think me
Oh, is it? I didn't know
9999
that.
wants to know what happened with Steelman. Oh, he agreed to a debate. He never showed up. He showed up like an hour and a half late, and then he told me I did that because fuck you. And then I was like, okay, you're banned forever from my channel. And
actually, he said it was an artistic style choice or something like that.
yeah. And then I said, whenever I see you anywhere I have power, I will fucking ban you every single time.
no, that's what I said, Abe. That's what the
Emmett.
mess I have. It's usually like this is all a green screen.
So
It's
Emmett,
just
I
it's
was
an
willing
essential.
to sell you to Steelman, and I'm also willing to sell Steelman to you.
yeah. But
man.
Oh, are we talking slavery
what
right
I'm gonna
now?
do is
I mean,
ban him. Why would I want him? I don't want
Why?
him.
That is why I'm not allowed on eBay for life.
No, Flo.
Because you
Are we
start
talking
selling
like
people.
Yeah,
legit?
That'll do it.
Well, I
legit.
I
Because
listed
I mean,
a friend for sale as a joke, and somebody bought her.
Oh no!
But the way that I had my eBay set up is you could buy it, and it didn't force you to make the payment right then. So after 3 days had lapsed, I was like, if the person is actually willing to buy a person, I'm willing to rip them off. And so I hit there's an option where you can have eBay try to press them for payment. So I hit the press for payment thing, and then boom, I was taken down, and I'm banned from eBay for life.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I have a similar story from the very early days of eBay, except I sold like some moldy carrots from the back of my fridge. I made like all kinds of different, pictures of them, and it was I didn't get banned for it though. They just took it down. It's just a little bit different.
I was already in hot water because
I sold moldy carrots as like it could be possibly a musical instrument, even like in.
I used to build AR-15s, and so I'd gotten in trouble a few times for gun parts.
Whoa! I'm building up to a punchline here. Let me cook. Let me just finish it out. You want to know what they actually got me on? Not offering refrigerated shipping because it was a food.
Oh my god, that's so good! I'm glad I waited for that punchline.
You're welcome.
Anyway,
the climax was orgasmic.
Flo said, I'm actually
no,
have some
was-
work for you later on. Just hit me up. It's just don't worry about it. If you're willing
Are
to
you
sell
talking about
people,
my-
we know. Yeah.
Do you need some bird food, huh?
I need some bird food. Yeah.
Oh my god,
That's convenient because I need some junk cleared out of this house. It's just getting so packed full of like people.
I see.
Wait, can we sell them?
If you know the people that can make that happen, sure.
I'd rather just sell it to McDonald's Corporation, let them make burgers out of it.
Wait, would the ice cream machine work though in your perfect world?
No.
Sorry, I was distracted by that comment. Why would the Department of Agriculture call you? What did you buy on eBay, D4? I don't know, but I got in trouble for trying to list chicken eggs on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
You got in trouble for listing chicken eggs on Facebook?
Yep.
They don't like people.
hang on.
I got
Next door.
kicked off
Oh.
of Facebook for listing free cocks. They didn't like that.
Oh my gosh!
What I heard is listing free cocks. Is that what you said or not? That's
yeah,
what I heard.
Eggs.
I had 4 roosters I was trying to get rid of.
That's funny.
And the jokes were rolling in on the thing, you know. Oh, someone's selling free cocks, and then I get banned by Facebook. You have violated our.
Is that just me or Chuck is kind of muffly and?
Am I?
A little bit.
Is it just me?
I can understand.
My battery might be going low.
I'm having great difficulty understanding him, but I'm thinking it's on. I was trying to figure out my end, but
They
everybody
do
else is
make
pretty
hearing aids for you people like you and me.
good. What do you mean, you people?
For you people, people like you and me,
that are hard of hearing, that are old. Never mind.
Yes.
What color were the cocks?
The
That's,
answer
I think,
is
the important
yes.
part. Yes, the colors were yes. Okay.
Yes, the answer were yes. Is it
Yes.
red or blue? Yes.
Is that the answer?
Mm-hmm.
I think the answer is 42, right, boys?
Yes.
Maybe.
The answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yes.
Who's read a book one time ever?
Life, the universe, and everything.
Right.
There you go.
What does that
Boy.
mean? Go back in another.
I'm being addressed by a lot of people, and I'm not even sure where this chat is. I think it's probably Uploads.
They're just asking if when are you gonna do your next sleepy stream?
Oh,
They want to
not
see you
tonight.
eat a crayon too.
It's true.
And they want you to eat crayons. That's also true.
Well, they can send me.
Emmet, are you going to continue streaming?
I don't know.
No, I'm gonna go to
After
sleep.
this?
No, it's 5 o'clock. I'm gonna go to sleep.
I'm thinking about the same.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Not it.
go ahead
And I skipped dinner.
Yeah, not it. Don't look at me.
Give me a second to set up something.
I was supposed to go. Like I usually do Thursdays, but tonight was rehearsal, so I got home and I just didn't go live because I'm a giant pussy.
I mean, sometimes you just don't go live. I don't.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I was doing like
leave these. Address my chat for just a minute, and then go to sleep because I'm tired.
Okay.
Thank you all for the discussion. Thank you for having me on as always, and good to see you people in chat. Give these people some money for it, for the entertainment, and have a good one.
He did it, you people.
Oh, by the way, you have to come to Force Karaoke this Saturday with Emmet Witz Golden Steinberg is gonna release his Have an Aguila rap. Okay, and then we're gonna have a good time with actual karaoke. So just remember that one. Put it on your calendars.
Book it.
Mm-hmm.
All I got to say is thanks for the conversation.
Hey.
Yeah, I appreciate
good.
it too. It was a good talk.
No, you.
Have a good one, everyone.
Have a.
Oh man, so go ahead, check this. Yay. Oh my god. I don't think there's not much people on chat right now, but I'm gonna give them a chance. If anybody wants to say something. Good night, Voltaire. God bless. I'll be doing I'm waiting because I wanna sing it and record me with like I already work out the whole rap, but I've been waiting to record it because I am getting my kippa and my like vest tomorrow, and I want to record the rap with that on. So I'm just like waiting a little bit before I actually do it because of that. See you, Elder. Thank you for being here and thank you for the good times. But yeah, the whole rap is already being set up. I have the music. I have the things on. I just need to work on them. It's just gonna be fun though. If anybody has like a question or anything they want to say or anything they want to address before I leave, I want to say that I enjoy the conversation as a conversation, right? The only thing is I still think that we deserve to have our own spaces, and there is a lot of extra information that I'm not privy to and I might not understand, to be honest. So it's kind of hard for me to agree or disagree with some of the decisions that were made. I obviously have a huge respect and a huge like affinity towards Rob. I think he's a great debater. I've debated him once. He completely annihilated me when we had our small debate. I'm not going to. I don't think I'll debate him for real. To be honest, it was like a very small calling I made. But the whole point of it was to. The rap is perfectly flawless. Well done, Saturday. Yeah, it was great. It is actually funny. I'm gonna try to make it like actually like funny things, but I'm actually try to do a video of it, like an actual video of it. The problem is I need a cameraman, and I don't know if I'm gonna get someone who has the actual skills as to hold the camera to get it to get the angles gone. And I can't probably do it here. I will have to go to a damn. I want to go to a bank. I'll probably have to go to a bank to do it. Also, I have to go tomorrow. I have to go to the bank, so there's another thing that I need to do. It's I don't know. It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna thank everyone who was here. The bank would be perfect. Yeah, the bank would be great. Like that would be funny as fuck. But yeah, I would need to have somebody who would actually do the whole, who would do the camera, who would be the camera, and I need to bounce some ideas as to how to make it happen, right? Because I need to go to the bank and I need to be able to film, not necessarily inside of, but at least outside of the bank. And then I would have to ask, like, can I go inside and like film a little bit? But I don't think that they will allow me because I will be in a keepa and you know. I will be just it's man. Drama people are just trying to tag character and their obvious concession the copter is wild. I just don't get it. I just don't understand how they're not understanding the I just don't get how is it that they're not getting that they are pretty much conceding, right? There is a concession in what they're saying. It's like, oh, if you think this is bad, then you shouldn't do it. And it's like, but the other person, you're conceding towards the other side that are doing it. Like, I can agree with you. It's like I would like to go on and say all the gamer words right now, right? But I'm not going to because um that would because the bias of the institutions is towards a specific side. So there's actual bias going on right now. And if I'm gonna go ahead and get completely destroyed, like why would I allow that to happen? I think it's a bad thing to do. Bad precedent. It's just bad in general to accept something like that. So it's that's people can say that is you um like you have to be better, but that will imply that they don't have to.
My friends.
Shut up. And if they don't have to be better, why should I? Right? And it's not like I see these, especially the internet, as the holy of holies. It's like this is a place where people are going up and giving up their ideas, and we are trying to figure out what is the good thing and what is the right thing to do and what is the. So it's, I don't know, it's like it's pretty frustrating in a sense. Everything is biased to the left because everyone does what Sarah does, and it gets worse and worse till the right can even talk. Well, I think that I think Sarah was biased towards Andrew, but the problem there is that we don't want it to be biased against a specific person, because I think it was biased towards the person that I think got the shekels, right. We want is an ideological idea more than anything. And the other problem is I don't know. I don't know how biased it actually was. It's complicated in a sense. But I think that the problem that I see with Sarah specifically, that they're thinking about anything more than them being led on and ingrain themselves in community so they can take advantage of it. Um, well, you have to know who you're speaking to, right? That's why I don't asperge on people. Like, even if my position is like very, very badly, it's really complicated. The whole point of what I'm gonna say is I think she was biased towards Andrew, but she wasn't biased towards the Crucible, right? So Robbie's part of the Crucible, and they have to have a specific way of being because she was part of the in group, and that was what they were not understanding. It's like Rob says it very well in a sense. It's like Sarah thought I was just the cashier boy she could pick on because I was replaceable, and it ended up being the opposite, right? It's like she started picking on him, and when it was like me or him, it was her. God. Random politics, I was gonna click him. But they seem obvious that this drama is short-term gain. This does harm the good in the end. I think everybody's gonna get, well, not everybody. I think there's people are gonna get hurt and there's people are gonna get better, right? Um, like I think there's a there's some areas on the internet that are gonna get better in the sense of how many people are actually able to get eyes on them. Um, I think, for example, Cool Beak is a person that got a big boost. He's an orbiter. He's been doing really good. He's been putting a lot of job and a lot of work on his what he's doing. So he has like this kind of thing going on for him that's really good. And then we have on the other side people like uh, Rob got a big growth out of it. He's making a lot of money. He's doing great. And then we have Easy is doing okay. He's like actually trying to go to get debates going, do as much as possible when it comes to these. Not necessarily him ingraining himself directly in the organization of what the Crucible is, but like being as being a new orbiter going around trying to make it happen. When I can have a conversation with someone whose only argument is I know more because I am mod and that's all they have, I think they want the interaction. I don't think there are conversations to be had with those people. Um, so that is that those there's people who are going to be winning. There's people who are going to be losing at the end. I don't think it's good for the community in general because you do want to have some ingrained ways to talk to center, left, and maybe other sides. But at the same time, I don't think Andrew is gonna have any fucking problem getting people to debate him or channels in which he can debate now. And this is because he just makes so much fucking money, dude. Um, so Andrew's making a bunch of money. He's doing really good. I think have all this kind of conversation, and I hope that everybody understands where we're standing when it comes to that kind of thing. Um, there is chat is. I'm gonna say this to chat in general, and is chat is different than panels. And chat is very different than talking. The reason. Mm, One of the reasons why I think yesterday was kind of a weird place for everything happening, and I see both sides in sense is there was like no way you can get something good happening on that conversation. That's what I think. It doesn't mean that there shouldn't be conversations between different people, but I mean, if somebody um I think Sarah just didn't want to have the conversation anymore, right? And she was like, "I want to do this privately," and that was like her thing at that time. But it all happened publicly. It's so weird. I don't know. Core values matter most to their share by God stitching. Imagine side God stitching matter most to you. Yep. But this is what I was talking about, right? That we're in the core values that I have says that I have to acquiesce to the left when it comes the way that I do my messaging. That seems like such a stupid idea. Like, and she's like Sarah agrees with me in a sense when I go on and I'm giving the critique on my side. There's a moment when she says, "Well, it was very hard to get lefties on the show," and I was like, "Oh, I see. Wow. Now it's not hard, but now the problem is the people who were doing a lot from channel on the other side are gone because they don't want to be part of it, and pretty much they were called an insult." So it's kind of a mess in the way that it was handled. I don't think even if she lost like the support from the Crucible in a sense, I don't think she would have lost as many people as she did. Um, I don't think she does. I don't think she would get the same. I don't think she would. Sorry, my bad. I don't think she would get that amount of people lost if if she would have acted differently towards the community. Now she don't get Donald's different problem. It is a different problem. Yeah, it should have been private, but then so I couldn't have said public. Then okay. um, it is. Well, it all happened publicly. That's what people are saying, right? And what she's saying is instead of going nuclear, they should have called me, and I may have taken different steps. Um, I don't know. It's complicated. That the specific part is a little bit complicated. I don't know what the inner workings were, and that's the problem, right? I don't know what was the inner workings in the whole relationship. So I'm just not gonna talk out of my ass. Like when I said I don't, they were asking me, right? Like, well, do you think this is this? Do you think this is that? I don't know. I don't know. It's like, what kind of bias do you think Sarah has? I don't know her. I talked to her once in my life. That's the amount of times I've talked to Sarah ever. And when we talked, she is obviously against me in the sense that I'm trying to say, hey, none of these matters in accordance to you. If that's the case, then I don't get like I saw it happen live. The more they talk, the more she bled. They just don't get it, and they will keep pushing in to other spheres. Their survival mode right now. Exactly. I'm impressed, or well, not impressed. I'm actually like very surprised that people are engaging, like they're engaging with me in this regard. I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna lie here. Okay, they're they are huge. On my size, and I do want to grow up my channel, obviously, but on my size, they're huge creators, and I am pushing up for a worldview, and I'm trying to get people to understand what I want out of people in a sense. So, um, I don't have that many subscribers. I don't think I'm growing explosively or anything like that. I don't think it's ever gonna happen for me. So me having a little bit of engagement from other sides, it doesn't hurt me. Um, obviously, and I'm not the Crucible, by the way, but people say I am anyway. But obviously, I'm not like going to disregard them in that sense. I'm here for, I'm here to debate in a sense, right? The day I had my debate with Teriyak, I prepared for it. I actually prepared for it. When I have debates with leftists, I prepare for it. I do. I take the topics really seriously. I go on and I think about my argument. And maybe there, and I know people don't watch me much. Like, being honest, how many of you have watched my Teriyak debates? Like four. So I don't I really don't think that we should that I needed to get away from this conversation, for example. I think I'm doing good. I think that it's very understandable what I'm saying. They try to always bring it back to, oh, you just want to cheat. But I've been like very obvious in my instance to that. It's like, well, if I'm gonna do a whole thing about trying to compensate and get away from those ideas, but at the same time have my own spaces, why wouldn't I? And it's I don't know, it's complicated. That's why I try to make the analogy of home turf, of home and away, right? So right now every place is away, and they're like, but the moderators have to be perfectly under. And then it's like, but I want to have my home turf. I want to have my home place when I can have my own people and I can just go on ham and be, and enjoy my fucking self with my right wingers, in a sense. So I want to have my home turf as well. And I think they actually understood it, and that's why they never brought it up again. It's hard to take sides, but looking from the outside, one is behaving unprofessionally. Um, they are the enemy. They don't care about changing anything. They just care about what is next complaint or drama about. That's what it looks like. They're probably going to try and send the conversation I had with Saint or Mr. E get me banned. They don't even know. I don't even hack around the Crucible. First time I saw you debate, they are blind to what is happening and thinking, oh, you mean the Teriyaki debate? Yeah, that was a great debate. I think that was one of the best debates I think that's one of the good debates in the internet. Okay, it gets very high level at points because I don't need to explain philosophical ideas to Teriyaki. He knows philosophy enough. Um, and my critiques, some of my critiques, especially when it comes to like to some of the defeaters in the logical sense, there were like one phrases, and everybody like we both understand the underlyings of them, so we don't have to super expand on. But I mean I think I did very well in that debate. To be honest, they're blind to what's happening. I think it's just tribal based and not value based. Debate benefits them, doesn't debate matter? Well, that's what I was talking about at one point, right? When I said I don't think this is all about that. I think there's a lot of people that there's other reasons why people debate. Like there, I don't. One of the things that I really hate. I'm gonna be honest. There are days I wish I wanted to. I wish I could engage with Andrew. Like I wish I could just asperge at him in a way that wouldn't make me feel retarded. But it would make me because you know and just debate him. And the fact that I know he's the fact that I know that there's nothing for me to win if I do it makes me very angry, because he's one of those people that you look at and it's like, oh, this is a great debater and I want to have a big ass fucking debate with him. Emmet's still coping. I'm coping because I don't want to. Even if I were to debate him and I think I had good arguments against him, I wouldn't do it because I really want my side to fucking win. And I'm not gonna give anybody any arguments against them. It's like the other day, somebody's like, "Well, do you have anything against the Smoky Man band?" Like, yes, I do, and I'm not gonna tell you what anymore. Okay, and yeah, I like Andrew in a sense. But the reason why is I really want the right to have a voice, an actual voice. Well, you also respect the fuck out of him. Yeah, I do. You respect him. Like, why I will go on and attack him. That's the other reason why, right? Like, one, I'm not big enough. Two, I hope someday I'll get to interact with him in some way, shape, or form. But it's not gonna be today. I have less than 300 subs, and he has uh 10 1,000 times my 1,000 times that. Like, okay, not giving the ammo. Yeah, I'm not gonna give them ammo. Like, I know I have actual criticisms. For example, I'm not gonna say them anymore. Why would I? And there's no reason for me to do it either. They're messed up about the new debate program, and this great intent man push hard for Star to come back and work for Andrew, even though it's impossible now. Um, yeah, no. Like, maybe yesterday was like the last possibility of them finding some kind of middle ground, but it's I don't know. It's nobody wants to make any kind of concessions, which makes sense. Can they make pixel art? No, they can't. So it's better. Yeah, it's like I do have one. It's like, hey Andrew, you know what? You know what? I can't do pixel art. Can you do that? And then he's gonna be like, yeah, and gonna take out his fucking AI program. AI. Problem with that is that they think that they have all the ammo and they don't have anything but some empty shells. The one thing I really don't like about them, and I should have brought it up, but I forgot, was the accusations. To make allegations, you have to be very fucking sure. That's all. That's gonna be like always what I think. You gotta be fucking sure. And what I see 99% of the time, but they don't fucking know. I do have one. I do have one, by the way. Let me see if I have it. Ah, man. It's fine. I can just open a sprite. Mm-mm-mm. I did this a while ago. Smoky Man Bad. And I also have the female version of Smoky Man Bad. Let me see if I can open it. How about the Copian Man bad pixel artists? Would you argue with them? I should. I've been thinking about doing that. Take that, Andrew. Do I have more? I think I do. I need to check this because that's weird. But all those accusations are live where we can fact check, just keep firing. The fact, I'm gonna be honest, the fact they made accusations when it came to they made some accusations when it come to botting, and then we have some accusations when it come to other stuff going on, mostly botting, but there's a lot of stuff going on. Those accusations are wild to me. Like, you have to be able to not necessarily prove him. But you have to be able to show him. And I don't think they ever did. And it's very annoying. It's very annoying. They never actually did. All the signatures are live when you can fact check, just keep backfiring. It's true. It's very weird. Well, Trippy not only got a big fat fucking L, right? He got the L of the whole thing. If you think like Sarah got a big fucking L when it comes to the business relationship and a lot of things, especially money, but somebody who actually got the worst of everything, like somebody had everything to win and could have actually been on that panel, I think still would have everything to win. It would have been great. And the fact that it's such a bad L for him now, it's wild. Like, I just think it's wild. Well, yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? It's like we have to live under their rule in a sense. And if we're living under their rule, then that's it. Living under their rule. Yeah, Trippy was it's wild, all right? They're like trying to have him talk and stuff. It's not, I don't think it's gonna happen ever. Um I wish they could I wish in a sense that it would happen, but I don't think it is going to happen ever. Well, why would he now? There's absolutely. I tried to set it up. Like I tried to call. I couldn't call Baby, obviously, but I went to his channel and I sent him messages directly. And I don't know. I saw it. Oh, I'm replying. I'm replying with my mouth to things that have been sent to me. He sounded emotional, like really mad. It was weird. What are you talking about? Trippy? To like chill out because he's just digging straight for no reason. He can't seem to stop, so I don't give him any time now. Trippy looked horrible in the criticisms to Andrew. Man, he he really fucked up. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It sounded ridiculous. After this, what would he? He shouldn't. In fact, I would say this. He shouldn't. I don't think Rob should do anything with these people at all. And I mean these people as in people who've been attacking him, and it's complicated, but I really don't think Rob should be. Tonight, a friend I haven't seen in a while took a panel Versailles and came down, and Rob is in the picture perfect right wing guy he wanted. Only left is what called Taunt refused to see. Want to see why would he throw in shit at Andrew? Do we know? The whole panelverse stuff is bad for everyone. Yeah. Why would he throw in shit? Oh, because he I'll explain this in a second. People just keep digging and digging. Yeah. I don't think anyone should interact with those people. They don't care about anything but certain dramas. Do. Well, Trippy, this is the thing, right? Trippy is being hanging out with specifically with all of the people. I'm talking about he's been trying to act very careful and interact with people like not Rob. Been trying to he was like trying to interact with Rob. He was trying to interact with other people. Rob tried to contact him in several ways, but he couldn't do it. And then he, this is the problem, and I'm so Trippy didn't have shit to do with all of the drama ish thing, kind of. What do I mean by that? What by that? I mean he all he had to do was shut the fuck up and get the W, right? That's it. That's all he had to do. So when you have the biggest W of your life next to you, you have a bunch of people that say, "Hey, I'm gonna try to make it up for you." You have a channel that is monetized, and you can milk. You can actually have a time where you can. This is gonna sound horrible. You can actually milk it. All you had to do is shut the fuck up, find a way to talk to Rob. That would be it, right? And what happened is he got duped by this channel verse, and I don't call him duped because I don't think they were acting like. This is one thing that I will say. A lot of people are giving a lot of crap to Posted because he's like digging everybody's grave, right? In his eyes, he's not. In his eye, he's trying to speak for Sarah. So he sees like the Crucible attacked Sarah without reason. Do I think it's justified? It doesn't fucking matter. That's how he sees. Um. So 3P goes on this easy panel dumpster fire thing after the fact, where both Rob and Andrew were, and 3P was pretty good with both of them. But he thinks that both Rob and Andrew are like ingrained with whatever Easy does. Um, and he doesn't like get the fact that they're not necessarily together. So they have when Creepy decides to be a dumbass and make an allegation instead of leaving, instead of thinking, "Oh fuck, I fucked up," he's like, "Oh, since Rob and Andrew have gone into Easy's chat, that means they're together," and he started just hanging out with these people and making a whole bunch of accusations and shit. And it's so weird. Like I've seen this from the outside. I've seen this from the inside, and it's just well, the whole point. He's going to different places, and he told it like self a moment ago. It's like I like interaction. I like to have interactions with. So he's gonna try to have interactions. That's what he meant. It's how three peaks in stream. It's how you treat. It's how you. He's a very how you treat your person, right? That's why I don't. I didn't want to spur at him. Because I don't want to have a big issue with him. It's hard with three because I think streams what he should like. Debating your shoe race and ride. You're basically like drunk or not gonna understand things. Or I'm not willing to give him that. I think he understood what he was doing. That makes more sense than Emmet. Yeah. People, yeah, I think they give a lot of charity to sometimes to flow, but I think it might look I might look like I was doing the same, but I just want to have a conversation, so I didn't want to have like a shadow match, and I didn't want to hijack Abe's even. A lesson I learned the hard way is going to the station when my mind was not right and double boosted my cool result, then stress can actually induce sugar attack. Pretty bad, yeah. Flows the charismatic guy, that's how he floats by. He does okay. Dusty's just being Dusty. I can blame him for being himself. I can respect that. It's people who show their true colors and just keep digging that lost my respect. I I think the interaction with Andrew on his stream was not good. I will say I will say that. I think he didn't do well on that interaction. He looked really bad. He looked at points he looked dumb about it. Um especially when the accusations came, and especially with interaction with Rob. Although I understand that he's actually Rob, right? Only because he's so slow. If he seems to back off, lol. That's devil. That's how to seem. That's super tongue. Low quack. Low is not a threat to the guy who argument that tries 2 years to sabotage reputation content. It's a little yeah, it's a little bit complicated. That's a bit trollish. Does he have chance to be the bigger man and he showed hypocrisy by muting and playing clip? That I don't know what happened there, but he looked really bad on that one. I think he really did. Being a troll and want to be taken seriously. Depends on the debate, right? I would have rated to you, Emmet. And I'm fine. I don't want to. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm just like I'm gonna be honest. I was on your channel and I put a lot more emphasis on your chat and on your stream. And it's fine because we were streaming together and we just started streaming at the same time. So, but I want to give my chat a little bit of love because they were pretty. I really like didn't put in much attention to them today. So I might be pulling back a bit, but I've loved hearing some both now. There's more. I don't think yesterday comments at the end of the stream were justified. I'm not saying that this is the case. Let's say that I did I lose people's respect? No, you don't. Fine. The This is what I will say. Um by the way, if anybody wants to have drunken karaoke, maybe not this week. Maybe this week. Uh I will set up next week. I'll set up a goal for the week. If we can get X amount of money for the week, I'll probably do a drunk karaoke next week. I'll think about how much. I'm trying to be reasonable, but I'm just saying that that's probably going to be for tomorrow. And if we get to a certain point, I'll do a drunken karaoke. Um, I always thought that these were okay. I was going to talk about it. So I don't think that Sarah left her job because of the crucible. I think she left it because she thought she was doing good. Grifting off and then perform some special songs. I'm just saying that if you want to have a drunken karaoke, I'm willing to do it just for the right amount. I'll think about how much. Thinking that the next day I'm gonna probably having a horrible headache. So I'll think about it. Um so when I think the reason why she left is because she was making enough money from everything that was going on around. And she thought she could keep on growing the channel, and she thought she had like back uh the whole backup from the Crucible. She didn't have to care that much from the conservative side. She would need to care much more about the liberal side and how she was gonna like mesh them together and get them going, right? And she didn't thought it was gonna happen. What happened was gonna happen, and I don't even blame her. I think what she did was that big of a deal. Um, I think people vulnerabilities were actually attacked. But then when all that happened, and then you start attacking the other side, and then you come back 2 weeks later and start making yourself like supposed victim. What the fuck is that, right? Like, if you had been from the beginning, be like, if from the beginning you would have been, fuck, what am I gonna do now? And then talk about what exactly you're talking about. It's like, hey, I was with this person. I was thinking about this thing. I was doing this other thing. I X, I Y, blah, 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 blah. That would have been a different thing than what she did. And I think, like, after the fact, 2 weeks later, you're trying to pretend that different and you left your job because of the crucible and yeah, that, I don't know if that is good. I think that is pretty fucking. My conspiracy theory is she thought that she would that World War debate was a done deal and that being panel taking shit about Rob was not a. I think you mean a big deal, not a bad thing. Because I think she thought it was kind of bad, but didn't thought it was a big deal. They burned the bridge and had an oh shit moment. Well, I think she was. I think when I think I think she didn't expect what happened, right? Only standing in front of people, Martian cat, and that this needs to stop growing. Shut up, Elder Lion. Come up on my stream, and you're gonna sing. Okay. The other projects not announced with the Crucible 2. Um, yeah, she was gonna do a bunch of little things, which is fine. I don't know. Like as I said, I don't think that was that big of a deal. I think the actual big of a deal is the fact that she lost like the whole conservative side that actually matters. Okay, I'm probably Bobby's gonna come by sometime soon. Be like, hey my god, I am conservative. Although I disagree with everything conservatives want ever. And I give all of my platform to a bunch of lefties that hate us. not a big deal, but I think because it wasn't her off time. Well, this is the thing, and I'm gonna be really honest about it. There are things that even if you're off time, you're not supposed to be doing. Okay, I'm gonna be like, I'm telling you. I do have criticisms for Rob when it came to the whole ordeal, but I remember these. I went on the panel on the panel where she says the power of the panelverse. I was in that panel for 5 minutes, and I realized by the fifth minute that I needed to get the fuck out of there. Okay, if I'm not associated with them, and I have absolutely nothing to do with them, realize how this looked back on me, that are very loosely associated. How is it possible the person that's associated didn't get it, right? Like I got it. And I'm not, so I get it, like, eh, I don't get hangovers when tequila is involved. I haven't had a hangover in 20 years and I'm 38. I don't drink that much, so like I don't remember the last time I got drunk. And I'm not saying I never did, but I don't remember the last time. So I know I'm gonna get a headache, at least a gas headache. It's just dumb to work with, or carried away is bad. It is just bad. It's a bad look. And I think people understand that. And yeah. No, I think he was really bad on that debate, Mark. Like, that specific debate is one debate that I would be like, that was a bad thing to do. I understand his logic. I think he did good by himself. I think the way that he has talked about it, it makes sense. I'm not talking about that in that sense. I think it makes sense the way he acted, but it did look really bad. The more Sarah goes to his sculpture, the more subs loses. The Cope tour and the way that he's been like attacked. Well, listen, I'm gonna be honest. She's like, I would do this all privately, except everything is being public, right? If you're gonna get one last paycheck, get it. Get the paycheck. It's the last one. Get it. Um, and I don't think she understood what was actually going on there. In the big scheme of things, they're like, you have to get that when Andrew says, "I want to talk to you," it's gonna be a talk. It's not gonna be some wait. And I think she actually lost like a huge opportunity. It's funny because he has extravaganza with the Shamo guy, not long after. Yeah, I'm not saying that that specific point wasn't funny or cool. I'm saying that it was a bad showing for a debate thing. Like, one, Ryan is an idiot, okay, but he didn't make any fucking points. Just repeated himself 4 times, and I don't know. That's just the dumb. Um, Trippy did fuck it up in the way that it occurred, but if you're the one who has the keys, you have to be the one that's gonna be moderating. So you have to be the one to say, "Hey, shut up." Oh, any last questions or any comments before I go to bed? Ryan lost a lot out of these stuff too. Your ship went down by like half last time I looked. Well, he won a bunch, right? Remember when it all started? It all started and he won like he was getting donos and there was a bunch of people over there. And he was like having a lot of fun and shit. But yeah, nobody cares about who. What is the actual thing? Like anybody can actually think of a good argument ever said, but that fucker that wasn't. I'm not convinced. But me. Okay, I had to go through. I remember he brought up some fucking study. I saw through the study. In like 5 seconds, I realized what the problem was with the methodology. And when I showed him the problem with the methodology, he was like, "What? Like the methodology? Like, bitch, that's not." Wow, I almost fell asleep there. Right, definition of bad faith. Yeah, he is. Almost fell asleep. I was gonna pull up fucking Grumple for a second there. Got to bed, Emmet just got to bed. I don't know, want a right wing guy to moderate, they rather have no moderator and then can oppose them. That's another weird thing. It's like, well, we need no moderators then. It's like, ah man, we've been trying so hard to go to the debate sphere and get good ideas come out, have good arguments. Okay, and it's fucking impossible sometimes. I got him one time on JStream. He was talking about some law saying girls with short haircuts will get taken by CPS. What are you talking about? Flow state? Oh, you mean Ryan? Yeah, Ryan will take the dumbest thing possible and make a fucking retarded statement about it, and then you try to go through the methodology or go through the law, go through the debate, or go through the actual thing, and it's gonna be. It's like the "Don't Say Gay" bill that had nothing to do with not saying gay, and everybody was like, "Oh my god, don't say gay!" Ah, fuck you, right? At one point, can I just say "fuck you" and have the moderator be like, at what point can I say you're too fucking stupid to understand what I'm saying? At what point do we have to agree with them and agree that they're fucking retarded? Like I don't know. It's kind of complicated. I remember that because this is the exception in Florida. Yep, calling conservative book burners for not one form books in school. Yeah, two. Never in a panel they control. Yeah, like those kind of things will be. Mm. Is it still a slack enough to deck to continue benefiting them instead of having someone that will be fair, wants your resistance against guard? Most of the left is moron. The other part of it is like I can agree that I want to have the most fair possible thing ever, but everybody agrees that there's gonna be biases. If they have spaces which are completely biased, why can't I have mine? And we're not even saying that we're gonna go all the way like these dumbass do, like fucking weak does. We're gonna have the most good faith possible thing ever. But if we're gonna have to decide between having Ryan on panel or having um Rob on panel, I'm gonna choose Rob. 99.99999 a million times out of a million, I'm gonna choose Rob North to be on panel with me than to have fucking Ryan up. That allows the ability to real research when do real research on a topic, support yours, find it against yours, and then fuck that. But people nowadays only want the first. Yeah. Okay. I need to go to bed. I'm actually falling asleep right now. Thank you, everybody who was here. It was really fun to have this conversation. Hope you enjoy tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a great day. It's the beginning of the Baycom with Grits. I hope he has a great event, and I hope everything goes very, very well. A sleep stream, do it for the grift? No, I can't do it for the grift. Like, I wish I was monetized, and then I will put up a goal, and I will make the sleep stream possible, but not today. I'm gonna be thinking about doing a like opening a store when I have a couple of ideas that I want to do. I want to do the Crucible. And my idea of making the Crucible is it's obviously I'm talking about the Crucible, but since I am the actual I can make a spokesperson of the Crucible crew. That would be so cool. That's such a cool idea. I'm gonna do a yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make a T-shirt that's called the spokesperson of the Crucible crew. Oh, that's such a cool one. I wish I mean, it would just make it that it says the spokesperson of the Crucible, but if I do that, I'm pretty sure someone is gonna get really pissed off, and that's gonna be mystery. I know who is gonna be pissed off. Fucking mystery. Anyway, we're trying to get monetized here. If you have a person that you think might like my content, please send it to me. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow. Probably not. I have to record the actual rap, make the thing going on. I might come out late. But then on Saturday, we're starting at 2 p.m. Central Standard. We'll be having forced karaoke. I know there's gonna be debates and shit going on. It's just their grift, so I'm gonna suck it up. You're gonna suck it up. Everybody's gonna suck it up. And hopefully we're gonna have a good time and a fun time, and everything is gonna be great, and everything's gonna be fun. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the likes and the subs and whatever it was that I got today. Hopefully a lot of subs, so I don't have to be saying things that are not that so I can be part of it. Sleep later, bud. Later. God bless you all. God bless you all. Take care. And now for the actual thing, you guys stay here. He's thinking that I'm gonna go to bed. I'm actually off, but he's gonna come back because he wants to hear these. The only fucking reason you're still here. God bless you all. Take care. Emmet.